16. Regulations concerning articles which may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath. Mishnah, all sacred scriptures may be saved from a conflagration, on the Sabbath, be such scriptures allowed or not allowed to be read on Sabbath. The scriptures written in any language whatsoever must be considered sacred, and brought to a safe place, even on a weekday. Why are some, sacred scriptures, not allowed to be read, on Sabbath? In order that one might not miss the sermons at the schoolhouse. One may save the case of the book with the book, the case of the tefillin with the tefillin, even if money is contained therein. Where must such things be taken, for safety? In a closed space surrounded by walks. Ben Bathira says, even in a space that has one side open. Gemara, it was taught, if the scriptures were written in Aramaic, Targum, or in any other language, they need not be saved from a conflagration. So says our Huna. But our Hista says, they must be saved. According to the Tana, who holds, that all of the scriptures may be read on Sabbath, there is no difference of opinion between our Huna and our Hista, for the scriptures must be saved. But, according to the Tana, who holds, that some scriptures may and others may not be read on the Sabbath, our Huna says, that the latter need not be saved, while our Hista says they must, in order not to disgrace the scriptures. An objection was made, our Mishnah says, that all scriptures, whether allowed to be read on the Sabbath or not, or even if written in whatever language, must be saved. We must assume, that the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets and the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and if written in other languages, which are naturally non-readable, they must nevertheless be saved. How, then, can our Huna say, that the non-readable need not be saved? Our Huna might say, how can this explanation of the Mishnah correspond with the further ordinance that they should be brought to a safe place? If it says that they must be saved from the conflagration, it is self-evident that they must be brought to a safe place. What is the correct interpretation of the Mishnah? Our Huna interprets it according to his understanding thus, the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, providing they are written in the holy language, Hebrew. But if written in other languages they need not be saved. But although they need not be saved on the Sabbath, if they lie in an unfit place even on weekdays, they must be brought into a safe place. Our Hista interprets the Mishnah according to his understanding thus, the readable part is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and although written in other languages they must also be saved. And the term, should be brought to a safe place, refers even to torn pieces of such scriptures although written in other languages. Another objection was made, we have learned in a Berakhot, if they, the scriptures, are written in Aramaic or any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration. Is this not contradictory to our Huna's opinion? Nay, our Huna may say that the Tana of the Berakhot holds the scriptures written in other languages to be readable. Come and hear, scriptures written in Coptic, Median, Old Hebrew, Elamite or Greek, although not permitted to be read, must be saved from a conflagration. This is surely a contradiction to our Huna. Our Huna might say, there is a difference of opinion among the different Tanaim, as we have learned in the following Tosefta. If the scriptures are written in Aramaic or in any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration, but our Jose says, that they must not. Said our Jose, it happened that Aba Halafta went to our Gamaliel the Great in Tiberias, who sat at the table of Johanan the Nazaph, also called Ben Nazaph, and held in his hand the book of Job in Aramaic, which he was reading. Said Aba Halafta to our Gamaliel, I remember having at one time come to thy grandfather our Gamaliel, who stood on the steps of the corridor of the temple when a book of Job in Aramaic was brought to him. He told the mason to take the book and immure it underneath the stairway. Whereupon the later our Gamaliel also ordered the book he was reading to be immured. The rabbis taught, the benedictions, which are written in Hebrew, or amulets although containing letters of the holy name and many passages of the scriptures, must not be saved from a conflagration, but may be burned up together with such letters and passages. From this it was said, that one who writes benedictions commits an act equal to burning up the scriptures, as it happened in Zidon, one wrote benedictions, and it was told to our Ishmael. Our Ishmael set forth to investigate the matter. As soon as the man saw our Ishmael approach, he threw the writings into a bowl of water. Said our Ishmael to him the following words, "The punishment thou wilt receive for this latter deed will be greater than that for writing the benedictions." The exilarch asked of Rabba bar Huna, if the scriptures were written with paint or with dyes and in the holy language, may they be saved from a conflagration or not? I ask thee, taking in consideration the differences of opinion existing between the different Tanaim, for those who hold that scriptures written in Aramaic or any other language must not be saved. What is their opinion regarding such as are written in the holy language and not with ink? Whereas those who hold that the scriptures in any language must be saved, do they not refer to such as are written in ink only, but those written with paint or dye, even if written in Hebrew, should also not be saved? Answered Rabba bar Huna, no, they must not be saved. Rejoined the exilarch, our Hamnuna taught, in a Beratha, that they may, answered Rabba, if such was taught in a Beratha, it must be so. The rabbis taught, before the passage, Num x 35, and it came to pass when the ark set forward, that Moses said, etc. And at the close of the next verse, the Holy One, blessed be he, made signs, the inverted letter Nun, which must be inserted in the scroll, in order to signify that this is not the proper place for the two passages. But Rabbi says, that this is out of the question, and that the two verses form a valuable book in themselves. We have heard from our Samuel ben Nameni in the name of our Jonathan, that we have not a Pentateuch but a Septate 145, i.e. we have not 5 books of Moses, but 7. Would this imply that our Samuel holds with Rabbi and declares that there are 7, because the two verses, which form a book in themselves, divide Numbers into 2 books? Who is the Tana, however, that differs with Rabbi? He is our Simeon ben Gamaliel, for we have learned in a Beratha, our Simeon ben Gamaliel says, that these 2 passages will in the future be removed and put in their proper place. Why were they put here, then? In order to make a separation between the 2 scourges that befell the Israelites. Which was the second scourge? The one that follows immediately afterwards, Num 11. 1, and it came to pass, that, as the people complained in a manner displeasing to the Lord, etc., etc. And which was the first? The first was as it is written, Ibid x 33, and they set forward from the mount of the Lord, which, according to our Hama b Hanina, means, and they departed from the ways of the Lord. Which is the proper place for the 2 passages? Said our Ashi, in Numbers 2. Where it is decreed how every man should walk in the wilderness, and the end of the chapter stating that every man did as he was commanded, should be followed by those 2 verses. The schoolmen asked, may the blank pieces of the scroll of laws which had become detached from the scroll be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath or not? Come and hear, the Gilionim, blank pieces of the scroll, and the Sadducean books need not be saved from the conflagration. They, together with the holy names contained in them. Does not the word Gilionim have reference to the blank pieces of the scroll? Nay, the blank pages of the Sadducean books. How can it mean the blank pages of the Sadducean books? Why, it is not even allowed to save the Sadducean books themselves. Perhaps the Beratha means, that the Sadducean books are considered as blank pages, and hence must not be saved. The text of the Beratha says further, the Gilionim and the Sadducean books must not be saved from a conflagration, r. Jose says, that on weekdays the holy name must be torn out wherever it appears and preserved, and the remainder must be burned, but r. Tarpon says, may I bury my children, if I would not burn such books together with the holy name, whenever they reached my hands. For when a man is pursued by murderers or by a snake, it were better for him to seek refuge in the temple of an idol than to enter the houses of such people. For the idolaters serve their idols because they know not God, but the others know God and deny him. They, the latter, are referred to by the verse, Isaiah 57. 8. And behind the doors and the doorposts hast thou placed thy remembrance, implying that they remember the Lord very well, but nevertheless place their memory behind the doors and doorposts. Said R. Ishmael, in the scriptures it is even allowed to erase with bitter water the holy name of God, which was written in a holy cause in order to bring about peace between man and wife. A fortiori it should be allowed in the case of those people who cause discord and enmity between Israel and the Heavenly Father. To them David had reference, in Psalms 6:6. 21, 22, Behold those that hate thee, I ever hate, O Lord. And for those that rise up against thee do I feel loathing. With the utmost hatred do I hate them, enemies are they become unto me. So, as they must not be saved from a conflagration, they must also not be saved from the waters, or anything that might destroy them. Joseph bar Hanin asked of R. Abuha, May the books of Beverages be saved? Answered R. Abuha, nay, I really cannot tell. Rab never went to the Beverages, and all the more not to the Benitzreph. 146 Samuel, however, never went to the Benitzreph, but did go to the Beverages. Mar bar Joseph said, I am of their society and do not fear them. Still it happened at one time that he was in danger on their account. Emma Shalom, the wife of R. Eliezer, who was also a sister of R. Gamaliel II, encountered a philosopher in her neighborhood who was a judge, and had the reputation of being inaccessible to bribery. R. Gamaliel and his sister wished to ridicule him and prove that he was accessible to bribery. Emma Shalom brought him a golden candle. He asked her what she wanted, so she answered, My father is dead, and I wish to inherit some of his possessions. The judge said, Go, I will order that you be given your share. Said she, Thou canst not order it so, because our law decrees, that wherever there is a son a daughter cannot inherit. Answered the judge, Since you Israelites are in exile, your law given you by Moses has been revoked, and a new law was given you by which daughters may inherit equally with sons. On the morrow came R. Gamaliel and brought him a Libyan ass, and told him that he did not wish to let his sister inherit. Said the judge, After thy sister left I consulted the law again, and found that the new law said, I did not come to abolish the Mosaic law, neither to increase nor to diminish it. Hence it must remain as in the old law, that where a son is left a sister must not inherit. Said Emma Shalom to the judge, May God make thy light as bright as a candle. Said R. Gamaliel to her, In the presence of the judge an ass came along and extinguished thy candle. Why are some, sacred scriptures, not allowed to be read, on the Sabbath, etc.? Said Rab, It is not allowed to read such scriptures only during the time of the sermons at the schoolhouse, but at any other they may be read. Samuel, however, said, that even at any other time they must not be read, because he holds with R. Nehemiah as we have learned in the following Berakhot, although it was said that the hagiographa should not be read, still they may be discussed and lectured upon, and when a quotation must be made, the book may be referred to and the quotation read. Said R. Nehemiah, Why was it prohibited to read the hagiographa on the Sabbath? In order that it might be said, as it is forbidden to read the hagiographa, it is all the more so forbidden to read ordinary papers. In a closed space surrounded by walls. What is to be understood by the term, closed space? Said R. Hista, this refers to a lane surrounded on 3 sides by walls and having on the 4th side 2 beams. If the lane have 3 walls and 2 beams it is a closed space, if it have only 1 beam on the 4th side it is an open place, and the Tana of the Mishnah as well as Ben Bethira hold in accordance with the opinion of R. Eliezer, who decided to that effect elsewhere. Said Rabbah to R. Hista, Dost thou call a space surrounded by 3 walls and 1 beam an open place? If this be so, according to the sages, why cannot victuals and beverages also be brought there, not alone scriptures? In my opinion, 2 walls and 2 beams, 1 on each side, form a closed space, and 2 walls with only 1 beam constitute an open space. And the 2 Tanaim of the Mishnah are not in accord with R. Eliezer, but with R. Jehudah, who opposes him, in Tract Erubin. Said Abai to Rabbah, and why should not, according to thy explanation, victuals and beverages be brought there, for safety, in conformity with the opinion of the sages? Said R. Ashi, however, the two Tanaim of the Mishnah are of the opinion of R. Eliezer, and a closed place is formed by 3 walls and 1 beam, while an open place is made by 3 walls without any beam at all, and even according to R. Eliezer, who requires 2 beams, it is only for the bringing thither of victuals, but for the safe keeping of the scriptures, R. Eliezer holds even 1 beam to be sufficient. Mishnah, one may save enough victuals to last for 3 meals, on the Sabbath in the event of a conflagration. Such food as is fit for human beings may be saved for the use of human beings, and such as is fit for cattle may be saved for cattle. How so? If a conflagration happen on the eve of Sabbath, one may save enough victuals for 3 meals. If it occur in the forenoon of Sabbath, one may save enough for 2 meals, and if it occur in the afternoon of Sabbath one may only save enough for 1 meal. R. Jose, however, says, one may at all times save enough for 3 meals. Gemara, let us see. Why should it only be allowed to save 3 meals, or 2, or 1? It says, further on, that the victuals for the meals are to be brought into such a place as is covered by an erub. In such a place things may be carried, and the things themselves may also be handled, then why should one not be allowed to save more than enough for 3 meals? Said Rabbah, because a man is anxious for his possessions, he might, if allowed to save as much as possible, forget about the Sabbath and extinguish the fire altogether. Said Abai to him, we have learned previously, that a man upon whose roof a barrel filled with victuals becomes broken, may bring another vessel and put it underneath the barrel in order that the contents of the barrel fall into the vessel. But may not bring another barrel and transfer the contents of the broken one into the new. Nor may he place a new barrel alongside of the other and remove the contents of the broken one into the new one by keeling over the former and letting its contents drop into the latter. Why should he not be allowed to do this? He is on private ground, and the barrel with its contents may be handled. If it is prohibited as a precautionary measure in the manner of the previous case, where does the precaution arise? This latter case is also a precautionary measure, for were he allowed to remove the contents from one barrel into another, there is fear of his carrying it through public ground. The text of the Berakhot, however, teaches further, that if the man had guests in his house, he may remove the contents of the broken barrel into a new one, etc. But he may not first remove the contents and then call guests, but first call guests and then remove the things, nor may he pretend to call guests, but must actually desire their company. In the name of R. Jose bar R. Jehuda it was said, that even calling guests as a pretext is also allowed. The rabbis taught, if one had saved, from the fire, fine bread, he must not return and save coarse bread, but if he first saved the coarse he may return and save the fine. One may also save enough on the Day of Atonement in the event of a fire, when that day is succeeded by Sabbath, to last him through the Sabbath also. But on a Sabbath it is not permitted to save enough for the Day of Atonement, if the Sabbath falls on the day before, and all the more so is it not allowed if the Sabbath precedes a feast day. Nor is it allowed to save on one Sabbath for the following Sabbath. The rabbis taught, if one forgets bread in an oven, and in the meantime the Sabbath sets in, it is allowed to save enough bread to last for 3 meals. And one may say to bystanders, come and take out as much as ye need, and when taking out the bread it should not be done with a baker's shovel, but with some other utensil. R. Hista said, a man should see that everything should be prepared on Friday for the Sabbath as early as possible, as it is written, Exodus 16:5, and it shall come to pass, on the 6th day, when they prepare what they shall have brought in, etc. And this means, that as soon as the 6th day sets in, preparations for the Sabbath should be begun. R. Aba said, a man must pronounce the benediction over 2 loaves on the Sabbath, for it is written, Ibid 16:5, double bread. Said R. Ashi, I noticed the manner in which our Kahana did this, he would hold 2 loaves, but would cut only one, because it is written, Ibid 18. Every man according to his eating had he gathered. R. Zerah used to cut off the loaf sufficient to last him for the entire meal. Asked Rabina of R. Ashi, does this not seem gluttonous, to hold so large a piece in one's hand? Answered R. Ashi, because on weekdays such was not his wont, it does not appear gluttonous on Sabbath, and R. Zerah did this only in honor of the day. R. Ami and R. Asi, if happening to have the same bread used in making an erub, for use on Sabbath, would pronounce the benediction over the bread, for they said that because one religious duty had been fulfilled with that bread, it should be used to fulfill another religious duty. How so, if a conflagration, etc.? The rabbis taught, how many meals should a man eat on the Sabbath? 3. R. Hidka said 4. Said R. Johanan, both the rabbis and R. Hidka adduced their opinions from the same passage, as follows, Exodus 16. 25, and Moses said, Eat it today, for a Sabbath is this day unto the Lord, today ye will not find it in the field. R. Hidka holds that, day being mentioned 3 times, 3 meals should be eaten during the day and 1 at night, and the rabbis hold that the day includes the night and only 3 meals are required. Our Mishnah, however, which decrees that only enough for 3 meals should be saved, does therefore not agree with our Hidka. According to whose opinion, however, will the following Mishnah be? Tract Peah, if a poor man have sufficient for 2 meals, he must not apply for another at the public kitchen, where food is distributed, but he may apply to the general charity fund. If he have, however, sufficient for 14 meals, for the week, he must not even apply to the general charity fund. If the Mishnah were of the opinion of R. Hidka, he should have had sufficient for 16 meals, so as to afford him 4 meals on the Sabbath, and, according to the rabbis, for 15 meals in order to have 3 meals on the Sabbath. It is therefore neither in accord with R. Hidka nor with the rabbis. Nay, it is in accord with the rabbis, and the poor man should eat his Sabbath night meal on the Sabbath day, so with his Friday night meal it will make 3 meals on the Sabbath. It may also be said that the Mishnah holds with R. Hidka, and that the poor man should leave his Friday meal for the Sabbath. Shall we make the poor man then fast on Friday? It would therefore be better to hold the Mishnah's opinion to be in accord with R. Akiba, who says, that the poor man should make Sabbath equal to a weekday in order not to be forced to rely upon charity. Thus 14 meals are sufficient, and he may eat only 2 on Sabbath. But according to whose opinion is the Mishnah, Tract Peah, if a wandering mendicant come to a town, he must be given a loaf which can be bought for a pundian, 1/48 of a selah, when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 saws, and the sages calculated that such a loaf is sufficient for 2 meals. If he remain overnight he must be given lodging, and if he remain over Sabbath he must be given 3 meals for Sabbath. Shall we assume, that this Mishnah holds with the rabbis and not with R. Hidka? It might also be in accord with R. Hidka if the mendicant happen to have 1 meal with him, he is told to eat the one he has and is given 3 more. Should the mendicant then depart empty-handed? Nay, he is also given a meal to take along on the way. What must he be given for lodging? Said our Papa, enough to hire a bed and a pillow. The rabbis taught, the dishes used on the eve of Sabbath may be cleansed for the Sabbath morning meal. The dishes used in the morning may be cleansed for the midday meal, and those of the midday meal for the afternoon, but those of the afternoon must not be cleansed until the Sabbath is over. All this is said concerning dishes. But glasses, cups, and all drinking utensils may be cleansed at any time, because there are no fixed times for drinking. R. Simeon ben Potzi in the name of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kapra, said, one who keeps the commandment to eat 3 times on the Sabbath will be rid of 3 punishments, viz., the tribulations, at the time, of Messiah, the punishment of Gehenna, and the war of Gog and Magog. From the tribulations of Messiah, because the Sabbath is always mentioned as the day, and it is written, Malachi 3:23, Behold, I send unto you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the day of the Lord, the great and the dreadful. From the punishment of Gehenna, because it is written, Zephaniah I:15, a day of wrath is that day, etc., meaning the Gehenna. From the war of Gog and Magog, because it is written, Ezekiel 38:18, on the day of Gog's coming. Johanan said in the name of Hosea, one who makes the Sabbath pleasant will be rewarded with a boundless inheritance, as it is written, in Isaiah 58:14, then shalt thou find delight in the Lord. And I will cause thee to tread upon the high places of the earth, and I will cause thee to enjoy the inheritance of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Not the inheritance of Abraham, concerning whom it is written, Genesis 13:17, arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, etc., and not as in the case of Isaac, as it is written, Ibid 26:4, and I will give unto thy seed all these countries, but as it is written of Jacob, Ibid 28:14, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south. Naaman bar Itzhak said, the man who makes the Sabbath pleasant, will also be saved the pain of exile, because it is written, Isaiah 58:14, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and, Deuteronomy 33:29, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, he who makes the Sabbath pleasant is given everything his heart desires, because it is written, Psalms 37:4, and delight thyself in the Lord, and he will give thee the wishes of thy heart. What is meant by delight? From the passage, Isaiah 58:13, if thou call the Sabbath a delight, we can adduce that the delight means Sabbath. Wherewith should the Sabbath be made pleasant? Said Jehudah, the son of Samuel bar Shilleth, in the name of Rab, with a mess of beets, large fish, and garlic heads. But Hiah bar Ashi said in the name of Rab, even with any dish whatever prepared especially for the Sabbath. What does any dish whatever mean? Said Papa, even small fish fried in oil. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, if the Israelites had kept the first Sabbath, after the commandments were given, properly, no nation or race on earth could have harmed them. For it is written, Exodus 16:27, and it came to pass on the seventh day that there went out some of the people to gather, but they found nothing. And not long afterwards Amalek attacked the Israelites. Johanan said in the name of Simeon ben Jokai, if the Israelites were to keep 2 Sabbaths in succession as they should, they would immediately be released from exile, for it is written, Isaiah LVI:6, also the sons of the stranger, that join themselves unto the Lord, to serve him, and to love the name of the Lord, to be unto him as servants, every one that keepeth the Sabbath by not violating it, and those who take hold of my covenant. And immediately afterwards it is written, Ibid 7, even these will I bring to my holy mountain. Hosea said, may my share in the world to come be with those who eat 3 meals on the Sabbath. Again he said, may my share in the world to come be with those who recite Hallel 147 every day. This is not so. The Master says, that he who recites Hallel every day is a blasphemer. Nay, Hosea does not mean Hallel, but Hallelujah. Hosea said again, may my share in the world to come be with those who perform their morning devotion as soon as the sun begins to rise. Again said he, may my share be with those who die of abdominal disease, for the Master said, that most of the righteous die of bowel troubles. He also said, may my share be with those who die when about to fulfill a commandment. Also with those who receive the Sabbath in Tiberias and see it out in Zapporias. Tiberias was in a valley and Zapporias on a hill. Also with those who remain in the houses of learning, and not with those who attempt to draw scholars away from their studies, also with those who solicit alms but not with those who dispense alms. Also with those who are suspected but are not guilty. Said Papa, I have been suspected but was not guilty. Said Hosea, I have gone in unto my wife 5 times and have planted 5 cedars in Israel. Who are they? R. Ishmael, R. Eliezer, R. Halafta, R. Aphthiles, and R. Menahem, all sons of R. Hosea. But he also had a son called Vradimos. Nay, Vradimos is the same as R. Menahem, and the reason he was called Vradimos was because his face was as beautiful as a rose. Vrad is Aramaic for rose. Said R. Hosea again, in all my days the ceiling of my house never saw the seam of my undershirt. Again said B, I never acted contrary to the advice of my colleagues. I know well that I am not a descendant of priests, but when my colleagues asked me to pronounce a benediction usually said by priests, I did so. Again he said, I never said a thing that I afterwards repented having said. R. Naaman said, May it be accounted to me, for my reward, that I have observed the 3 meals, in honor of the Sabbath. R. Jehudah said, May it be accounted to me, that I have given my prayers preliminary consideration. 148 R. Hunah, the son of R. Jehoshua, said, May it be accounted to me, that I have never walked 4 ells with uncovered head. R. Shesheth said, May it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of Tefillin, and R. Naaman said again, May it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of tzitzith, show threads. Said R. Joseph to R. Joseph the son of Rabbah, Canst thou tell me which commandment thy father observed most punctually? The answer was, the commandment of tzitzith. For it happened one day that my father was ascending the stairway, and a thread of his tzitzith becoming torn off, he would not leave his place until a new thread had been brought to him and the tzitzith were mended. Said Abai, May it be accounted to me, that whenever I noticed a young scholar, of my college, had finished a tract of the Talmud, I gave a feast to all the sages of the day. Said Rabbah, May it be accounted to me, that whenever a young scholar and another man came before me for judgment, I did not put my head on the pillow, rest, until I exhausted every to find the scholar's words prove the justice of his claim. Said Mar, the son of R. Ashi, I am unfit to judge a young scholar because I love him as well as I do myself, and no man see himself unjust. R. Hanina used to wrap himself in a cloak on the eve of Sabbath and say, Come with me, and let us go toward Sabbath the queen. R. Yanai used to clothe himself in his holiday clothes on the eve of Sabbath and say, Come, bride, come, bride. Rabbah, the son of R. Hunah, came as a guest to the house of Rabbah the son of R. Naaman. At the table 3 cakes steeped in the fat of the ram, which were only served on special occasions, were placed before him. Said he to his host, Didst thou know that I would come to visit thee? Answered the host, Art thou then better than the Sabbath? We prepare it usually for every Sabbath, as it is written, and thou shalt call the Sabbath a pleasure. R. Aba used to buy on the eve of every Sabbath 13 istaras, 6.5 dinars, worth of meat from 13 different butchers, and would hand them the money immediately upon their entering his door 149 and delivering the meat. Saying to them, Make haste, and deliver your orders to others. R. Abuha used to sit on an ivory stool and make fire in honor of the Sabbath. R. Anan used to don a black apron in order to show that this day, the eve of the Sabbath, was a day of preparation, and that work had to be performed for the Sabbath. R. Safra used to singe a cow's head himself for the Sabbath, and Rabbah would salt fish himself. R. Hunah would light candles himself. R. Papa would prepare the wicks for the lamps. R. Hista would cut herbs himself. Rabbah and R. Joseph would chop wood for Sabbath. R. Zerah would light the kindling wood. R. Naaman bar Itzhak would shoulder all burdens to be carried in and out of the house himself on the eve of Sabbath, saying, If R. Ami or R. Asi would come to visit me, would I not do the same for them? Others say that R. Ami and Asi did this on the eve of every Sabbath, saying, If it should happen that R. Johanan were to visit us, would we not do the same for him? Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, had a rich Gentile for a neighbor. The astrologers told the Gentile that all his goods and possessions would eventually be eaten up by Joseph, his neighbor. He went and sold out all his goods, and with the proceeds bought a precious pearl. This pearl he had set in his turban. While crossing a lake one day, the wind blew off his turban and it fell into the water. A fish swallowed it. Subsequently the fish was caught by fishermen late on the eve of Sabbath. Said the fishermen, "Who will buy this so late in the evening?" They were told by some people to go to Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, and that he usually bought such things. They carried it to Joseph, who bought it, and upon opening the fish he found the pearl, which he sold for 1,150 boxes of golden dinars. A certain old man met this Joseph, and said to him, "He who lends to the Sabbath is repaid by the Sabbath itself." Rabbi Jehudah Hanassi asked of Ishmael the son of Jose, "By what acts did the rich men of Palestine, so wealthy, merit their wealth?" He answered, "Because they gave tithes, as it is written, Deuteronomy 14:22, Thou shalt truly give tithes." 151, By what acts did the rich men of Babylon merit their wealth? Asked Rabbi again. Because they keep the law honorably, was the reply. And what about the rich men of other lands? Because they honor the Sabbath, as Hiya bar Aba related, "It happened that I was a guest in the house of a man in the city of Ludkai, and a golden table was brought for me, which required 16 men to carry, and 16 silver chains were fastened to it, and bowls, pitchers, goblets, and glasses were hung on those chains, and on the table were all kinds of food and beverages and spices, and when the table was set down they said, Unto the Lord belongeth the earth, with what filleth it." Psalms 24:1. And when the table was taken away, they said, The heavens are the heavens of the Lord, but the earth hath he given unto the children of men. Psalms 95:16. I said to my host, "My son, how didst thou merit all this?" Said he, "I used to be a butcher, and whenever I came across a good animal, I would keep it for Sabbath." Said I to him, "Well is unto thee, that thou hast merited this, and praise be to God, who hath rewarded thee." Said the Exilarch to Hamnunah, "It is written, Isaiah 58:13, The holy day of the Lord, honorable." What does this honorable signify? Hamnunah answered, "It means the Day of Atonement, on which day there is no eating and no drinking, and hence the Torah says, Thou shalt honor it with clean clothes. Further, it says, Ibid. Thou shalt honor it. This evidently does not refer to the Day of Atonement, which is called honorable, but must again refer to the Sabbath. How, then, should it be honored? Said Rab, "Thou shalt make the usual time of thy meals earlier," and Samuel said, "Thou shalt postpone the ordinary meal hour." The children of Papa bar Aba asked Papa, "How shall we, who have meat and wine every day, distinguish the Sabbath day?" He answered, "If ye usually have your meals at a late hour, have them earlier, and if at an early hour, have them later." Sheshith, who was blind, in the summer used to seat his pupils, who came to hear him lecture on Sabbath, in a place where the sun shone earliest, in order that they might become warm and leave. And in the winter used to seat them where the sun could not reach them, that they might become cold and leave the sooner. Ezra, when seeing his pupils standing in pairs and discussing the Torah on the Sabbath, used to say to them, "I pray ye, go home, eat, drink, and be merry. Do not violate the Sabbath. It is made for pleasure and not for learning." Rabbah, according to others Jehoshua ben Levi, said, "Even a man who prays singly on the Sabbath eve must recite the prayer commencing with, Thus we're finished, etc., Genesis 2:1-3, 4. Hamnunah said, that he who prays on the Sabbath eve and recites that prayer is considered by the verse as being a collaborator in the creation of the world. Eliezer said, "Whence do we know that speaking is equal to acting, as it is written, Psalms 33:6, By the word of the Lord were the heavens made." Hista in the name of Mar Ukba said, "He who on the Sabbath recites the prayer commencing with, Thus we're finished, etc., has the hands of the two angels who accompany each man laid on his head, and they say to him, Isaiah 6:7, And thy iniquity is departed and thy sin is forgiven." We have learned in a Beratha, Jose bar Jehudah said, 2 angels accompany a man on the Sabbath eve on his way home from the house of prayer. One is a good angel and the other an evil one. And when the man comes home and finds the candles lit, the table set, and his bed made up, the good angel says, "May it be the will of God that the next Sabbath shall be the same," and the evil angel answers, "Amen," involuntarily. If, however, the man does not find everything in order, the evil angel says, "Mayst thou find it so on the next Sabbath also," and the good angel answers against his own will, "Amen." R. Eliezer said, "A man should set his table on the Sabbath eve, although he may not be hungry and can eat not more than the size of an olive." R. Hanina said, "A man should set his table on the eve following the Sabbath, though he may not be hungry and can eat but the size of one olive. This is also in honor of the Sabbath and is like the accompanying of a king at his departure. Warm water at the close of the Sabbath day is wholesome. Warm bread at that time is also wholesome." R. Abulha used to have a calf which was the 3rd calf of its mother, and hence the best, killed for him at the close of the Sabbath day, and he ate only one of the entrails of the calf. When his son Abhimi grew up, he, Abhimi, said, "Why kill a whole calf for the sake of one of its entrails? Let us leave one of the entrails of the calf killed for the Sabbath for father, that he may eat it at the close of the Sabbath." This was done, but a lion came and killed the calf that was spared. Jehoshua ben Levi said, "He who answers, Amen. The name of the Eternal be blessed, with all his heart, has any ill fate which has been predestined for him nullified in heaven, as it is written, Judges v. 2, when depravity had broken out in Israel, then did the people offer themselves willingly, therefore, praise ye the Lord. Why had depravity broken out in Israel? Because they had not praised the Lord. Haya bar Abba in the name of R. Johanan said, "Even if that man have amongst his sins aught of idolatry, he is also forgiven." Said Resh Lakish, "He who answers, Amen, etc., with all his might has the gates of paradise opened for him, as it is written, Isaiah 26. 2, Open ye the gates, that there may enter in the righteous nation that guardeth the truth. The truth in Hebrew is called Emunim, and Resh Lakish said, "Do not read Emunim but Ammonim, the plural for Amen." What is Amen? Said R. Hanina, Amen is the abbreviation for El, God, Melech, King, Neman, Truth. Meaning that by saying Amen a man certifies that his Creator is the God and King of truth. Jehudah, the son of R. Samuel, in the name of Rab said, "A fire seldom occurs in a place unless there is a violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, Jeremiah 17:27, But if ye will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, and to enter in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in its gates, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched." What does "it shall not be quenched" signify? Said R. Naaman bar Itzhak, the fire shall occur at a time when men are not around, as a rule. Abai said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely on account of the violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, Ezekiel 22:26, and from the violations of my Sabbaths do they turn away their eyes, so that I am profaned among them. R. Abulha said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until they had abolished the reading of the Shema in the morning and in the evening, as it is written, Isaiah v. 11-13, Woe unto those that rise up early in the morning, that they may run after strong drink, that continue until late in the twilight, till wine inflame them. And there are harp and psaltery, tambourine and flute, and wine, at their drinking feasts, but the deeds of the Lord they regard not, and the works of his hands they behold not. Therefore are my people led into exile, for want of knowledge. R. Hamnunah said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until the children were kept away from school, as it is written, Jeremiah 6:11, I must pour it out over the child in the street, and it may be explained thus, why must I pour it out? Because the child is in the street and not at school. Ulla said, Jerusalem was destroyed because the people were devoid of shame, as it is written, Ibid 15, they should have been ashamed because they committed an abomination. But they neither felt the least shame, nor did they know how to blush, therefore shall they fall among those that fall. R. Itzhak said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because no distinction was made between great and small, as it is written, Isaiah 24. 2, 3, and it shall be the same with the people as with the priest, etc. Emptied out shall be the land. R. Amram, the son of Ar, Simeon bar Aba, in the name of his father, quoting Ar, Hanina, said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because the people did not admonish one another, as it is written, Lamentations I. 6. Her princes have become like harts that have found no pasture. As the harts in a herd travel head to rump, so would the men of Jerusalem not dare face each other with admonitions, but followed from behind in silence. R. Jehudah said, Jerusalem was destroyed because they insulted men of learning, as it is written, 2 Chronicles 37. 16, but they mocked at the messengers of God, and despised his words, and scorned his prophets, until the fury of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy. What does, till there was no remedy, signify? Said R. Jehudah in the name of Rab, he who insults a man of learning, can find no panacea for his affliction. Jehudah in the name of Rab said again, it is written, 1 Chronicles 16. 22, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. By, touch not my anointed, is meant the children of the school, for children are usually anointed, and, do my prophets no harm, refers to the scholars. Point 152. Resh Lakish said in the name of R. Jehudah II, the world is sustained solely through the exhalation of the children, because they are pure and without sin. Said R. Papa to Abai, what about thy and my exhalation? Answered Abai, the difference lies therein, that thou and I might have sinned, but children are incapable of committing sin. Resh Lakish said again in the name of the same authority, the children should not be withheld from attending school, even while the new temple shall be in process of construction. Said Resh Lakish to R. Jehudah II, I have heard a tradition coming from thy parents which says, that the city which has no school for children shall be destroyed. But Rabina says, the tradition is to the effect that the high court shall put the city under a ban, until a school is built for children. Rabbah said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely because there were no more trustworthy men there, as it is written, Jeremiah v. 1, roam about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and notice, and search in its broad places, if ye can find one man, if there be one that executeth justice, that searcheth for truth, and I will pardon it. What is meant by trustworthy men? Such as can be trusted in business. Mishnah, further, one may save a basket full of loaves, of bread, be it even enough for 100 meals, a fig cake, and a cask of wine. And one may also call to others, come ye and save for yourselves. If those who do so understand their advantage, they make a settlement with the owner after the Sabbath is over. Where may such articles be taken to, for safety? To a court that is joined to the other, court of the house burning, by an erub. Ben Bathira says, even to one that is not joined by an erub. There all utensils, dishes, may be brought, that are used on the same day. One may, in the event of a conflagration on the Sabbath, put on as many clothes as possible, and may wrap himself in whatever is possible. R. Jose says, one may only put on 18 pieces of ordinary apparel, but he can come back as often as he chooses and put on the same quantity and carry them off. One may also call to others, come ye and save with me, whatever ye can. Gemara, have we not learned, in the preceding Mishnah, page 245, that only, enough victuals for 3 meals may be saved, and in the above Mishnah sufficient for 100 meals is permitted? Said our Huna, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to one who comes to save the food with only one basket, when he may fill it with any quantity, whereas the preceding Mishnah refers to one who brings several baskets. And in such a case it is not permitted to put in each basket more than sufficient for 3 meals. But our Aba bar Zavda in the name of Rab said, both Mishnahs refer to one who comes even with several baskets, but still no difficulty arises. This Mishnah speaks of one who does not carry the food beyond the same court, while the other refers to one who carries it into another court. A fig cake, etc. Why does the Mishnah say, that if those who save for themselves know their advantage they will make a settlement with the owner after having saved the things from the conflagration? Are they not entitled to it under any circumstances, by virtue of the owner having made it public property when saying, "Come ye and save for yourselves"? Said R. Hista, this refers to pious people who would not take advantage of a man who is compelled to sacrifice his property. Said Rabbah, can they be called pious, who accept remuneration for their time on the Sabbath? Nay. The Mishnah does not refer to pious men, but to God-fearing men, who, while they would not take anything not belonging to them, would not care to trouble themselves gratuitously. By stating, therefore, that those who know their advantage will settle accounts with the owner afterwards, the Mishnah means to say that their prudence consists in their knowing that they will not receive any remuneration for their time on Sabbath, but will only receive their own property as their due. Come ye and save with me. Why does the first part of the Mishnah permit the saying of, come and save for yourselves, and in the last part the permission is given to say, come and save with me? Because the first part of the Mishnah refers to victuals, and a man cannot save more than sufficient for 3 meals, while the last part of the Mishnah refers to clothing. And as a man can change his clothing as often as he pleases, he may call to others to come and help him save whatever is possible. One may put on as many clothes as possible. The rabbis taught, one may dress himself, go out and undress, come back and dress again, and so on as often as he chooses. So said our Mayor. Our Jose, however, said that one may put on only 18 pieces of ordinary apparel. These were, 1, and 2. Makcharan and unclai, a mantle with a head hold, 3. Funda, pocket for money, 4. Kalbus, a dress without sleeves, 5. Chaluk, a kind of shirt, 6. A piliot, cover or overcoat, 7. Meapareth, 8 and 9. Drawers and pantaloons and cap for the head, 10, and 11. Shoes, 12 and 13. Socks, 14 and 15. Pargud, striped suit, 16. Girdle, 17. Hat, 18. Neckties. Mishnah, R. Simeon, the son of Nanas, says, one may spread a goatskin over a chest, a box, or a cupboard, which lips caught fire, so that they only become singed. One may also form a partition with any utensil, or vessel, be it full of water or not, in order to keep the fire from spreading. R. Jose forbids the making of such a partition with new earthenware vessels filled with water, because such vessels cannot stand heat, but burst and extinguish the fire. Gemara, R. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, when one side of a garment has caught fire, the other side may be put in water, and if thereby the fire is extinguished it makes no difference. An objection was made, we have learned in a Tosefta, that if a garment has caught fire one may wrap it around him, and it makes no difference if the fire is thereby extinguished. One may also unroll the sacred scrolls, if the covering has caught fire on one side, and it does not matter if thus the fire is quenched. This Tosefta then simply permits the unfolding or the folding of a garment that has caught fire, but says nothing about soaking the undamaged part in water. Rab holds with R. Simeon, the son of Nanas, in the above Mishnah, who permits the prevention of the fire. R. Simeon, however, restricts his permission so that, while preventing the fire, it is not extinguished, but simply singes the objects. When the article, however, is soaked in water the fire will certainly be quenched, and did R. Simeon permit this also? Yeah, he did, for the last part of the Mishnah relates, that our Jose forbids the making of a partition with new pottery filled with water, because such vessels are liable to burst and extinguish the fire, and if R. Jose forbids this, surely R. Simeon, the first Tana, must have permitted it in the first part of the Mishnah. The rabbis taught, if a candle fall on the table board may be raised and the candle drop to the floor, and if it become extinguished, it matters not. Another Berakhot taught, that if a candle burn behind a door, the door may be opened and closed as usual, regardless of whether the candle is thus extinguished. Rab scolded the one that thus decreed. Said Rabina to R. Aha the son of Rabbah, according to others are. Aha the son of Rabbah to R. Ashi, why did Rab scold the one who made that decree? Shall we say that it was because he holds with R. Jehudah, who says that an indirect act is also prohibited, and the Berakhot holds with R. Simeon, who permits the performance of an indirect act? Is it possible that Rab will scold everyone who holds with R. Simeon? He answered, in this matter R. Simeon would also agree that this is prohibited, as it would be like decapitating a man without killing him. R. Jehudah said, one may open a door opposite a hearth fire. Abai scolded the one that decreed thus. Of what circumstances do we treat here? If the door is opened when there is an ordinary wind blowing, what reason had the one to prohibit it, and if there be an extraordinary wind blowing, why did the other permit it? The case here treated of is that of an ordinary wind, and the one prohibits the door being opened as a precautionary measure, lest this be done when a high wind is blowing, while the other does not regard a precautionary measure necessary. One may also form a partition, etc. Shall we say that the rabbis hold the indirect bringing about of an extinction to be permissible and our Jose holds to the contrary? Have we not heard the case to be the reverse? We have learned in a Berakhot, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with vessels filled with water that are not liable to burst, and such are iron vessels. R. Jose, however, says, that the vessels made of pottery in the villages of Shehin and Hananiah are also proof against bursting. Thus we see that our Jose is even more lenient than the rabbis. This presents no difficulty, for the above Berakhot is altogether in accordance with our Jose. But it is incomplete, and should read thus, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with such as are filled with water but are not liable to burst. And such vessels are iron vessels and vessels made of pottery in the villages of Shehin and Hananiah, as our Jose says that the vessels made of pottery in these villages are proof against heat. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite comes near to extinguish the fire, one must neither say to him, extinguish it, nor, do not extinguish it, and for the reason, that one is not obliged to make him rest, on Sabbath. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, one must not allow him to do so, because one is obliged to see that he, the minor, rests, on Sabbath. Gemara, R. Ami said, during a conflagration one may proclaim, whoever will come and extinguish the fire, will lose nothing by it. The rabbis taught, it happened that a fire broke out in the court of Joseph ben Samai in the town of Shehin, and the men of the fortress of Sepphoris came to extinguish the fire, because Joseph was an official of the government. But he would not allow them to do so, in honor of the Sabbath. A miracle occurred, and it commenced to rain, and the fire was extinguished. That evening he sent to each man in the fortress 2 selah and to their officer 50 selah. When the sages heard this, they said, it was not at all necessary to do this, because the Mishnah says, that when a Gentile comes to extinguish a fire on Sabbath, one need not tell him to do it, or not to do it. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, etc. Could we conclude from this, that if a minor is detected eating forbidden food it is the duty of the court of justice to prevent his doing so, and we know such is not the case? Said R. Johanan, if the minor does this with his father's knowledge. We must say, then, that the same case applies to the Gentile, who does the work with the knowledge of the Israelite whose house is burning. Is this permitted? It is. For the Gentile does it of his own volition, and it makes no difference whether the Israelite knows it or not, because he, the Gentile, knows he will be rewarded. Mishnah dash. One may cover the top of a lamp with a vessel in order that the ceiling may not catch fire, and also cover the orger, of poultry 153, on account of the children, in the house. One may also place a vessel, over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. Jehuda said, a case of this kind happened once in the presence of R. Johanan ben Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I am not certain whether, the man, is not culpable, and bound to bring a sin offering. Gemara, R. Jehuda, R. Jeremiah b. Aba, and R. Hanan b. Ram happened to be the guests of Abin of Nishikia. The two former were furnished with beds, and the last one was not. At the same time, he noticed him teaching his son that the ordure of a child is to be covered, in order that the child should not touch it. And he said, Abin the fool is teaching foolishness to his children. Is not the ordure of a child useful for dogs? What can you say? It was not prepared from yesterday. But this makes no difference. For we have learned in a Berakhot, that running rivers and springing wells are to be considered as the feet of every man. And Abin asked, How, then, shall we teach? And Hanan answered, Over the ordure of poultry, that the child shall not touch it. Over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. Jehoshua ben Levi said, All dangerous creatures may be killed on Sabbath. R. Joseph raised an objection, we have learned in a Berakhot, that 5 creatures may be killed on Sabbath, and they are, the fly of Egypt, the wasp of Nineveh, and the serpent of Hidaev, and the snake of Palestine, and a mad dog from any region. According to whose opinion is this Berakhot? It is not according to the opinion of our Jehuda, who holds, that the performance of an act not in itself necessary makes one culpable. We must say, then, that the Berakhot agrees with our Simeon. If this is so, is it allowed to kill only these 5, and not others? Said our Jeremiah, who can tell us that this Berakhot is a correct one? It may be erroneous. Said our Joseph, I have studied the Berakhot. The same objection was made before me, and I defended it by stating, that the Berakhot refers to the case where the creatures pursued the man in order to harm him, and under these circumstances even R. Jehuda permits the killing of these creatures. A certain disciple related before Rabbah, the son of R. Huna, quoting a Berakhot, one who kills serpents and snakes on the Sabbath does not find favor in the eyes of the pious. Answered Rabbah, and these pious men do not find favor in the eyes of our sages. Thus he differs with R. Huna, for it happened that R. Huna, seeing a man killing a snake on Sabbath, said to him, Hast thou killed the last of them? If thou hast only killed one, of what use is it to violate the Sabbath? From this we see that our Huna differs from the opinion of his son. The rabbis taught, if a man met snakes on the road and killed them, it was decreed above that he should kill them, thus, removing danger for others, because a good deed is performed through a righteous man. If, however, he did not kill them, it was decreed above that he should be killed by them, that is, he is a sinner and deserving of death, but through the mercy of the Lord a miracle was performed, and he was saved. Said Ula, according to others Rabbah bar Hannah, in the name of our Johanan, only in case the snakes prepared to strike at the man, can it be said that it was decreed that the man should be killed. R. Aba bar Kahana said, It happened that a snake was found in the schoolhouse, and a man of the city of Neadi killed it. Said Rabbi, he met his equal. The schoolman asked, Did Rabbi mean, that the man was right in his deed, or on the contrary? Come and hear, our Aba, the son of Hiabi, Aba, and our Zerah were sitting in the hut of our Janai, and they resolved to ask our Janai if one might kill snakes and serpents on the Sabbath. And he answered, If a beast should annoy me, I would kill it. A fortiori, snakes and serpents. Aba the son of Marta, who is Aba the son of Minumi, was indebted in a sum of money to the exilarch's house. He was brought there and was worried. While standing in the room, Aba spat on the floor. This happened on the Sabbath, and the exilarch ordered his servants to bring a dish and cover up the spittle. Said Aba to him, This is not necessary, for our Jehuda says, that one may put his foot on spittle and thus clear it off. Thereupon the exilarch remarked, This proves to me that the man is a young scholar, let him go in peace. Aba bar Kahana said in the name of our Hanina, The lamps of the house of Rabbi may be handled on the Sabbath. R. Zerah asked him, "Which lamps do you refer to, the lamps that can be handled with one hand, or those that require both hands?" And he answered, "The same as can be found in your father's house, those were small lamps." The same Abba said in the name of the same authority, that the carriages of the house of Rabbi might also be handled on the Sabbath. R. Zerah asked him which he referred to, those that one man can pull, or those that require two men, and the answer was, "The same that your father possesses." Abba bar Kahana said again, that the same are. Hanina permitted the house of Rabbi to drink wine that was scaled with but one seal, in the markets of the heathens, and he states, that he does not know whether our Hanina holds with our Eliezer, who held that one seal only was necessary, or whether he permitted this out of respect to the house of the Nasi, for fear that if he prohibited this, they would become angry. 154. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite lit a lamp on the Sabbath, the Israelite might make use of the light. If he, the non-Israelite, did so, especially, for the Israelite, the latter must not use it. If the non-Israelite filled up a trough with water, to water his own cattle, the Israelite may water his cattle after him. If he did so for the Israelite, especially, the latter must not water his cattle with it. If a non-Israelite made a stairway in order to descend upon it from a ship, the Israelite might descend after him. If he made it, especially, for the Israelite, the latter must not descend. Once R. Gamaliel and several elders arrived on a ship, on Sabbath, and a non-Israelite made a stairway upon which to descend, from the ship, whereupon R. Gamaliel and the elders also descended. Gemara, and it is necessary for the Mishnah to mention the above cases separately, because if we were taught only concerning a lamp, we would say, that a lamp only may be used because a lamp will give light for 100 men as well as for one. But as for water, we might say, that the water should not be used, in precaution lest the non-Israelite replenish the trough especially for the Israelite. For what purpose, however, is the stairway mentioned? That was only for the purpose of relating what happened to our Gamaliel and the elders. The rabbis taught, with grass which a Gentile mowed for his own cattle, an Israelite may feed his cattle, but if the grass was mowed especially for the Israelite, he may not. The same rule applies to water for watering the cattle. This applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, but if they are, it is not allowed, under any circumstances. This is not so. For our Huna said in the name of our Hanina, that a man may allow his cattle to graze on the Sabbath, but must not feed them on grass which he designated previously for some other purpose, it matters not whether the grass is still uncut or cut. Now, we see that things which have been designated for another purpose must not be fed to cattle on the Sabbath. How then is it allowed to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass which was cut on the Sabbath, and surely designated for some express purpose? This presents no difficulty. For the permission to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass only holds good if the cattle feed themselves, and the man may stand by and prevent them from invading another pasture, but does not allow the man to feed them by hand. It is said above, this applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, etc. Is this so? Did not our Gamaliel descend on the stairway, although he and the Gentile were acquainted? Said Abai, the Gentile made the stairway when our Gamaliel did not see him. But Rabbah said, it may be that the stairway was made in the presence of our Gamaliel, but this case would be the same as that of a lamp. A lamp for one is a lamp for 100. An objection was made to the teaching of Rabbah. We have learned in a Tosefta, our Gamaliel said to the elders, as the Gentile made the stairway while we were not looking, we may descend on it. Answered Rabbah, read simply, that our Gamaliel said, because the Gentile had already made it, we may use it. Samuel happened to arrive at the house of Abin in Turan on a Sabbath. A Gentile came and lit a candle. Samuel turned his face away from the light. But after seeing that the Gentile brought a paper and commenced to read by the light of that candle, he said, I see now that the Gentile lit the candle for his own use, and he then made use of it himself. 17. regulations concerning the handling of utensils and furniture on the Sabbath. Mishnah, all utensils, and furniture, which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors, lids, may be handled with them, even when their lids have been removed. For such lids cannot be considered as house doors, which are not intended to be removed. One may take a hammer on the Sabbath for the purpose of cracking nuts, an axe to chop fig cake, a hand saw to saw cheese, a shovel to gather up dried figs, a fan and a fork to place a thing, food, before a child. A spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, a sewing needle to remove a splinter, from the flesh, and a packing needle to open a door. Gemara, all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors, lids, may be handled with them, even when their lids had been removed. Removed when, on Sabbath? And if removed on a weekday they certainly may be handled. Why, on the contrary? On Sabbath the lids being attached to the utensils, they were intended for use with the utensils. But if removed on weekdays, they did not form part of the utensils on the Sabbath, hence not intended for simultaneous use, and should not be handled. Said Abai, the Mishnah means to say, that the lids may be handled with the utensils on the Sabbath even if the lids had been removed on a weekday. The rabbis taught, the doors, lids, of a drawer, chest, or cage, may be taken down on the Sabbath, but not replaced. The door of a chicken coop, which is built in the ground, must not be removed nor replaced on the Sabbath. It may be right to prohibit the removing or replacing of the door of a chicken coop, built in the ground, because removing it would constitute the act of tearing down, and replacing it would constitute building, but as for the doors of a drawer, chest, or cage, what is the opinion of the rabbis? Do they hold that the acts of building and tearing down apply also to utensils? If so, why do they permit the removing of the doors, lids, and if not, why do they prohibit replacing them? Said Rabbah, the act of building does not apply to utensils, but replacing is prohibited more as a precautionary measure, lest one drive the door in with a stick, and this would constitute the act of hammering. One may take a hammer, etc. Said Jehudah, this refers to a hammer intended only for nut cracking, and such a hammer may be used to crack nuts, but a smith's hammer must not be used for that purpose, for Jehudah holds, that a thing which is intended only for an act prohibited on the Sabbath, must not be used even for a permissible act. Rabbah, however, says, that a smith's hammer may be used to crack nuts, for he holds that a thing which is intended only for a prohibited act, may be used for a permissible act. It was taught, Hayab bar Aba in the name of Johanan said, we have learned, that a hammer which is intended for hammering gold may also be used for cracking nuts. Shoman bar Aba said, we have learned, that the hammer referred to is intended to be used for spices. The one who teaches that a spice hammer may be used certainly permits a gold hammer. But the one permitting a gold hammer to be used, does not allow a spice hammer, because a spice hammer must be kept perfectly clean, and is laid away for non-use during the Sabbath. A spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, etc. The rabbis taught, a date which was not quite ripe, and was put in straw which was intended for use in claymaking, might be taken out. Providing it was, not completely covered by, the straw, but enough to take hold of was left uncovered. The same applies to a cake which was taken out of the oven not quite done, and was put in glowing cinders to be cooked, but Eliezer ben Taddus said, that both the date and the cake might be taken out even when completely covered, providing this is done with a prong, and then the straw or the ashes respectively fall off of themselves. Said Naaman, the halakha prevails according to Eliezer ben Taddus. From this we see that Naaman holds, that handling in an unusual manner is not considered handling at all, but did not Naaman say, that if a radish is deposited in earth with its roots downwards and its head upwards and protruding from the earth, it may be taken out, but if deposited head downwards, it must not be taken out, and thus we see that Naaman regards handling in an unusual manner the same as handling proper. The answer is, that Naaman afterward retracted his decision concerning the radish. A sewing needle to remove a splinter. Rabbah the son of Rabbah sent a request to R. Joseph, let the master teach us the law regarding a needle, the eyelet or the point of which had been broken off. R. Joseph answered, we have learned this in our Mishnah, a sewing needle to remove a splinter. What difference would it make to the splinter whether the needle has an eyelet or not? Rabbah objected, we have learned, that a needle, the eye or the point of which had been broken off, is not subject to defilement. Said Abai, thou confusest Sabbath with defilement. As for defilement, a vessel must be complete in order to be subject to defilement. But for Sabbath use, anything which can be used is in itself sufficient, and with this needle I can remove a splinter. Our Naaman forbids the straightening of the limbs of a child at birth on the Sabbath, and our Shesheth permits it. Mishnah, the hollow olive cane is subject to defilement if it has a knot, if not, it is not subject to defilement. In any event, it may be handled on the Sabbath. R. Hosea 1:55 saith, any utensil may be handled on the Sabbath, with the exception of the large wood saw and the plowshare. Gemara, the rabbis taught, previously only 3 utensils were permitted to be handled on the Sabbath, and they were, a knife to chop pressed dates, a skimmer, and a small table knife. Subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, and then more again, until finally any utensil was allowed with the exception of the wood saw and the plowshare. What is meant by, subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, etc.? Said Rabbah, they allowed a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for another purpose, or whether the room it occupied was needed. Then still more was allowed, namely, to shift a thing out of the sunshine to a shady place, then more again was allowed, namely, a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act, e.g. a smith's hammer, was permitted to be used for another purpose or when its room was needed. But it was not permitted to be moved from the sunshine into the shade, and all this was allowed to be done by only one person, but not by 2, until finally all utensils might be handled even by 2 persons. Abai raised an objection to this. We have learned, that a mortar which contained garlic may be handled, but if it did not contain garlic it must not be handled. The answer was this, it is meant, to remove from the sunshine to the shade. R. Hanina said, this Mishnah was taught in the times of R. Nehemiah ben Hahaliah, as it is written, Nehemiah 13:15, in those days I saw in Judah some treading winepresses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves, etc. And because in those times there was great laxity in keeping the Sabbath, strict laws were made as a precaution, and even a mortar was not allowed to be handled unless it contained some eatables. Said R. Eliezer, the Mishnahs relating to the pieces of wood for the showbreads in Tract Menahath, the sticks used by the priests for the Passover sacrifice in the Tract Pesachim, the bolts in the Tract Kalim. And the above Mishnah relating to the mortar, all of which prohibit the handling of such things on Sabbath, were all taught before it was allowed to handle all vessels. Mishnah, the utensils may also be handled with intent to use them or without such intent. R. Nehemiah saith, they may be handled only if intended for use. Gemara, what is meant by, with intent to use them, etc.? Said Rabbah, with intent to use them, means to use a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for its intended use, or whether the room it occupied was needed. And, without such intent, means even to shift a thing from the sunshine into the shade, and a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act was permitted to be used for its intended use or when its room was needed. But it was not permitted to move it from the sunshine into the shade. Now our Nehemiah comes to say, that even if a thing was intended for a permissible act, it may be used only for its intended use and if the room occupied by it were needed, but it was not permitted to shift it from the sunshine into the shade. R. Sapa, R. Ahabi, Huna, and R. Huna bar Hanina were sitting together. The latter asked R. Sapa, according to Rabbah, who explains Nehemiah's teaching, that even a permissible thing must not be removed for the purpose of occupying its place, how can we remove dishes after eating? Said R. Sapa, it is equal to a dirty thing, standing on a clean place, which may be removed at any time. Mari bar Rahel had several leather bolsters that lay in the sun, on a Sabbath. He came to Rabbah and asked him if he might move them. Rabbah told him it was allowed. Said Mari again, I have other bolsters besides these. Answered Rabbah, this makes no difference. Thou mightst need those too if guests should call. Said Mari again, I have sufficient for guests also. Said Rabbah to him, this proves to me, then, that thou art of the opinion of Rabbah, who prohibits the moving of things from the sunshine into the shade on Sabbath. Hence everybody else may do this, but thou must not. Said Abba in the name of Hiya bar Ashi, quoting Rab, whisks may be handled on the Sabbath to sweep the tables, but the brooms made of date palms, which are only intended for floor sweeping, must not be used for sweeping the tables. This was also stated by Eliezer. Mishnah, of all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, fragments may also be handled, but it must be with a purpose, viz., the pieces of a kneading trough to cover the bunghole of a cask, the pieces of a glass to cover the mouth of a pitcher. Jehudah says, they must be fit for the same use, as the whole utensil, viz., the parts of a kneading trough to hold a brew, and the pieces of a glass to hold oil. Gemara, said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, the first Tana of the Mishnah and Jehudah differ only as to fragments which were broken off on the Sabbath. For the former holds that the fragment is part and parcel of the utensil, and fit for the same use, while Jehudah holds, that the fragment is a newly created thing. But if the fragments were broken off before the Sabbath set in, all agree that they may be handled because they were prepared for use while it was yet, day. We have learned, in one Berakhot, that fire may be made with utensils, but not with fragments, and in another Berakhot we have learned, that as we may make fire with utensils, so we may also use fragments for the same purpose. In a third Berakhot, however, we were taught, that we must not make fire with either utensils or fragments. We must say, then, that the first Berakhot is in accordance with the opinion of Jehudah, who holds, to the theory of muksa and nold, a newly created thing. The second Berakhot is in accordance with the opinion of Simeon, who holds to neither of the two theories, and the third Berakhot is in accordance with Nehemiah, who holds that every utensil must be used for its particular purpose and not for other purposes. Naaman said, bricks left over from a building may be handled, because they can be used as seats. But if the bricks were piled up one on top of the other, they were evidently designated for building, and must not be handled. Naaman said in the name of Samuel, a fragment of a piece of pottery may be handled in private ground, but not in unclaimed ground, because in private ground other vessels can generally be found and the fragment may be used as a lid or cover. But in unclaimed ground there are no other vessels and the fragment cannot be used in that manner. But Naaman himself declares, that the fragment may be handled in unclaimed ground also, because in unclaimed ground there may also be some things which can be covered, but not in public ground. And Rabbah, however, says, it may be handled even in public ground, because having been once regarded as a utensil in private ground it remains such everywhere. This theory of Rabbah's is borne out by his action. For it happened that he was walking on the street Ritka in the city of Mahutsa on a Sabbath, when his shoe became soiled with dirt. His servant came and cleaned it off with a fragment of a piece of pottery. The rabbis who went behind him scolded his servant for this act, whereupon he, Rabbah, remarked, it is not enough that they have not learned what is permissible and what is not, but they also want to teach others. If this fragment were in private ground, it would have been a useful article because a vessel could be covered with it, and here in public ground it is useful to me. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, the bunghead of a broken barrel may be handled on Sabbath. We have also learned this in the following Berakhot, the bunghead and the pieces of a broken barrel may be handled on Sabbath. But it is not allowed to break off a piece of the fragments and cover a vessel with it or put it under the legs of a bedstead. If the bunghead and pieces, however, were thrown away among the garbage before the Sabbath, they must not be handled at all. Hamdurah said in the name of Samuel, the waist of a mat may be used on the Sabbath. Why so? For what purpose can it be used? Said Rabbah, Bar Hamdura explained this to me as follows: what is a mat used for? To prevent the dust from settling upon an object, and the waste can also be used for covering up dirt. R. Zerah said in the name of Rab, remnants of silken togas must not be handled on the Sabbath. Said Abai, this is said of remnants that measure less than 3 fingers square and are of no value to either rich or poor. The rabbis taught, fragments of an old oven are equal to any other vessels that may be handled on Sabbath. So said our Meir, but our Jehuda said they may not be handled. Our Jose testified in the name of our Eliezer ben Jacob, that fragments of an oven may be handled on the Sabbath and the covers of an oven may be handled even if their handles are broken off. Said Rabina, according to whose opinion do we handle today the covers of the ovens used in the city of Mahassia, which have no handles? It must be according to the opinion of our Eliezer ben Jacob. Mishnah, one may dip water with a hollow pumpkin to which a stone is fastened, providing the stone will not fall off, otherwise, one must not dip water with it. One may dip water with a jug to which a vine branch is fastened. For a window blind, says our Eliezer, a thing may only then be put up, if it be fastened and hang down, otherwise, it must not. The sages say it may be put up in any manner. Gemara, we have learned in another Mishnah, if a stone lie at the opening of a barrel, the barrel may be bent over, so that the stone fall down. Said Rabbah in the name of our Ami, quoting our Johanan, the case applies only when the stone lying at the opening of the barrel was left there unintentionally, but if placed there on purpose, the barrel becomes a base for a prohibited thing, and must not be moved. Our Joseph in the name of our Asi, quoting our Johanan, said, on the contrary, if the stone was left there unintentionally the barrel must be bent over, so that the stone fall down, but if placed there intentionally, it serves as a lid to the barrel, and may be removed. On what points do our Ami and our Asi differ? One holds that an act must be accomplished in order to be an act, while the other holds the intention to be equivalent to the deed, and their respective theories are borne out by their opinions which follow. For when our Demi, and according to others our Zerah, came from Palestine, he related in the name of our Hanina, it happened that Rabbi once went to a certain place on a Friday, and finding a pile of stones said to his disciples, go and have it in your minds that we intend to sit on these tomorrow. Thus Rabbi did not order them to act, but merely to think. Our Johanan, however, said that Rabbi ordered his disciples to act. And what, according to our Johanan's opinion, were the disciples to do? Our Ami said that Rabbi ordered them to place the stones in position for them to sit on, but our Asi said that Rabbi ordered them not only to place the stones in position, but also to clean them, because, in the latter's opinion, changing the position of an object does not constitute an actual deed. It was taught, our Jose b. Saul said it was not stones but a pile of building wood. Our Johanan b. Saul, however, said it was not building wood but poles with which the depth of the water is sounded. One may dip water with a hollow pumpkin to which a vine branch is fastened. If it is fastened one may, and if not, one may not. Shall we assume that our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon ben Gamaliel? As we have learned in a Beretha, branches of a tree which were intended for kindling, if subsequently used for sitting purposes, must be tied together, but our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, they need not be tied together. 156 said R. Ashi, it may be said, that this Mishnah is not at variance with the opinion of our Simeon ben Gamaliel, but is merely a precautionary measure, for fear that a branch, being brittle, might be broken by the man if not tied together. For a window blind, etc. Rabbah bar Hannah in the name of R. Johanan said, all agree that it is not permitted to put up even a temporary tent. 157 to begin with on a biblical festival, and decidedly not on the Sabbath, but as for adding, that is, if part of the blind was already up, a blind to a temporary tent that had already been put up, R. Eliezer said, that it is not permissible on a festival and much less so on the Sabbath, and the sages declare, that it is permitted on the Sabbath and so much the more oil a festival. The sages say it may be up in any manner. What is meant by, in any manner? Said our Aba in the name of our Kahana, by that is meant, that it makes no difference whether the blind was fastened or not, providing it was prepared for its purpose since the day before. Said our Jeremiah to him, why wouldst thou assume that the sages would be more lenient in this matter? Say rather that they meant to state, that it made no difference whether the blind hung down or not, providing it had been previously fastened. R. Aba answered, because I hold with the Tana of the following Tosefta, a stick, prepared by the master of a house for the opening and locking of a door, may be used on Sabbath, providing it was fastened and hung to the door. Otherwise, it must not be used. Art Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, declared, that as long as it was prepared for that purpose, it was of no consequence whether it was fastened and hung to the door. Thus it may be seen that our Aba held with our Simeon ben Gamaliel. Our Jehuda bar Silas in the name of our Hasi, quoting our Johanan, said, the halakha according to our Simeon ben Gamaliel prevails. Did our Johanan say this in reality? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that all covers of vessels having handles attached may be handled on Sabbath? Referring to this, our Jehuda b. Sheila in the name of our Hasi, quoting our Johanan, said, that such would be the case only if the covers could be made use of as independent vessels. How, then, can our Johanan hold with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, who says, that the stick which was not fastened to the door may be used on Sabbath? Surely it is not an independent vessel. Shall we assume, that our Johanan holds with our Simeon ben Gamaliel only in the case where the stick could also be used for other purposes and thus could be called an independent vessel? Then how can it be said that our Johanan holds with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, for the latter does not require the stick to be an independent vessel, as we have learned above in the matter of the branches, see page 273, where Simeon ben Gamaliel declares, that they need not be tied together. R. Johanan is in accordance with him only in the matter of the stick being prepared for its particular purpose without being fastened to the door, but disagrees with him as regards an independent vessel. R. Itzhak of Nafha 158 proclaimed at the door of the exilarch's house, that the halakha according to our Eliezer prevailed. R. Umram raised an objection. We have learned in the last Mishnah of this tract as follows, thence we learn that it is permitted to put up a window blind, to measure and to tie on the Sabbath. How, then, could our Itzhak say, that the halakha according to our Eliezer prevailed? Said Abai to him, upon what is thy objection concerning our Itzhak based? The Mishnah just mentioned gives the opinion of the sages only, who are at variance with our Eliezer in our Mishnah, and thou mightst say, that because no contention is mentioned, the halakha according to the sages prevails. Then thou knowest of another Mishnah, in Erubin, concerning the hinge of a cupboard door, no name is mentioned, and still the Mishnah appears to be in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer only, thus our Itzhak can accept our Eliezer's opinion. Said the Gemara, although Abai justified our Itzhak, an act of the sages, as is related in the last mentioned Mishnah, is sufficiently decisive to establish the halakha. Mishnah, all lids of utensils may be removed, on the Sabbath, provided they have handles. Said our Jose, what does this apply to? To lids of vessels fastened in the ground, but lids of vessels in general may be removed at all events. Gemara, said our Jehuda bar Sheila in the name of our Hasi, quoting our Johanan, the lids of utensils may be handled only if they can be made use of for other purposes as independent vessels. Said the Gemara, all agree, that covers of utensils, fixtures, fixed in the ground must be handled only if they have handles attached, and lids of other utensils not fixed in the ground may be handled even if they have no handles. But the point of the divergent opinions is as regards the covers of ovens, the one side contending, that ovens must be regarded as fixtures in the ground, and the other side contending that they are ordinary utensils. 18. Regulations regarding the clearing off of required space, the assistance to be given cattle when giving birth to their young and to women about to be confined. Mishnah, one may even clear off 4 or 5 chests of straw or grain, in order to provide room for guests, and to remove obstacles to instruction. But one must not clear out a whole barn. Further, one may clear off, heave offerings, grain, of which it is not certain that the tithes have been set apart, first tithes of which the heave offering has been taken off, second tithes and consecrated things which have been redeemed. And dried broad beans, which serve the poor, others say, the goats, for food. But one must not clear off mixed grain, of which tithes have not yet been separated, nor first tithes, of which the heave offering had not yet been taken off, nor second tithes nor consecrated things which had not yet been redeemed, nor arum, wake robin, nor mustard. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel permits arum, wake robin, to be cleared off, because it serves the house raven for food. Bundles of straw, bundles of stalks, and bundles of reeds may be handled, provided they are designed for cattle fodder, otherwise they must not be handled. Gemara, the Mishnah says, 4 or 5 chests. Why say 4 or 5? If 5 may be cleared off, surely 4 may. Said Samuel, this is said only as a customary saying, but in reality it means to say that any number may be cleared off. But by saying, one must not clear off a whole barn, the Mishnah means to state, that all the straw should not be removed for fear lest pits be noticed in the ground, and the man might fill them up. Even if the whole barn be full and as yet untouched, one may commence to remove as much as is necessary, and the Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon, who disregards the law of Muktzah. The rabbis taught, one may not commence on a full barn, but one may remove enough, when entering, with his feet, to provide an entrance, and when going out to make a way of egress. The rabbis taught, a sheaf of grain, if commenced prior to the Sabbath, may be used on the Sabbath, but if not, it must not be used on Sabbath, so saith our. But our Simeon permits this to be done. How large should the sheaf be? We have learned in a Berakhot that it should measure 1 lethek.159. The schoolmen propounded a question, not having heard Samuel's explanation, how is the term 4 or 5 chests to be understood? Should a man clear off only 4 or 5 chests, even if that be not room enough for his guests, or should he do so in proportion to the number of his guests? If according to the number of his guests, does it mean to say, that one man should clear off sufficient for all, or every man for himself? Come and hear, Rabbah told in the name of our. It once happened that Rabbi went out on a Sabbath to a certain place, and saw that the place assigned to him for lecturing was too small, so he went out into the field, and found the whole field full of sheaves. He cleared off the field, and provided sufficient room. Thence we see that he did so in proportion to the number of his guests, but this narration decides only one part of the schoolman's question, viz. the one relating to the number of sheaves to be cleared off, but not the one relating to whether one man may clear off sufficient for all, or every man for himself. Come and hear, Rabbi cleared off the field, etc., that is, one man for all. And what think you, that Rabbi did this himself? He certainly must have ordered this to be done, so it is not known whether one man did it, or each man for himself. For guests, etc. R. Johanan said, the reward for hospitality is equal to that for visiting the house of learning, for the Mishnah saith for guests and for obstacles to instruction, thus putting the two causes on a par. Said R. Demai, hospitality is even a greater virtue, for it is given the precedence over instruction. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, hospitality is even a greater merit than receiving the Shekinah, as it is written, Genesis 18. 3. And he said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy eyes, pass not away, etc., showing that Abraham let the Lord wait while he went to receive his guests. Said R. Eliezer, come and see how the custom of the Holy One, blessed be he, is unlike that of human beings. An insignificant man cannot say to a great man, "Stay here until I come back again," whereas to the Holy One, "Blessed be he," Abraham said as mentioned above. Said Ar Jehuda bar Shelah in the name of Ar Vesi, quoting Ar Johanan, "There are 6 things, the interest on which a man consumes on earth, while the principal is given him in the world to come. They are, hospitality, visiting the sick, contemplation before prayer, attending the house of learning, educating children in the law, and charity in judging others." Is this so? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, "These are the things the interest of which a man consumes on earth and the principal of which is given him in the world to come"? Honoring father and mother, doing favors to neighbors, peacemaking among men, and, above all, the study of the law. Now, if the Mishnah says, "These are the things," it means no others. Nay. The 6 things previously mentioned are included in those subsequently enumerated. Hospitality and visiting the sick are included in doing favors to neighbors. Contemplation before prayer is a favor to oneself, as it is written, Proverbs 11:17, "The man of kindness doth good to his own soul." Attending the house of learning, educating children in the law is included in the study of the law. Charity in judging others is included in peacemaking among men, and Ar Johanan does not dispute the Mishnah, but merely expounds it. The rabbis taught, one who exercises charity in judging others is charitably dealt with when judged above. It once happened that a man came from Upper Galilee and hired out to a master in southern Palestine for 3 years. On the last eve of the Day of Atonement, when his term was up, he asked his master for his wages, so that he could return to his wife and children. The master replied that he had no money. Said the man, "Then give me my money's worth in grain." And the master answered, "I have it not." Said the man again, "Give me my money's worth in land," and again the master replied, "I have it not." "Then give me my money's worth in cattle." "I have it not," was the reply. "I will take my money's worth in bolsters or bedclothes," pleaded the man, but the answer was still the same. The poor man shouldered his bundle and sorrowfully went away. After the holidays the master took the hired man's wages and, besides, 3 asses, one laden with victuals, the second with beverages, and the third with spices, and went to his hired man's house in Galilee. After having partaken of a meal together, the master paid him his wages, and asked him, "When I told thee that I had not the money to pay thee thy wages, what didst thou suspect me of?" The man answered, "I thought that perhaps thou hadst come across a bargain and hadst paid out all thy ready money. And when thou askest me for cattle and I refused thee, what didst thou think then? I thought that thou hadst hired out thy cattle on some other farm, and thou couldst not give me any at the time. And when thou askest me for grain and I refused, I thought perhaps thou hadst not yet paid thy tithes and hence thou couldst not give me any. And when I refused thee land, I thought perhaps thou hadst rented it out. And when I refused thee bedclothes, then I thought that thou hadst devoted all thy possessions in honor of the Lord. I swear to thee, then, that such was really the case. I had made a vow to give away all my possessions for charitable purposes, because my son Rodkinson did not want to study the law. Afterwards, when I came to my comrades in the south they released me from my vow, and as thou didst judge me in kindness, so may God judge thee in kindness. The rabbis taught, a pious man once ransomed a Jewish maiden from captivity. When they came to a lodging place at night, he laid her down at his feet. On the morrow he bathed, and then went out to teach his disciples. During the lesson, he asked his disciples, "When I laid the damsel down at my feet last night, what did you suspect me of?" And they answered, "Perhaps there may be one among us who has not yet been tried and thou couldst not trust him, so thou laidst her near thee. And when I went in the morning and bathed, what did you suspect? Perhaps, on account of the hardships on the way, thy seed of copulation ran out from thee and thou wert compelled to bathe." "By the Lord," said the master, "so it was, and as ye have judged me in kindness, so may the Lord judge you in kindness." The rabbis taught, it happened that the sages had business with a Roman matron to whom all the great men of Rome came for advice, and they could not decide who should go to her. Finally R. Jehoshua volunteered to go, and so he and his disciples went to her. For else from the door of her house, Jehoshua removed his phylacteries and went in, locking the door behind him. When he came back he bathed, and then went back and taught his disciples. During the lesson he asked, When I removed my phylacteries, what did ye suspect? And they answered, The phylacteries are holy, and thou didst not wish to bring them into a profane place. And when I locked the door behind me, what did ye suspect? We thought perhaps thou hadst a secret political affair to transact and didst not wish us to enter. And when I came out and bathed, what did you suspect? And they replied, We thought perhaps some of the matron's spittle had accidentally dropped on thy garments and thou hadst to bathe. By the Lord, said Jehoshua, so it happened. And as ye judged me in kindness, so may the Lord also judge you in kindness. Further, one may clear off heave offerings, etc. Is this not self-evident? It might be assumed that the heave offerings being in possession of a plebeian who is not allowed to partake of them, they must not be handled. But the Mishnah comes to teach us, that because a priest is allowed to eat them, they may be handled by everybody. 160. And dried broad beans. The rabbis taught, Hatzav, a certain plant the roots of which grow deep into the ground but do not spread, may be handled on the Sabbath, because it is food for deer. Mustard may be handled, because it is food for doves. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said that pieces of glass may be handled, because ostriches eat them. Said Nathan, in this case twigs may be handled, because they serve elephants for food. What did Simeon answer Nathan? Ostriches are more frequently owned by men than elephants. Said Maimar, Simeon ben Gamaliel means to say, that only one who possesses ostriches may handle pieces of glass. Said Ashi to Maimar, if this is so, what did Nathan question? If one possesses elephants, he may surely handle twigs. So Nathan means to say, that because twigs serve as food for elephants, anybody may handle them. And the same applies to pieces of glass, because they serve ostriches for food, everybody may handle them, on the Sabbath. Bundles of straw, etc. The rabbis taught, bundles of straw, bundles of stalks, and bundles of reeds may be handled, provided they are designed for cattle fodder, otherwise, they must not be handled. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if the bundles can be lifted with one hand they may be handled, but if not they must not be handled. Bundles of sacharia, abrodanum, and thyme, if prepared for fuel, must not be used on Sabbath, but if prepared for cattle food may be used. Grain from an ear, of wheat, etc., may be taken by hand only, but not with a vessel. One may even take a few grains from growing ears with his fingers, and eat them, but must not take them with a vessel, so saith Jehudah. But the sages say, that one may do this with his fingers, but not with both hands, as usually done on weekdays. The same ordinance holds good for any other spices. It was taught, salt meat may be handled on Sabbath, but fresh meat must not be handled, according to our Hista, but our Huna permits this. The rabbis taught, salt fish may be handled, but not stale unsalted fish, and meat may be handled, be it fresh or salt. The rabbis taught, bones may be handled, because dogs eat them, putrid meat may be handled, because beasts of prey eat it. Uncovered water 161 may be handled, because cats drink it. Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, said, that all these things should not be kept in the house even on weekdays, because they are dangerous. Mishnah, one may set a basket on end for chickens, in order that they may climb up or down upon it. A runaway hen may be chased until she goes back again. One may lead about calves or young asses to exercise them. A woman may lead her son about to give him exercise. Jehudah says, when may she do this? If the child lifts one foot and sets down the other, but if it trails, its leg, behind, she must not. Gemara, said Jehudah in the name of Rab, if a cow fall into a lake, it is allowed to throw into the lake bolsters, bundles, vessels, etc., in order to give the cow a foothold and enable her to get out. An objection was made. We have learned in a Bereitha, if a cow fall into a lake, food may be brought to her in order that she may not starve to death. So it refers only to food, but nothing is said in reference to bolsters, etc. This presents no difficulty. Where food can be brought it may be done, but when the cow cannot be reached, bolsters, etc., may be brought. But a vessel that is prepared for other purposes is thereby destroyed? That is simply a rabbinical ordinance, but pity for creatures is a Mosaic law and has precedence. A runaway hen may be chased, etc. The hen may be chased, but not led. This is a similar teaching to that of another Bereitha, wherein we have learned, that all animals and birds may be led about in private ground with the exception of a hen. Why not a hen? Said Abai, because a hen, when led, will not walk, but will jump and fly, and the man leading her will be forced to carry her. Mishnah, on a feast day one must not deliver cattle, about to give birth, of their young, but may be of assistance to them in any other manner. One may give a woman, about to give birth to a child, all assistance possible, even call a midwife from a distance. One may violate the Sabbath on her account and tie the navel string. Art Jose says, one may also cut the string. Lastly, one may accomplish anything necessary for the circumcision on the Sabbath. Gemara, what is meant by being of assistance? Seder, Jehuda, to hold up the young, that it may not fall, and R. Naaman said, to pull out the young by pressing the sides. Jehuda's explanation is supported by the following Bereitha. How is an animal assisted in giving birth to her young? By holding up the young, blowing air into its nostrils, and leading it to its mother's breast, so that it may suck. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, when a clean animal, one that may be eaten, gave birth to her young on a festival and would not take to it, we would coerce her into taking to her offspring. How would this be done? Said Abai, they would bring a handful of salt, lay it in the mother's womb, and the pain that would be caused thereby would remind the mother of her young, and she would immediately take to them. And they would pour the water discharged by the mother on the young, so that the mother would scent it and seek her young. This was done, however, only with a clean animal, but not with an unclean animal. Why so? Because usually an unclean animal will not cast off her young, and should she do so, she will never take to them again. One may give a woman, about to give birth to a child, all assistance possible. Let us see. The Mishnah says, that one may call a midwife even from a distance, and then, that one may violate the Sabbath on her account. What is the object in particularizing what may be done? The Mishnah means to tell us, what the rabbis taught, viz., if a woman lying in is in need of a light, another woman may light a candle for her. And if she needs oil, the waitress may bring her oil through public ground in her hands. Should that not be sufficient she may bring it in her hair, and if that does not suffice she may bring it in a vessel. The Master said, if a woman lying in is in need of a candle, another woman may light it for her. Is this not self-evident? He means to tell us, that even if the woman lying in be blind, and one might say, that being blind she needs no candle, hence it should not be lit. The candle should her at all events, for she may need a thing that others could not see without a light, while, by aid of the light, they would find it and hand it to her. Further, it says, that a woman may bring her oil in her hair. This would be worse still, for the hair would have to be wrung, and that would make the woman, who brought the oil, guilty of wringing, on Sabbath. Rabbah and R. Joseph both said, that wringing hair does not constitute wringing within the meaning of the law. R. Ashi said, even if wringing the hair would constitute wringing within the meaning of the law, the woman should bring the oil in a vessel which should be placed on the hair, head. For any work which must of a necessity be performed on a Sabbath, should be performed in as far different a manner from that done on a weekday as possible. R. Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, as long as the womb of a woman lying in is still open, whether she says she must have it done or not, the Sabbath may be violated for her. As soon, however, as the womb is closed, the Sabbath may be violated only if she says she must have it done, otherwise, it must not be violated, so taught Mar Zutra. R. Ashi, however, taught in the name of the preceding authority, that as soon as the womb is closed, even if the woman says she must have it done, the Sabbath must not be violated on her account. Said Rabina to Marimer, Mar Zutra is more lenient in his teaching, and are Ashi the stricter, according to whom does the halakha prevail? Answered Marimer, the halakha according to Mar Zutra prevails, for it is the general rule, that wherever human lives are concerned, the more lenient teaching is always accepted as final. At what time is the womb considered to be open? Abayi said, from the time the woman commences to give birth. Huna the son of Jehoshua said, from the time blood commences to flow, and others say, from the time that she becomes helpless and her attendants lay her on the bed. How long is the womb considered to be open? Abayi said, for 3 days after birth, and Rabbah in the name of Jehudah said, for 7 days, and others say for 30 days. The scholars of Nehardai divide the time of a woman lying in into 3 periods of 3, 7, and 30 days each. During the first period, whether the woman says she must have it done or whether she says it need not be done, the Sabbath may be violated for her. During the second period, if she says it must be done, the Sabbath may be violated. But if she says it need not be done, it must not be violated, and during the third period, even if she says she must have it done, the Sabbath must not be violated by Israelites, but it may be done by Gentiles. This is according to Ula the son of Eli, who says, that everything which must be done for a sick person on the Sabbath should be done by Gentiles, and also according to Hamnuna, who said, that all things which are to be done for a person who is not dangerously ill, should be ordered done by a Gentile. As it happened with the daughter of Hista, the wife of Rabbah, who took a bath in her husband's absence, before the 30 days were up, and caught cold, and friends were compelled to bring her, still lying in bed, to Rabbah in Pumbeditha. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, a woman lying in should be given 30 days. For what law should she be given 30 days? The men of Nehardai said, for bathing, that is, she should not bathe for 30 days, in order that she may not catch cold. Said Rabbah, this rule applies to women whose husbands are not at home, for when the husband is at home, he can take care of his wife and prevent any bad consequences. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said again, one may kindle a fire for a woman lying in, on the Sabbath, and not only for a woman lying in, but also for a sick person, not only in the winter but also in the summertime, as Hiya bar Abhin said in the name of Samuel, that one, who was bled and caught cold, may have a fire made for him on Sabbath not only in the winter, but also in the summertime. Samuel once was bled and caught cold, so a chair made of elm wood was chopped up and a fire made for him, on Sabbath. The same thing happened to Jehudah, so a table of cedar wood was chopped up and a fire made for him. Rabbah had the same experience and a stool was used to make a fire, and when told by Abayi that he was guilty of destroying a useful article said my personal welfare is dearer to me than the article. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, a man should sell even the roof of his house and buy shoes for himself if in need of them, but if he had recently been bled and feels hungry, he should sell even these shoes and buy food with the proceeds. What kind of food should he purchase? Rab said meat, and Samuel, wine. Rab said meat, as being a substitute for flesh lost through bleeding, and Samuel said, red, wine, as a substitute for, red, blood. When Samuel had himself bled, a dish made of milk was prepared for him, and Johanan would drink wine until it could be smelt through his ears. Naaman would drink wine until his spleen would float in wine. Joseph would drink wine until his veins would swell so that the lancet would be forced out, and Rabbah would drink only wine that was 3 years old. Said Naaman bar Itzhak to his disciples, I beg of you, that on the day on which you have yourselves bled, you should go home and say that Naaman will come to visit you. In consequence a good meal and wine will be prepared, and you can partake of it. Deceit is not permitted under any circumstances, but those mentioned as follows. One who is bled, and has not the money to buy wine, should take a mutilated zuz and go to 7 wine dealers. When asking for wine he will be given some to taste, and when offering his money, it will be rejected. He will then proceed to another dealer, and keep on until he will have drunk a quarter of a lug. One who cannot even do this, should eat at least 7 black dates and should put oil on his temples, then lie down in the sun and go to sleep. Ablat, a Persian official, found Samuel sleeping in the sun and said to him, "Thou leader of Jews, can a good thing emanate from a bad one?" Samuel answered, "This is my bleeding day." In reality this was not so, but there are days when sleeping in the sun is healthful. For instance, on the day when the Tammuz, July, equinox falls, but Samuel, who was a physician, would not tell this to Ablat. Rab and Samuel both said, "The man who eats a light meal on the day when he is bled, has light earnings decreed for him in heaven for the following year, because if he himself has no pity for his own body, he is not worthy of being pitied by the heavenly host." The same 2 authorities also said, that one who was bled should not sit where the wind blows. For it may be that the surgeon who bled him allowed too much blood to escape, and the wind might force still more blood from him, and thus become dangerous. Samuel was always bled in a house the walls of which were of 7 bricks thickness, and at one time it happened that he felt weak. He looked up, and noticed that a brick was missing from the wall. Rab and Samuel also said, that a man who was bled should not go out into the street without having partaken of something. If he does and meets a corpse, his face turns yellow, and if he should happen to meet a murderer he will die himself, and if he meets a pig he will become scabby. They also said, that after bleeding a man should not rise immediately, but should rest a while and then get up, for the Master said, that 5 things are more conducive to death than to life. They are, eating and arising immediately, drinking and arising, sleeping and arising, being bled and arising, and having sexual intercourse and arising immediately afterwards. Samuel said, "A young man should be bled every 30 days until he is 40 years of age. From 40 to 60, he should be bled every 2 months, and after 60 he should be bled every 3 or 4 months. Samuel said again, "The 4th day of the week, if falling on the 4th, 14th, or 24th day of the month, or if it is a Wednesday after which there are less than 4 days to the end of the month, is a dangerous day for bleeding. Bleeding on the 1st and 2nd of every month produces weakness, and on the 3rd day it is dangerous. Bleeding on the eve of any biblical festival produces weakness, and on the eve of Pentecost it is dangerous, in consequence of which the rabbis instituted the precautionary measure, that no man should be bled on the eve of a festival, for fear that he might have it done on the eve of Pentecost." Again Samuel said, "One who had eaten heartily of wheaten food is not wholly benefited by being bled, but is simply cased for the time being." This means to say, then, that one who has a heavy feeling can ease himself temporarily by being bled after a meal, but is not permanently benefited thereby. After being bled one may drink immediately, but should not eat until the time in which he could walk half a mile had elapsed. On a day when nothing profitable had been performed, Rab used to proclaim the following simile: if one bled 100 persons, he earned a zuz for each; if he cut the hair of 100 persons, he earned a zuz for each. But if he trimmed the mustaches of 100 men, he labored in vain. 162. There was no charge made for trimming mustaches when done in conjunction with hair cutting or bleeding. Said R. Joseph, "We learned at the college of R. Huna that a day on which the disciples did not study was called a mustache day, and I did not understand the meaning of the term, but now I can see the significance of the expression, for it means to say that the day was lost." And tie the navel string. The rabbis taught, one may tie the navel string, and R. Jose said, one may cut it also on the Sabbath and deposit the afterbirth, which is supposed to be a remedy to keep the child warm. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, daughters of kings would deposit the afterbirth in a bowl of oil and rich men's daughters would deposit it in carded wool. Poor people would deposit it in feathers. Said R. Naaman in the name of Rabba bar Abuha, quoting Rab, the halakha according to R. Jose prevails. And Naaman said again, quoting the same authorities, the rabbis agree with Jose, that when two children were born, both attached to one navel string, the latter may be cut, because otherwise it would be dangerous. He also said again, in the name of the same authorities, all that is contained in the sermon of Ezekiel may be done for a woman lying in on Sabbath, as it is written, Ezekiel 16. 4. And as for thy birth, on the day thou wast born thy navel was not cut, nor wast thou washed in water to be cleansed, and thou wast not rubbed with salt, nor wrapped in swaddling clothes. And as for thy birth, from this we may infer, that one may assist in the birth of a child on Sabbath. Thy navel was not cut, from this we infer, that the navel may be cut on Sabbath. Nor wast thou washed in water to be cleansed. This teaches us that the child may be washed on Sabbath. Thou wast not rubbed with salt. From this we know, that a child may be rubbed with salt on Sabbath. Nor wrapped in swaddling clothes. This teaches us, that we may wrap a child in clothes on the Sabbath. 19. Regulations ordained by Eliezer concerning circumcision on the Sabbath. Mishnah, Eliezer saith, if the knife used for circumcision was not brought on the day preceding the Sabbath, one is to bring it publicly on the Sabbath. In times of danger, during persecutions, one may conceal it, about the person, before witnesses. Further, Eliezer saith, one may even cut wood to be burnt into charcoal, in order to forge an iron instrument, knife for circumcision. The following rule was laid down by Akiba, all work, necessary in aid of circumcision, which could have been performed on the day before, Sabbath, does not supersede, the observance of, the Sabbath, but such work as could not have been performed on the day before, does supersede, the observance of, the Sabbath. Gemara, a question was propounded by the schoolmen, what does Eliezer mean by saying, one is to bring it publicly on the Sabbath? Does she mean to say, that the man thereby demonstrates how dear a commandment, of the Lord, is to him, that he is ready to violate the Sabbath for its sake, or is it rather because the man would be suspected of carrying a prohibited thing oil the Sabbath, if he did so surreptitiously? What difference does it make what Eliezer meant? The difference is this, if the man does it in order to allay suspicion, it would be sufficient to have two witnesses see him conceal the knife about his person and then carry it even in times of peace. But if the man does it in order to demonstrate his love of God's commandments, he must carry it publicly even if he have two witnesses. What is the conclusion? It was taught that Levi said, Eliezer meant only for the man to demonstrate his veneration of God's commandments. This is supported by a Berakhot, which plainly states, that a man should carry it publicly, and not have it concealed, such are the words of Eliezer. Said Ashi, all this is unnecessary. Our Mishnah plainly teaches us the same, for it says, that only in times of danger the knife should be concealed, and it is easily understood that only in times of danger is this to be done, but not under ordinary circumstances, and for what purpose? Only to show that a commandment should be venerated. It follows, therefrom, that the argument is accepted. We have learned in another Berakhot, one is to bring it publicly, and not have it concealed, such are the words of Eliezer, and Jehudah said in the name of Eliezer, that in times of danger the custom was to conceal it about the person before two witnesses. Further, saith Eliezer, etc. The rabbis taught, in the place where Eliezer resided, wood was cut and burnt into charcoal, in order to forge an instrument, knife for circumcision, on Sabbath. In the place where Jose of Galilee lived, fowls were eaten with milk. Itzhak said, there was a city in Palestine where Eliezer's teaching was carried out, and there were no premature deaths in that city. And not only this, but at one time when the government prohibited circumcision in the entire land, that city was not included in the decree. We have learned in a Berakhot, Simeon ben Gamaliel said, every commandment of the Lord which was received by the children of Israel with joy, for instance circumcision, concerning which it is written, Psalms 6. 162, I am rejoiced over thy promise, 163 as one that findeth great spoil, is even now observed with joy. But every commandment which was received with protest, for instance the law of incestuous marriages, concerning which it is written, Numbers 11:10, and Moses heard the people weep according to their families, meaning the case, of intermarriage, among the families, is even now observed reluctantly, for there are no marriages celebrated without some discord among the families. We have learned, that our Simeon ben Eliezer said, every commandment for the observance of which the Israelites were ready to lay down their lives, as for that prohibiting idolatry and commanding circumcision, is observed punctually even to this day. But such commandments as they would not sacrifice themselves for are even now lightly regarded, as is the case with the commandment concerning tefillin. As our Yanai said, tefillin require a clean body, such as Elisha the man of doves possessed. What is meant by a clean body? Abai said, a body that emits no odor when clothed with tefillin, and Rabbah said, a body that will never become drowsy while wearing tefillin. Why was Elisha called the man of wings? It once happened that the government promulgated a decree by which all Israelites who would use tefillin, phylacteries, were to be decapitated. This Elisha donned his phylacteries and went out into the market. He was seen by a quaestor, and the latter pursued him. Seeing that he could not escape, Elisha took the phylacteries from his head and carried them in his hand. When questioned by the quaestor what he carried in his hand, he replied, wings of doves. When opening his hand, he really found doves' wings, 164, and was therefore called the man of wings ever afterwards. Abba the son of Ada said in the name of Itzhak, it once happened, that having forgotten to bring the knife for circumcision on the day before Sabbath, a man brought it on Sabbath, by way of the roof and private ground, against the will of Eliezer. Joseph opposed this. How canst thou say, that this occurred against the will of Eliezer? It was Eliezer himself who permitted bringing the knife on Sabbath. Thou wouldst infer, then, that bringing the knife by way of private ground, and not publicly, was against his will, because he insists that the knife should be brought publicly through public ground only. In accordance with whose will was it done? If thou wilt say, it was done in accordance with the decree of the rabbis, who prohibit bringing the knife through public ground, and permit it through private ground and roofs, did the rabbis indeed permit this? Have we not learned in a Berakhot, that in the same measure as it is not allowed to bring the knife through public ground, it must also not be brought through roofs and private ground? Therefore Ashi supplemented the statement of Abba by adding, that the knife was brought against the will of Eliezer and his opponents, but in accordance with the decree of Simeon, who permits the carrying of everything through private ground and roofs, even if they were not combined by an erub, in Tract Erubim. Fizera once found Asi sitting and saying, Simeon ben Lachish said in the name of Jehudah Hanasi as follows, it once happened that they forgot to bring a knife for circumcision on the eve of Sabbath, so they brought it on Sabbath. This angered the sages very much, for the reason, that the decree of the former sages had been set aside and that they had acted according to the decree of Eliezer. Firstly, because Eliezer was an adherent of the school of Shammai. And secondly, because where one man is opposed to a number the majority should prevail, and the majority was against Eliezer, and Foja answered the sages, who were angered, that the case was not as it appeared to them. For, said he, I asked Jehudah the circumciser, and he told me, that the knife was brought through an alley which was not combined by an erub, from one end to the other, but not through public ground. Fizera then said to Asi, does the master hold, that things may be removed in an alley which was not combined by an erub? Asi answered, that they might. Said Fizera again, did I not ask thee once before and thou gavest me another answer? Was it because thou wast engaged in other matters and this halakha escaped thee? And the answer was, such was the case. Hiya bar Abba said in the name of Johanan, the rule laid down by Eliezer, that for everything pertaining to circumcision the Sabbath may be violated, does not apply also to other duties of the day which should happen to fall on the Sabbath. Because, where the preparations necessary for the bringing of the 2 loaves on Pentecost are concerned, Eliezer permitted them to be made on Sabbath merely through deduction by analogy, although this was also a duty of the day based on a biblical ordinance. Which other duties of the day does our Johanan intend to accept from this rule? We know, that in preparing the booth, the palm branch, and all their accessories, for the Feast of Booths, the Sabbath may be violated. The same is the case with lulab, with matzah, and with shofar, as it is stated in other berathas. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. Said our Ada Bara Haba, Johanan intended to accept tzitzith, show threads, for a garment and a mezuzah, doorpost inscription, for a house, although both of these are duties of the day, for if a man wear a garment he must have tzitzith. And if he enter a house he must have a mezuzah. This we have also learned in a beratha. They all agree, even our Eliezer, that if one made a show thread for his garment, or a mezuzah for his door, on the Sabbath, he is liable for a sin offering. Why so? Said R. Joseph, because no specified time is set for the accomplishment of these duties. Said Abai to him, on the contrary, just because no specified time was set for the accomplishment of that duty, every moment is the time for performing it, so, if he have the garment on Sabbath, or enter the house on that day, he should perform those duties, and hence it must be considered a duty of the day. Therefore said our Naaman in the name of our Itzhak, and according to others our Hunah the son of our Jehoshua. The reason is, because one is enabled to abandon these things for the time being, and hence the duty does not devolve upon him for that day. From what we have learned above, we see, that for the circumcision itself and all its necessary accessories the Sabbath may be violated, according to the dictum of our Eliezer. Whence does he deduce this? This is the reasoning of our Eliezer. It is written, Leviticus 12:3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. Thus, as it says distinctly the 8th day, it makes no difference what the 8th falls on, whether it be Sabbath or not. Let us see, the rabbis and our Eliezer differ only as far as the preparations for circumcision on the Sabbath are concerned, but not as to the circumcision itself. If, then, they do not regard the text quoted as does our Eliezer, they should not even permit the violation of the Sabbath on account of circumcision itself. What source do they base their permission on? Said Ula, and also our Itzhak, this is traditional. An objection was raised. We have learned that the Sabbath may be violated in order to save life. Whence do we know this? Said our Eleazar ben Azariah, why? If it be permitted when circumcision is concerned to violate the Sabbath, where but one of the many members of the body is concerned, it should certainly be permitted in so much greater a degree when the whole body is to be saved. If thou sayest, then, that the permission to perform circumcision on the Sabbath is only traditional, how is it possible that thou shouldst derive an a fortiori assumption from a traditional institution? Therefore R. Johanan saith, that the permission to perform the rite of circumcision on Sabbath is not based upon tradition, but is derived from the word day, as the verse quoted above reads, and on the 8th day, etc. Whereas it could read simply, and on the 8th, for in the preceding verse we read, 7 days, etc. Said Resh Lakish to R. Johanan, the word day, however, is also necessary, that we may know that the rite must be performed during the day and not at night. This can be inferred from another passage, Genesis 17:12, where it expressly says, and at 8 days old shall every man-child in your generations be circumcised, etc. R. Aha bar Jacob said, as far as the rite of circumcision itself is concerned, the rabbis also hold that the permission to perform it is based on the passage quoted, and on the 8th day. But as for the preparations necessary for circumcision, they claim to find no justification for violating the Sabbath on that account. But it is absolutely necessary that the 8th be mentioned, for otherwise how would we know that the rite should not be performed on the 7th? That is also definitely settled by the other passage, as stated above, and at 8 days old, etc. Still, Both passages are necessary, in order to prove that the 8th day is the day for circumcision. Because, if it did not state expressly on the 8th day, it might be presumed that the 7th day would do, and if it did not state at 8 days old, it might be presumed that after the child is 8 days old any other later day, e.g. the 9th, would do. Hence our Johannan's explanation is the most acceptable, and we have learned in a Berakhot in support of our Johannan's explanation, and not of that of our Aha bar Jacob, as follows, on the 8th day shall he be circumcised, even though it be Sabbath. How, then, is it possible to keep the commandment in Exodus 31:14? And ye shall keep the Sabbath, for it is holy unto you, every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death. This refers to other labor, but not to that of circumcision. How, then, do we know that circumcision is not included in the prohibited labor, and that the 8th day does not refer to all other days except Sabbath? To this end it reads, the 8th day, and day means, even on Sabbath. The rabbis taught, although it is written, Deuteronomy 24:8, take heed in the plague of leprosy, which signifies, that the leprous spot must not be cut. But if the white spot, the symptom of leprosy, show itself on the member to be circumcised, it may be cut off, whether the member be circumcised at the prescribed time or afterwards. A biblical festival must not be violated on account of circumcision, unless it happen to be the 8th day, precisely the prescribed time. Whence do we adduce these two ordinances? From the teaching of the rabbis, as follows. The first one is based on the verse, Leviticus 12:3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. The order is imperative, regardless of whether the member be leprous or not. Whence do we know this? Perhaps it means to say, that only the healthy flesh of the foreskin be circumcised. Nay. It could say merely the foreskin, but it says expressly the flesh of the foreskin, meaning that even if the flesh be leprous it should also be circumcised. What need is there of a special verse for this purpose? During circumcision no intention to cut leprous flesh exists, hence, if it be done, it is done unintentionally, and an unintentional act does not involve culpability. Said Abai, the verse is used here to counteract the opinion of R. Jehuda, who holds that an act committed unintentionally also involves culpability. Rabbah said, the verse must be used, even if the opinion of R. Simeon be adhered to, who holds that an act committed unintentionally does not involve culpability. For in this case it is different. The act committed here is like the one where a man would behead another and still claim no intention to kill him, and when circumcising the flesh of the foreskin, if there be a leprous sore, one cannot help but cut it. This, even R. Simeon admits, would involve culpability, were it not for that exonerating verse. Does Rabbah alone hold thus? Have we not learned elsewhere that Abai and Rabbah both agree, that R. Simeon declares even an unintentional act, which is, however, like the case of one beheading another without the intention to kill him, to be prohibited? After Abai had heard Rabbah's explanation, he accepted it. The second ordinance mentioned is, according to Rabbah, based upon the verse, Exodus 12:16, no manner of work shall be done on them, save what is eaten by every man, that only may be prepared by you. That stands for circumcision only in its prescribed time, but not for the preparation for it, and only stands as a prohibition not to perform the rite unless it be the prescribed time. R. Ashi, however, said, no special verse is needed for this, for a festival is referred to, in Leviticus 23:32, as, a Sabbath of rest shall it be unto you. Hence it is a positive commandment, and the verse stated, immediately before this, is a negative commandment. Thus a festival is covered by both a positive and negative commandment, while circumcision is covered by a positive commandment only, and one positive commandment cannot supersede a joint positive and negative commandment. A rule was laid down by R. Akiba. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, the halakha according to R. Akiba prevails. We have learned also in the matter of Passover sacrifices to the same effect, that every act of labor that can be performed on the day before Sabbath must not supersede the due observance of Sabbath, but the killing of the sacrifice, which cannot be done on the day before Sabbath, does supersede the due observance of Sabbath. And our Jehuda declared also, in the name of Rab, that the halakha according to our Akiba prevails. It is necessary that he should so instruct us at both times, because, if he instructed only as concerns circumcision, we might assume that where sacrifices for the Passover are concerned, the preparations which could have been made on the day before Sabbath, but were not, would supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. Because failure to bring that sacrifice would involve the punishment of Kereth, being cut off, while failure in circumcision would not involve Kereth, if not performed at the right time. And, on the other hand, had he instructed us only as concerns sacrifices for the Passover, we might assume that the Sabbath could be violated if the acts necessary for circumcision which could have been performed on the day before, were not. For the reason, that the covenant regarding circumcision is mentioned 13 times in the Torah, and is in consequence regarded as a 13-fold commandment, which must under all circumstances be observed. Hence the necessity for the twofold instruction. Mishnah, one may perform everything necessary for circumcision on the Sabbath, as circumcising, tearing open, sucking out the blood, applying a plaster or caraway seed. If the latter had not been ground before the Sabbath, one may masticate it with the teeth and then apply it. If one had not mixed wine with oil before the Sabbath, he may apply each separately. One must not prepare an actual bandage, on the Sabbath, but may apply an old piece of linen, and if such had not been prepared before the Sabbath, the circumciser may bring it with him tied around his finger and even from another yard. Gemara, let us see, the Mishnah enumerates all the acts necessary for the performance of the rite of circumcision. Why, then, does it commence by saying, everything necessary, for circumcision, and then proceed to detail, everything? What act is there that has not been enumerated? The Mishnah means to include what was taught us by the rabbis, as follows: the circumciser, while engaged in finishing the circumcision, if noticing that excrescences still remain on the gland, whether they are of a nature which make the circumcision invalid or such as do not make it invalid, may remove them. But if he had already finished, and put up his instruments, if excrescences which make the circumcision invalid remain, he may remove them. But if they do not make the circumcision invalid, he must not remove them. Hence by stating everything that is necessary, etc. The Mishnah means to include, that it is permitted even to remove excrescences which do not make the circumcision invalid, provided the operator had not already finished and put up his instruments. Who is the Tana who holds, that if the circumciser had already finished he must not return and remove the excrescences? Said Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, it was our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Berakhot, as we have learned in a Beretha, if the 14th of Nisan fall on a Sabbath, the animal used for the Passover sacrifice may be skinned only as far as the breast, so saith our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Berakhot. But the sages say, that the whole animal may be skinned. Now, we see that our Ishmael holds, that after the work had been completed as far as was necessary no more may be done. Hence he is the one who says, that the circumciser must not return to remove the excrescences. This is not conclusive evidence. It may be that our Ishmael in the case of the sacrifice holds, that because it is not necessary that the commandment be beautified. 165 But in the case of circumcision, where the beautifying of the commandment is necessary, as is taught in Tract Saka, we might say, that our Ishmael is of a different opinion. Therefore the sages of Nehardai say, that the Tanas who hold, that after having finished the circumcision the operator must not commence anew, are in reality the rabbis who differ with our Hosea in Tract Menikoth concerning the law of the showbreads. 166. The rabbis taught, if excrescences remain on the gland after circumcision, and are such as make the circumcision invalid, they must be removed, and failure to do so involves the punishment of Kereth. Who becomes liable to be punished by Kereth? Said our Kahana, the circumciser. If he performed the circumcision on Sabbath and did not finish it, he simply made a wound and did not perform a commandment, hence he becomes amenable to Kereth. Papa opposed this. The circumciser might say, I have performed one half of a commandment, come ye and complete the other half. Why should I be punished by Kereth? Therefore if the circumcision was performed on an adult who, excrescences which make it invalid having remained, will not permit them to be removed, he becomes amenable to Kereth. This was opposed by Ashi. As for an adult, what news does that impart to us? It is expressly stated, Genesis 17:14, and any uncircumcised male, who circumciseth not the flesh of his foreskin, that soul shall be cut off from his people. Therefore he says nay. It really refers to the circumciser, and only then if he came late on Sabbath, near twilight, and was told that it would be impossible to finish the operation before night, but persisted in performing it. If in consequence he left excrescences which make the circumcision invalid, he simply made a wound without performing a commandment, and thus he becomes amenable to Kereth. Sucking out the blood. Papa said, the circumciser who does not suck out the wound places the child in danger, and should be discharged from office. Is this not self-evident? It certainly must be dangerous not to do this, or the Sabbath would not be violated in order to perform that duty. We might assume, that the blood having already come to the surface it would run out of itself, and hence by sucking it out the Sabbath is not violated. Hence we are given to understand that this is not so, the blood is moved only by the suction, and the Sabbath is violated. But failure to do this would involve danger for the child and hence it is permitted, and is regarded the same as applying a plaster or caraway seeds, mentioned further on in the Mishnah, the omission of which would also involve danger to the child. Applying a plaster or caraway seeds. Abaye said, my mother told me, that the most effective plaster for all ills is made of 7 different kinds of fat and 1 kind of wax. And Rabbah said, the best plaster for all ills is one made of wax and resin. Rabbah stated this publicly in a lecture in the city of Mahutsa, and 2 brothers the sons of Minumi, who were physicians, tore their clothes in anger. For they had known of it and made capital out of the secret, until Rabbah came and revealed it. Said Rabbah to them, I will tell you of something that I shall not proclaim publicly, and that is, Samuel said, that one who washes his face and does not dry it thoroughly, becomes afflicted with scabs. And the remedy for such is the fluid extract of mangold. If the latter, caraway seeds, had not been ground before the Sabbath, etc. The rabbis taught, in preparing for circumcision, such things as must not be done on Sabbath, may be done on a festival. One may grind the seeds and mix wine with oil. Asked Abaye of Joseph, why may the caraway seeds be ground on a festival? Because they may be utilized for cooking, then why should it not be permitted to mix wine with oil on Sabbath? It may be utilized for a sick person who is not dangerously ill. As we have learned in a Berakhot, wine and oil must not be mixed for a sick person on the Sabbath, but Simeon ben Eliezer in the name of Meir said, that it may be. Said Simeon ben Eliezer, it once happened, that Meir was sick with stomach trouble, and we wanted to mix wine with oil for him, on the Sabbath, but he would not permit us to do this. So we asked him whether he wished his own words to be made void during his lifetime, and he answered, Nay, it is allowed to mix wine with oil on Sabbath, but I cannot bring it over me to act contrary to the decree of my colleagues. Thus we see, that it is at all events allowed to mix wine with oil on the Sabbath. Why, then, does the Mishnah say, that if this was not done on the day before the Sabbath, each should be applied separately? The difference lies therein, that when giving it to a sick person, it is merely mixed, but when used for a balm, at circumcision, it must be thoroughly stirred and requires a good deal of labor. Let it be given, applied, just mixed. That is just what the Mishnah prescribes, each to be applied separately, i.e., it should not be stirred. Abaye said, my mother told me, that if a child appears red all over it is a sign that the circulation is imperfect, and hence circumcision should be postponed until the circulation is perfect. If a child has a greenish cast it is a sign that the blood is impoverished, and circumcision should then be postponed until the blood is richer. This we have also learned in a Berakhot, as follows, R. Nathan said, I once went to a city by the sea, and there met a woman whose first and second child both died in consequence of circumcision. The third child she brought to me, and I noticed that it was quite red. I told her to wait until the blood had settled and then circumcise it. She did so and then circumcised it, and the child lived. The child was then named after me, Nathan the Babylonian. At another time I came to the country of Cappadocia, and a woman came to me telling me that she had had 2 children circumcised, both of whom had died in consequence of circumcision. The third she brought to me, and I noticed that it had a greenish cast. I also noticed, that if it were circumcised no blood would flow, so I told her to wait until the circulation of the blood was in order. She did so, and the child was circumcised, and lived. She named it also after me, and called it Nathan the Babylonian. Mishnah, one may bathe the child both before the circumcision as well as after, on Sabbath, by sprinkling water over it with the hand, but not by pouring water over it from a vessel. R. Eliezer ben Azariah says, one may bathe a child on the 3rd day, after the circumcision, even if it fall on a Sabbath, for it is written, Genesis 34:25, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. On account of a doubtful child, a child about which there is a doubt whether it was born in the 8th month of its gestation, and is therefore not expected to live, or an hermaphrodite, the Sabbath, rest, must not be desecrated. R. Jehudah permits this in the case of an hermaphrodite. Gemara, the Mishnah commences by saying, one may bathe the child, and then goes on to say that it may only be sprinkled by hand. That is not bathing. Said Rabbah, the Mishnah means to state, that a child may be bathed as usual on the day of circumcision, either before or after the performance of the rite. But on the 3rd day after circumcision, if that day should be a Sabbath, one may only sprinkle the child by hand, and not bathe it in a vessel. R. Eliezer ben Azariah, however, said, that even if the 3rd day fall on a Sabbath the child may be bathed as usual, as it is written, Gen 34:15, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. When R. Demai came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Eliezer, that the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Azariah. In the West the question was discussed whether our Eliezer ben Azariah meant that the whole body of the child might be bathed, or whether the part circumcised only might be bathed. Said one of the rabbis, whose name was R. Jacob, it seems to me that the whole body is meant, because if the wound only was meant, wherein does the wound caused by circumcision differ from any other wound? Any wound may be bathed on the Sabbath in water and oil, according to Rabbah's opinion. This was opposed by R. Joseph. Is it immaterial whether the water was warmed on the Sabbath or before the Sabbath? This was again opposed by R. Demai. Whence dost thou know that the Mishnah refers to water that was warmed on Sabbath? Perhaps they, the sages and R. Eliezer, differ even as to water warmed before the Sabbath set in. Said Abai, I was prepared to answer this question myself, but R. Joseph preceded me and said, that of a necessity the water must have been warmed on Sabbath, because the precariousness of the child demanded it. We were also taught, that when Rabban came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Abulha quoting our Eliezer, and according to another version, in the name of our Abulha quoting our Johanan, that the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Azariah, whether it be with water that was warmed on the Sabbath or before the Sabbath, or whether the whole body or only the circumcised part is concerned, because it would be dangerous not to bathe the child on that day. It was said above in the name of Rab, that every wound may be bathed on the Sabbath with water or oil, but Samuel said that water may be poured to one side of the wound and it may run down into the wound. An objection was made, we have learned, that oil or water must not be put on a piece of cotton to place on a wound. This is prohibited on account of the necessity to wring the piece of cotton. We have been taught by a Berakhot in accordance with Samuel's opinion, viz., water must not be placed directly on the wound, but near it, that it may run down into the wound. The rabbis taught, dry cotton and dry sponge, but not dry papyrus or dry cloth, may be placed on a wound. This presents a contradiction. Is not dry cotton the same as dry cloth? This is no difficulty. By cloth is meant new cloth, which must not be used, whereas old cloth may be. Said Abai, from this we see, that pieces of cloth heal a wound. On account of a doubtful child or an hermaphrodite, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, Leviticus 12. 3. His foreskin, so, on account of a foreskin which must be circumcised, the Sabbath may be violated, but on account of one which is doubtful the Sabbath must not be desecrated. Such also is the case with the circumcision of the foreskin of a true male, but not with that of an hermaphrodite. R. Jehuda, however, says, that the Sabbath may be violated on account of an hermaphrodite, and if the latter is not circumcised he becomes amenable to Kereth. The Sabbath may also be violated on account of a child who was born at a certain time, but not on account of one who was born at twilight, and it is not known whether it was born on Sabbath or on the following day. It is not allowed to violate the Sabbath on account of a child who was born without a foreskin, because the school of Shammai, only, contends, that even if a child is born without a foreskin, some blood must be drawn in commemoration of the covenant. The school of Hillel, however, says, that is not necessary. Said Simeon ben Eliezer, the school of Hillel and the school of Shammai did not differ as to a child born without a foreskin. Both agree that blood must be drawn from it, because the foreskin is not wholly missing, but is merely ingrown. They differ only as regards a proselyte who was born without a foreskin. When seeking conversion, the school of Shammai contends that blood of the covenant must be drawn from his gland, whereas the school of Hillel does not require this to be done. The Master said, on account of a doubtful child, the Sabbath must not be desecrated. What does he mean by doubtful? He means to say, what we learned from the rabbis, viz. A child born in the 7th month may have the Sabbath violated for it, but if born in the 8th it must not. If it is doubtful whether it was born in the 7th or in the 8th month, the Sabbath must not be violated on its account. Not only this, but a child born in the 8th month must not even be carried on the Sabbath, because it is like a stone, and cannot live. It is allowed, however, for the mother to stoop down and suckle the child, because it is dangerous for the mother to carry too much milk. We were taught that Rab said, referring to a child born without a foreskin, the halakha prevails according to the unknown Tana, while Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to Simeon ben Eliezer. R. Ada bar Ahaba had a child that was born without a foreskin, so he carried him to 13 circumcisers, until the child was maimed and made impotent. Said he, I deserve this fate, because I did not follow the dictum of Rab. Said R. Naaman to him, thou hast not only disobeyed Rab, but also Samuel, for Samuel said, that a child born without a foreskin should be bled only if it was born on a weekday, but not on a Sabbath, and thy child was born on a Sabbath. R. Ada bar Ahaba, however, held, that he had only disobeyed Rab, because, he was certain that the foreskin of a child is never wholly missing, but is merely ingrown and should be lanced even on Sabbath, as we were taught, Rabbah said. That there is fear lest it be an ingrown foreskin. But Joseph said, that we were certain that it is so. Said Joseph, whence do I know this? From the following Beratha, Elazar Hakapar said, that the school of Shammai and Hillel do not differ as to a child that is born without a foreskin. Both agree that the blood of the covenant must be drawn from the gland. The school of Shammai, however, contends that this may be done on the Sabbath, while the other holds that the Sabbath must not be desecrated on that account. If, then, Eliezer Hakapar holds, that they differ only as to the desecration of the Sabbath, the first Tana must hold, that both schools agree that the Sabbath may be desecrated on that account, and in consequence must also hold that the foreskin is not wholly missing but is merely ingrown, hence I am certain that it is so. Whence do we know that the first Tana holds, as above, and not that both schools agree to the contrary, viz., that the Sabbath must not be desecrated? If such would be the case, for what reason would Hakapar tell us that Beth Shammai holds that the Sabbath should be violated? The halakha would not prevail thus. Nay. Perhaps R. Eliezer means to tell us, principally, that both schools hold, that if a child is born without a foreskin on a weekday he must have his gland lanced, and incidentally mentions that if a difference existed, it was concerning the Sabbath. R. Asi said, if a child be born of a woman who, after giving birth, must keep the law mentioned in Leviticus 12. 2. The child must be circumcised on the 8th day. But ill a case where the woman need not keep the law mentioned, for instance, if the child was taken out through the sides by means of instruments. Or if the woman was a Gentile on the day of giving birth to the child and became a convert to Judaism on the day following, and hence need not observe that law, the child need not be circumcised just on the 8th day, but at any time. As it is written, Ibid. Ibid, if a woman have conceived seed, and born a male child, then shall she be unclean 7 days, etc., etc., Ibid 3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. Said Abai to him, what about the generations before the law was given? The women knew nothing of the law of uncleanness, and still the children had to be circumcised on the 8th day. Answered R. Asi, since the law was given, a new halakha has been in force. Nay, this is not so. Have we not learned, that if a child was taken through the side of a woman, or if it had 2 foreskins, R. Huna Nar. Hayabar Rab entertained different opinions as to whether it should be circumcised on the Sabbath or not. One claimed that it should, and the other that it should not. Now we see that they differed only as to a desecration of the Sabbath, but nothing is said about the non-necessity of the child's being circumcised on the 8th day. One is dependent upon the other. He who holds that the Sabbath should be violated, does so because he also holds that the child must be circumcised on the 8th day. While he who holds that the Sabbath must not be violated, does so because he holds that such a child need not be circumcised on the 8th day. We have learned in a Beratha, Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel said, every human child that has lived for 30 days cannot be called a miscarriage, as is written, Numbers 18. 16, and those that are to be redeemed from a month-old shalt thou redeem, and any young of an animal that has attained the age of 8 days, cannot be called a miscarriage, as it is written, Leviticus 22. 27, when a bullock, or a sheep, or a goat is brought forth, then shall it remain 7 days by its mother, and from the 8th day and henceforth shall it be favorably received, etc. And how is it, if the child has not yet attained the age of 30 days, is it still a doubtful child? How then is it allowed to circumcise any child on the Sabbath? Perhaps it is a miscarriage, and in that event it would be wrongful to inflict a wound in vain. Said our Ada Bar Ahaba, we may do so at all events. If it is a regularly born child, the commandment is fulfilled. And if not, no wound is inflicted, but merely a piece of flesh is cut. Now, then, we have learned in the above Beratha, that if it be doubtful whether the child was born in the 8th or in the 7th month the Sabbath must not be violated on its account. Why should this be so? Let it be circumcised at all events. If then it proves to be a regularly born child, it was right to circumcise it, and if not, no labor was performed, but merely an incision in the flesh was made. Said Mar the son of Rabina, Inr. Nehumi bar Zacharias have explained it thus, the child should be circumcised, but the injunction of the above Beratha not to violate the Sabbath refers to the preparations which are necessary for circumcision. And this is in accordance with the decree of R. Eliezer. The schoolmen propounded a question, do the rabbis differ with R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, or do they not? If they do, does the halakha remain according to R. Simeon, or not? Come and hear, R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon ben Gamaliel. Now if he says that the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon, there must be some who differ with R. Simeon. Abai said, if a child was killed by accident, either through falling off a roof or through being killed by a lion before it had lived 30 days, all agree, that it must be presumed that it was a regularly born child. A point of difference arises concerning a child that had lived less than 30 days and during its lifetime was very weak and merely breathing. Some say that it was a miscarriage and others that it was a regularly born child. What difference does it make? It makes a difference where the Levirate marriage 167 is concerned. If the child is presumed to be a regularly born child, it exempts a man from the Levirate marriage. But if it is presumed to be a miscarriage, it does not exempt a man. Let us see. It is said above, that if the child die by accident, all agree, that it is a regularly born child, yet we know that it happened to our Papa, and our Huna the son of our Jehoshua, who were the guests of our Edi bar Abin, that the latter prepared for them a calf, which was the third in birth of its mother, in the 7th day of its life. And they said to him, if ye had waited to kill this calf until evening we would eat of it, because it would then have been in its 8th day. But now we will not eat of it. Hence we see, that although this was a healthy calf and met its death violently, they regarded it as doubtful whether it was a miscarriage or not. Hence say, rather, that on the contrary, if the child was weak and barely breathing prior to its death, all agree, that it must be presumed to be a miscarriage, but they differ as to a child which had met its death by accident. Some say, that it must be regarded as a regularly born child, and others, that it was a miscarriage. The son of our Demi bar Joseph had a child born to him which died inside of 30 days, so he went into mourning for it. Said his father to him, what wouldst thou? Eat delicacies 168, that thou sittest in mourning? And he answered, I am positive that the child was a regularly born child. Our Jehuda permits this in the case of an hermaphrodite. Said our Shesby in the name of our Hista, not in every case does our Jehuda hold an hermaphrodite to be a male, for if we would say that in all cases he considers him to be a male, the hermaphrodite would come under the law of estimations, Leviticus 27. 2-15, and in the Tract Erechim, estimations, we may learn, that according to our Jehuda he is exempt. Why is he considered a male as concerns circumcision? Because it is written, Genesis 17. 10, every man-child among you shall be circumcised, and every includes also hermaphrodites. Mishnah, if one have 2 children to be circumcised, one after the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness circumcise the former on the Sabbath, he is culpable. If one of the children, however, was to be circumcised on the day before Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness one had the former circumcised on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable for a sin offering and our Jehoshua declares him free. Gemara, our Huna learns the Mishnah literally, in the first case, he is culpable. Our Jehuda, however, learns to the contrary, that he is not culpable. Our Who now learns, he is culpable, from what we have learned in a Beratha, viz., said our Simeon ben Elazar, our Eliezer and our Jehoshua do not differ as to the case where a man has 2 children to be circumcised, one after the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, who through forgetfulness circumcised the former on Sabbath. They both declare him culpable. Their point of difference is, if one of the children was to have been circumcised on the day before Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness the former was circumcised on the Sabbath. The former declares him culpable and the latter free. Both of them derived their decrees from the law concerning idolatry. All sin offerings are based upon the sin offerings incidental to the laws of idolatry. Our Eliezer holds, that as in idolatry so also it is with the Sabbath. If the commandment is, thou shalt not do so, and the man did so, he is liable for a sin offering, and our Jehoshua says, here it is different. The intention was to fulfill a commandment, and if accidentally it was not done he should be free. And our Jehuda learns the Mishnah, not culpable, deriving his support from the following Beratha, our Meir said, our Eliezer and our Jehoshua do not differ as to the case where a man has 2 children to be circumcised, one before the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness circumcise the former on Sabbath. They both declare him not culpable. Their point of difference is, if one of the children was to be circumcised on the day after Sabbath and the other on Sabbath, and through forgetfulness the former was circumcised on the Sabbath, Eliezer declares him culpable and Jehoshua declares him free. Both of them derived their decrees from the law concerning idolatry, as is said above. Mishnah, a child may be, legally, circumcised on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th day, after its birth, but neither before nor after. How so? Usually, it may be circumcised, on the 8th. One born at, the evening, twilight, on the 9th, one born at, the evening, twilight before Sabbath, on the 10th, if a feast day follows that Sabbath, it may be circumcised, on the 11th. If both New Year feast days follow that Sabbath, on the 12th. A sick child must not be circumcised until it is thoroughly recovered. Gemara, said Samuel, after the fever has left the child, 7 days should be allowed to elapse until the child get well, before the circumcision is performed. The schoolmen propounded a question, must every day be of 24 hours duration, or may the last of the 7 days be counted if only a few hours have passed? Come and hear, Luda taught, the last day of the child's convalescence is more important than the day of its birth, for a child may be circumcised on the 8th day after its birth, even if only 1 hour of that day be passed. But the 7th day of its convalescence after a sickness must be one of fully 24 hours, before circumcision is permitted. Mishnah, the following principal excrescences, knobs, make the circumcision invalid, flesh that covers the larger part of the gland, of the organ. A man so circumcised must not, if he be a priest, partake of terumah, heave offerings. If the child be very fleshy and, such imperfect circumcision, is caused thereby, the knobs must, for appearance's sake, be cut away. One who was circumcised without having had the skin torn open, is considered as uncircumcised. Gemara, Abina in the name of Jeremiah bar Aba, quoting Rab, said, by stating flesh, that covers the larger part of the gland, the Mishnah means to say the upper part of the gland. If the child be very fleshy. We have learned in a Beratha, Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if the gland of the child be surrounded by a fleshy coating, and when erect the gland appears to be circumcised, the coating need not be cut away. But if it does not appear to be circumcised, the coating should be cut away. One who was circumcised without having had the skin torn open, etc. The rabbis taught, the benediction to be pronounced by the circumciser, before performing the rite, should be as follows, Praised art thou, Lord, our God, King of the universe. Who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast commanded us the circumcision. The father of the child should pronounce the following benediction, in the interval between the circumcision and the tearing open of the skin, who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast commanded us to enter the child into the covenant of Abraham our father. The bystanders must respond, as he hath been entered into the covenant, so may he also be entered into the law, into the bridal canopy, and into good deeds. The man who makes the benediction, over the goblet of wine, should say as follows, Blessed art thou, etc., who hast sanctified thy favored one, meaning the patriarch Isaac, see Genesis 22. 2, even in the womb, as it is written in Genesis 17. 19, and I will establish my covenant with him, who hath made a sign in his body, and hath scaled his children with the sign of the holy covenant. Therefore as a reward for this we pray thee, thou living God, to command that our children be saved from the grave because of the covenant that is scaled in our flesh. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast made the covenant. One who circumcises proselytes must say, Blessed art thou, etc., and hast commanded us the circumcision. The one who pronounces the benediction, over the goblet, must say, Blessed art thou, etc. And hast commanded us to circumcise the proselytes, and to draw from them blood of the covenant. For were it not for the blood of the covenant, heavens and earth would not exist, as it is written, Jeremiah 33. 25, If not my covenant by day and night, I would not have instituted the ordinances of heaven and earth. Blessed be thou, O Lord, who didst make the covenant. One who circumcises slaves pronounces the same prayer as is used for proselytes, inserting slaves where proselytes is used, and the one making the benediction does likewise. 20. Regulations concerning certain acts of labor which must be performed differently on a Sabbath and on a festival. Mishnah, R. Eliezer says, one may stretch a wine filter, of cloth, over a vessel on a feast day, and on the Sabbath one may pour wine into it, if it was already fastened, to the vessel. The sages say, one must not stretch it, over a vessel, on a feast day, and on Sabbath one must not pour wine into it, but the latter act is allowed on a feast day. Gemara, how is it possible that our Eliezer should decide, that one may stretch a wine filter, etc., on a festival, if he does not even allow a window blind to be added to a temporary tent, as is explained by Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, chapter 17, page 272. In that case he does not even allow the addition of a blind, and here he permits the stretching of a filter to commence with. Our Eliezer holds as our Jehuda, as we have learned in a Berakhot, there is no difference between the Sabbath and the festival, except that the preparation of food is permitted on the latter. Our Jehuda, however, even permits the arrangements for the preparation of food. What arrangements for the preparation of food are we aware of, that our Jehuda permits? Such as cannot be made at any time before the festival. But did we hear of his permitting the arrangements for the preparation of food that could be made before the festival, to be made on the feast day? In this respect our Eliezer is more lenient than our Jehuda, for he permits all arrangements for the preparation of food to be made on the festival. The sages say, one must not stretch it, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, what if a man did stretch the filter over a vessel on a festival? Is he culpable? Said Abai, this is only a rabbinical prohibition, that one should not do on a festival such things as one does on a weekday. Abai collected all the rabbinical prohibitions to be found in the Berakhos, and taught as follows. A leather bag, a wine filter, a baldachin, and a folding chair as used in the city of Gallon, must not be spread, but if one does so, he is not culpable. Tents, however, which are permanent, must not be put up, and if a man does this he is culpable. One way, however, set up an ordinary bed, a chair, a tripod, and a stool with impunity. One must not pour wine into it, etc. The schoolmen asked, what if a man did pour wine into it? Is he culpable? Said our Kahana, yeah. He is liable to bring a sin offering. Our Shesheth opposed this. Have ye ever seen that our Eliezer should permit a certain thing to be done to commence with, which the rabbis hold would make one liable for a sin offering? R. Joseph interposed, why not? Have we not learned, page 114, in the case of a woman who went out with a golden ornament, that our mayor held her liable for a sin offering and our Eliezer permitted her to go out with it to commence with? Said Abai to him, dost thou think that our Eliezer opposes our mayor in the above passage? Nay, he merely opposes the sages, who said that a woman must not go out wearing the ornament, but if she do so, she is not culpable. Whereas he says, that she may do so to commence with. How should a man be warned not to pour wine into the filter? I.e. in what category of labor is that act to be classed, so that the man can be warned that he is performing a certain prohibited principal act of labor? 169, Rabbah said, he is to be warned against fruit cleaning. Zerah said, against sifting. Said Rabbah, it seems to me that my decision is more in conformity with reason, for as in fruit cleaning the good fruit is separated from the bad, so it is also in this case, he separates the clean wine from the lees. Said Zerah, it seems to me that my decision is more in conformity with reason, because as in sifting the good falls to the bottom and the bad remains in the sieve, so it is also in this case, the good wine falls into the vessel, while the lees remain in the filter. Rami the son of Ezekiel taught, a folded garment should not be spread on poles to serve as a sunshade, but if a man do this, he is free. If, however, a string or a hanger was already attached to the garment with which it could be fastened to the poles, this may be done to commence with. Our Kahana asked of Rab, "What is the law regarding a baldachin?" And he answered, "Even a bed is not permitted." Our Kahana then inquired, "What is the law regarding a bed?" And Rab answered, "Even a baldachin is allowed." What is the law regarding a bed and a baldachin? A bed is allowed but a baldachin is not allowed. In spite of this, there is no difficulty. In not permitting even a bed, Rab had reference to a folding bed as used by the Carmelites, and where he said, "Even a baldachin is allowed," he had reference to a baldachin as described by Rami bar Ezekiel, i.e. one which had strings attached to it. In saying, "A bed is allowed and a baldachin is not allowed," he meant to say, that an ordinary bed, such as is generally used, may be set up, but a baldachin, that had no strings or hangers attached, must not be set up. Said R. Joseph, "I have seen the baldachins in the house of our Huna, at night, on Sabbath eve, they were folded up and in the morning they were all set up." Rami bar Ezekiel sent to R. Huna and asked him to impart to him some of the good sayings of Rab, 2 concerning the Sabbath and 1 concerning the law. So R. Huna sent him the following sayings, concerning what we have learned in a Berakhot, that a leather bag which had strings already attached may be spread on poles on Sabbath. Rab said, that this may be done jointly by 2 men but not by 1. 170 said Abai, a baldachin which must not be set up must not even be set up by the joint efforts of 10 men. What was the other good saying of Rab concerning Sabbath? Concerning what we have learned in a Berakhot, that if an iron stove had 1 leg missing it may be handled, but if 2 legs were missing it must not be handled. Rab said, that it must not be handled even if 1 leg was missing. As a precaution lest one might be tempted to fasten the missing leg, and that would constitute building. What was the good saying of Rab concerning the law? Rab said, "There will be a time when the law will be forgotten by Israel, as it is written, Deuteronomy 28:59, then will the Lord render wonderful thy plagues, etc., and I could not understand what is meant by wonderful plagues. But it is written, Isaiah 29:14, therefore, behold, I will do yet farther a marvelous work, doing wonder on wonder, so that the wisdom of their wise men shall be lost, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hidden." The rabbis taught, when our teachers went into the vineyard at Jamnia, they said that the law would be forgotten by Israel, as it is written, Amos 8:11, "Behold, days are coming, saith the Lord Eternal, when I will send a famine in the land, not a famine for bread, nor a thirst for water, but to hear the words of the Lord," and, Ibid. 12, "And they will wander about from sea to sea, and from the north even to the cast, they will roam about to seek the word of the Lord, but they shall not find it." By the word of the Lord is meant, halakha, the end of exile, i.e. the coming of the Messiah, and also the prophecies. 171. In another Berakhot we have learned, our Simeon ben Johai said, "May God forbid that the law be forgotten by Israel." It is written, Deuteronomy 31:21, "For it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of their seed." How then can the previous passage, "And they will roam about to seek the word of the Lord, but they shall not find it," be verified? It means they shall not find a perfect halakha, which shall be incontestable, nor a Mishnah, which shall be beyond refutation, anywhere on earth. We have learned in a Berakhot, "If thou shouldst live in a generation in which there is much trouble, persecution, go and investigate amongst the judges of Israel." For most of the trouble that happens in this world happens only on account of the corruption of the judges, as it is written, Micah 3:9-11, "Hear this, I pray you, ye heads of the house of Jacob and ye princes of the house of Israel, that abhor justice and make crooked all that is straight. They build up Zion with blood guiltiness and Jerusalem with wrong. Her heads judge for bribes, and her priests teach for reward, and her prophets divine for money, and yet will they lean upon the Lord, etc. They are all wicked, and yet they all lean upon the one who spoke and the world was created. And therefore the Lord will bring upon them 3 troubles for the 3 sins of which they were guilty as mentioned above, judging for bribes, teaching for reward, and divining for money, as it is written, Ibid. 12. Therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, and Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps, and the mount of the house, forest-covered high places. And the Holy One, blessed be he, will not permit his Shekinah to rest again amongst Israel until the corrupt judges shall be removed and the guardians of the peace shall be abolished from Israel, as it is written, Isaiah I. 25 and 26, And I will turn my hand against thee, and purge away as with lye thy dross, and remove all thy tin. And, then, I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Ulla said, Jerusalem will not be redeemed except through charity, righteousness, as it is written, Isaiah I. 27, Zion shall be redeemed through justice, and her converts through righteousness. R. Papa said, When the proud men will be destroyed, then also will the men who slander and cause us to be hated be destroyed, as it is written, and purge away as with lye thy dross. And when the corrupt judges will be removed, the bailiffs will also become extinct, as it is written, Zephaniah 3. 15. The Lord hath removed thy punishment, he hath cleared away thy enemy. Melai in the name of our Eliezer ben R. Simeon said, It is written, Isaiah 14. 5. Broken hath the Lord the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers. The staff of the wicked refers to the judges who made of themselves a staff upon which their servants, scribes, should lean, i.e. they gave them all the opportunities to extort money, of which they took a share. The scepter of rulers refers to the judges who made their relatives rulers. Mar Zutra said, The above verse refers to the teachers who turn out ignorant men and allow them licenses to be judges, and through ignorance they were incapable of judging rightfully. R. Elazar ben Melai said in the name of Resh Lakish, It is written, Isaiah licks. 3. For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity, your lips have spoken falsehood, your tongue uttereth deception. Your hands are defiled with blood refers to the judges, your fingers with iniquity refers to the scribes of the judges, your lips have spoken falsehood refers to the lawyers. And your tongue uttereth deception refers to the litigants themselves. Arth Melai said again in the name of our Itzhak of Magdala, From the day that Joseph left his brethren, he tasted not wine, as it is written, Genesis 49. 26. These shall be on the head of Joseph, on the crown of the head of him that was separated 172 from his brothers. Art Jose bar Hanina said, that the brothers of Joseph also did not taste wine, because it is written, Ibid 43. 34. And they drank, and were merry with him, because it says, with him, the inference is, that without him they did not drink. Arth Melai said again, the reward due Aaron for what is written, Exodus 4. 14. And when he seeth, he will be glad in his heart, was given him in the breastplate of judgment, see Ibid 28. 15. The inhabitants of the city of Bashkir sent a query to Levi, as follows, What is the law concerning a baldachin? What is the law concerning flax sown in a vineyard, does it come under the head of Kalaim or not? And what is the law concerning one who dies on a festival? While the messenger was on his way, Levi died. Said Samuel to our Manasseh, If thou wouldst be wise, answer thou these queries. So our Manasseh answered as follows, As for a baldachin, we have investigated on all sides and found no permission, for setting it up. As for flax sown in a vineyard, it constitutes a case of Kalaim. As for a man that had died on a festival, the corpse should be kept until after the second day of the festival, and it should not be interred, neither by Israelites nor by Gentiles. This is not so. Rami bar Ezekiel found permission for a baldachin as previously said. R. Tarpon decided that flax sown in a vineyard does not constitute Kalaim, and Rabbah decreed, that a corpse may be interred on the first day of a festival by Gentiles and on the second day even by Jews. However, because the men of Bashkir were ignorant, our Manasseh gave them the stricter decrees, lest they take advantage of the more lenient. Our Abin bar our Huna said in the name of our Hama bar Guria, a man can wrap himself in the canopy that has not been fastened to the poles, together with its fringes, and go out into public ground with impunity. In what respect does this decision differ from that of R. Huna, who said in the name of Rab, that one who went out into public ground wearing a talith, toga, without tzitzith, show threads, is culpable and liable for a sin offering? In the case of a talith, the show threads, being the most important part of that garment, are valuable, and without them the talith is simply a burden. Whereas the fringes of a canopy are not an essential part of the canopy, and having used the latter for a garment it may be worn even with fringes. Rabba bar R. Huna said, a man may with cunning stretch a wine filter over a vessel and say, that he intends to use it as a receptacle for pomegranates, but when it is already stretched he may filter wine through it. Said R. Ashi, he may do this only if he had previously placed pomegranates in the filter. In what respect does this decision differ from the following Beratha? During the intermediate days of a festival, either Passover or the Feast of Tabernacles, a man may brew leer for consumption on those days but not for use on other days. Be it beer made of dates or of barley. And although he have stale beer still on hand, he may with cunning brew new beer and drink it. Should he have any left over he may keep it for other days. Hence we see that it is not necessary to dissemble by doing something else before performing the act really intended. In the latter case it is not known whether the man have any stale beer on hand or not, and hence it might be presumed that he has none and must brew more. But in the former case, when the wine filter is stretched and wine is being immediately filtered through it, the presumption would be that it was stretched for that purpose only. Said the disciples to R. Ashi, we would call the attention of the master to this young scholar, R. Huna bar Hivan or Hiluvan by name, who takes the clove of garlic and stops up a hole in a wine barrel with it, saying, that he intends merely to preserve the clove of garlic. He also goes and lies down on a ferry, presumably to sleep. In the meantime he is ferried across the river, and on the other side he watches his fields, saying, however, that he merely intended to sleep. Answered R. Ashi, ye speak of cunning, trickery. All the acts mentioned by you are prohibited by rabbinical laws only, and in the case of a scholar, there is no danger that he will commit them publicly, without resorting to cunning. Mishnah, one may pour water on yeast in order to thin the latter, and one may filter wine through a cloth or an Egyptian wine basket. One may put a beaten egg in a sieve. One may also make honey wine on Sabbath. R. Jehuda says, on Sabbath this may be done only in a cup, on feast days even in a lug, pitcher, and on the intermediate days even in a barrel. Archizadok says, at all times it should be made according to the number of guests. Gemara, Zerah said, a man may pour clear wine or clear water into a filter with impunity. May clear wine only, and not dimmed wine, be poured into a filter? Have we not learned, that R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, a man may stir up a cask of wine, with the lees, on the Sabbath and pour it through a filter with impunity? Zerah explained the decree of R. Simeon ben Gamaliel to the effect, that the latter spoke of wine that was just being pressed, when it is customary to drink the wine with the lees, hence the wine is not improved, as it can be drunk without filtering. One may filter wine through a cloth. Art Simi B. Haya said, providing the cloth is not turned into a funnel, that the cloth should not subsequently be wrung. An Egyptian wine basket. Said R. Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, providing the wine basket is not lifted above the bottom of the vessel to the height of one span. One may put a beaten egg in a mustard sieve. R. Jacob Karha explained this as follows, because the yolk is used only for coloring, the white of the egg is nevertheless as much an article of food as the yolk, hence no sifting takes place. It was taught, mustard which had been prepared before Sabbath may be ground on the Sabbath either by hand or with a vessel. Honey may also be placed in the mustard on Sabbath, it must not be thoroughly mixed, however, but merely stirred. Cresses which have been cut up before the Sabbath may be mixed with oil and vinegar on the Sabbath, and one may also add mint, it must not be thoroughly mixed, however, but merely stirred. Garlic which had been ground before the Sabbath may be mixed with broad beans and peas, but must not be ground together, mint may also be added. Said Abai, We see, that mint is good for the spleen. One may make honey wine on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, one may make honey wine on the Sabbath, but not an oil wine salve. The difference between honey wine and oil wine salve is that the former is made of honey, wine, and pepper, while the latter is made of old wine, clear water, and aromatic balsam to be used as a lotion after a bath. Said R. Joseph, once I went with Mar Ukba to a bathhouse. When we came out, he gave me a cup of wine which, when drinking, I felt all over from the roots of my hair to the nails of my feet. And had he given me another, I am afraid that the reward due me in the world to come would have been lessened in proportion. Mar Ukba drank this wine every day. He was accustomed to it. Mishnah, one must not put lazarpicium in tepid water for the purpose of softening the former, but one may put it in vinegar. One must not soak bran nor grind it, but may put it in a sieve or in a basket. One must not sift feed straw through a winnow, nor lay it in a high place so that the chaff fall out, but one may take it up in a winnow and then pour it into the crib. Gemara, the schoolmen asked, what if one did put lazarpicium in tepid water? Said Abaye, this is only a rabbinical prohibition, that it should not be done as on a weekday. R. Johanan asked of R. Yanai, is it allowed to put lazarpicium in cold water, on Sabbath? And he answered, it is not. Said R. Johanan, we have learned in the Mishnah, that it is not allowed to put it in tepid water, but in cold water it should be allowed. Answered R. Yanai, if thou askest me concerning a Mishnah, what difference is there between me and thee? The Mishnah is according to the opinion of one man, and the halakha does not prevail according to his opinion, as we have learned in a Tosefta, lazarpicium must not be put in either cold or tepid water. R. Jose said, it is not allowed to put it in tepid water, but it may be put in cold water. For what purpose is it used? For a heavy feeling in the chest. R. Aha bar Joseph had a heavy feeling in the chest, so he came to Mar Ukba, and was told to drink lazarpicium to the weight of 3 shekels in 3 days. He drank some on Thursday and Friday, and on Sabbath he came to the house of learning to inquire whether he might drink it. He was told, that the disciples of Ada, others say of Mar bar R. Ada, taught, that one may drink, even a cab or 2 cobs with impunity. He then said to them, I am not asking whether I may drink it. That I know is allowed, but I should like to know whether I may put the lazarpicium in water in order to drink it. How shall I do? Said R. Haya bar Abin to them, the same thing happened to me, so I went to R. Ada bar Ahaba and asked him, but he did not know, so I asked R. Huna, who said, that Rab decided that first it should be put in cold water and then it may be put in warm water. R. Aha bar Joseph leaned on the shoulders of his nephew, R. Naaman bar Itzhak, and went out into the street, and told him, when they came to the house of R. Safra, to lead him in. When they got there, they went in, and R. Aha asked of R. Safra, may a shirt that had been laundered too stiffly be rubbed and softened by hand on the Sabbath? Shall we assume, that it is only intended to soften the shirt and is therefore permissible, or that it is intended also to bleach it and is hence prohibited? R. Safra answered, that it might be done, and asked him, why dost thou ask about a shirt, why not ask also about a turban? I have already asked concerning a turban of R. Huna, and he said, that it is not permitted. Why, then, didst thou come to ask about a shirt? Thou couldst have inferred, from the turban, that the other was also not permitted. Answered R. Aha, a turban is bleached by unfolding and rubbing, but a shirt is not. R. Hista said, if a shirt had been hung up to dry by means of a stick drawn through the armholes, it should be taken down from the stick, but the stick should not be taken down alone, because the stick is not a vessel and hence must not be handled. Said Rabbah, if the stick was one that may be used by a weaver, it may be taken down, because it is regarded as a vessel. R. Hista said again, a bundle of herbs, if suitable for cattle food, may be handled on the Sabbath. If not, it must not be handled. Said R. Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, dried salt meat may be handled on Sabbath, because it can be eaten uncooked, but dried salt fish must not, because it cannot be eaten uncooked. R. Hista said again, a man who attends school, and has not sufficient bread, should not eat herbs, because it creates hunger. I myself have never eaten herbs, neither when I was poor nor when I was rich. When I was poor I did not want to stimulate my appetite, and when I was rich I rather ate meat and fish in place of herbs. Again he said, a young pupil who lacks food should not eat a little at a time. He should wait until he can accumulate sufficient for a hearty meal, and then eat. When I was poor I never ate until I could put my hand in the basket and find sufficient to satisfy my hunger. The same R. Hista said to his daughters, be chaste in the eyes of your husbands. Do not go about eating in the presence of your husbands. Do not eat herbs at night, for fear of bad breath. Do not eat dates at night. Do not drink beer at night, and use not the same toilet that men do. When someone knocks at your door, do not ask, who is it, in the masculine, but in the feminine. One must not sift feed straw through a winnow. This Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of the Tana of the following Berakhot. Our Eliezer ben Jacob said, a winnow must not be touched at all. Mishnah, one may clean out the crib for the stalled ox and throw the superfluous fodder over the side, so that it does not become unclean, so says our Dosa. The sages declare this to be prohibited. One may remove the fodder in front of one animal and place it before another, on the Sabbath. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question, do the sages dissent from the first part of our Dosa's decree, from the last part, or from both? Come and hear, we have learned in a Berakhot, the sages said, neither one nor the other may be thrown over the side. Said our Hista, the sages differ with our Dosa only when the crib was a separate vessel, but if it was part of the stall and fixed to the ground, all agree that it is prohibited to clean it out. One may remove the fodder from in front of one animal, etc. In one Berakhot we learned, that one may remove the fodder from cattle with healthy snouts and place it before cattle with diseased snouts. And in another Berakhot we learned the contrary, that fodder may be removed from cattle with diseased snouts and placed before cattle with healthy snouts. Said Abai, according to both Berakhots, the fodder of an ass may be placed before an ox, but the fodder of an ox must not be placed before an ass. The first Berakhot refers to fodder placed before an ass who does not emit phlegm from the mouth, and which may be placed before a cow who does emit phlegm. And the other Berakhot, which permits the placing of fodder of animals with bad snouts, also refers to an ass, and calls the snout of an ass bad, diseased, because he feeds on all manner of things, like thistles, etc. The cow is referred to as having a healthy snout because she is very particular as to what she feeds on, hence the two Berakhots do not differ. Mishnah, straw on a bed must not be shaken up with the hand, but it may be moved with the body. If it be designed for fodder, or a pillow or cloth lie over it, it may be shaken up by hand. A clothes press which is kept in the house may be opened, but must not be used for pressing. The clothes presses of the professional washers must not be touched. Ark Jehuda says, if the press was partly opened before the Sabbath, it may be entirely opened and drawn out. Others say, the clothes may be drawn out. Gemara, R. Jehuda said, it is permitted to triturate pepper seed with the handle of a knife one by one, but not two together, on Sabbath. But Rabbah said, that as a man usually triturates pepper in a mortar on a weekday, he may on Sabbath triturate as many together as he chooses with the handle of a knife. R. Jehuda said again, on the Sabbath, a man who bathes should first dry himself standing in the water and then go out, otherwise he carries water into unclaimed ground for 4 ells. If that is so, what about the man going into the water? By entering he pushes the water forward 4 ells, into the lake or river, by mere motion. Motion has not been provided for in the prohibitions of unclaimed ground. Said Abai, according to another version R. Jehuda, if a man stepped into loam, he should wipe his feet on the ground and not on a wall. But Rabbah said, why should he not do that, because it might be presumed that he plasters the wall and is engaged in building. Nay. This is not ordinary building, but more like field work. On the contrary, if he wipe his feet on the ground he may perchance smoothen out an incavation, hence he should rather wipe his feet on the wall. For the same reason, he should not wipe his feet on the side of an incavation, lest he smoothen it out. Rabbah said again, one should not cork a bottle with a piece of cotton or cloth, lest he wring it. R. Kahana said, the dirt on a garment should be removed by rubbing the cloth on the inside and not on the outside, lest it seem like washing. R. Fabulha in the name of R. Eliezer, quoting R. Yanai, said, one may scrape off dirt on an old shoe, but not a new one. With what should it be scraped off? With the back of a knife, said R. Abuha. Said a certain old man to him, withdraw thy teaching before that of R. Haya, one must not scrape off dirt on an old nor on a new shoe. One must also not rub his foot with oil, while it is still in the shoe. He may, however, rub his foot with oil and then put on his shoe or his sandal. He may also anoint his whole body with oil and lie down on a skin, although the skin is benefited by the oil. Said R. Hista, providing the oil dripping from the body onto the skin is only sufficient to polish the skin, but if there is enough to soften the skin one must not lie down on it. The rabbis taught, a small man should not wear a large shoe, lest it fall off and he be forced to carry it on the Sabbath. He may, however, wear a large shirt, as there is no fear of his taking that off and carrying it. A woman should not go out with a torn shoe on the Sabbath, lest she be laughed at and carry the shoe. She also must not accept chalitza in such a shoe, but if she did so, the chalitza is valid. She also should not wear a new shoe, that she had not tried on before the Sabbath, lest it be too large and she take it off and carry it. Such is the explanation of Bar Kapra. In one Berakhot we have learned, that one may remove the shoe of a statue, while in another we were taught that it must not be removed. This presents no difficulty. The one Berakhot is in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis, who differ with our Eliezer, while the other is in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, as we have learned in another Berakhot. Our Jehuda said in the name of our Eliezer, that if the shoe was loose and easily removed it might be taken off. 21. Regulations concerning the pouring out of wine from vessels covered with a stone, which must not be lifted, and the clearing off of crumbs, etc. From the table. Mishnah, one may lift up a petted child that has a stone in its hand, also a basket in which there is a stone. One may also handle unclean theruma, heave offerings, together with clean and with ordinary grain. R. Jehuda saith, one may also take out theruma from mixed grain in proportion of 1 to the 100. Gemara, Rabbah said, if a man carried out a child to whose neck a purse of money was fastened, he is culpable of carrying the purse. But if he carried out the corpse of a child which had a purse of money fastened to it, he is free. Why is the man culpable in the first instance, for the carrying of the purse and not for carrying the child? He holds with R. Nathan, who said, that a living thing carries itself. Why not say, that the purse is an accessory to the child? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, p. 182, that if a man carried out a person on a litter he is not culpable of carrying even the litter, because it is of no consequence to the person? A litter is regarded as of no consequence to the person, but a purse is not held to be part of a child. Why, in the second instance, is the man not culpable for carrying the corpse of the child? Rabbah holds, with R. Simeon, that every labor which is not performed for its own sake does not make a person culpable, and he is not culpable for carrying the purse, because in his sorrow he does not think of the purse that the child was wont to play with. An objection was made to Rabbah's teaching by virtue of the above Mishnah one may lift up a child with a stone in its hand. The disciples of R. Yanai explained this as follows, a child is referred to that yearns for its father, and if it were not carried it would become sick. The stone is no hindrance to its being carried. If that is the case, why is a stone mentioned? Why not money? Did not Rabbah say, that the child may be carried if it have a stone in its hand, but not money? That is simple. If the stone fall to the ground the father will not pick it up, but if money falls he will pick it up. We have been taught by a Berakhot in support of Rabbah, if one carry his clothes, folded, on his back, or his sandals or his rings in his hand, he is culpable. If he wear them, however, he is free. If he carry out a man dressed in clothes, sandals, and rings, he is also free, but if he carried the clothes, sandals, or rings alone, he would be culpable. A basket in which there is a stone, etc. Why should a man not be culpable for carrying it? Is not the basket a basis for a prohibited thing? Said R. Hayabar Ashi in the name of Rabbah, here a basket is spoken of which is broken, and where the stone fills in the gap, making the basket whole. One may also handle unclean heave offerings. Said R. Hista, when may unclean heave offerings be handled? If the clean heave offering be at the bottom and the unclean on top, the unclean may be removed, but if the clean be on top, it may be removed, and the unclean must remain untouched. If the unclean be on top, let it be thrown off until the clean is reached. Answered R. Eli, Rab said, here fruit is spoken of, that would be spoiled by being thrown off. An objection was made, we have learned in a Berakhot, unclean heave offerings may be handled with clean and with ordinary grain, it makes no difference where it lies, on the top or at the bottom. This is a refutation of our Hista. R. Hista might say, that our Mishnah treats of a heave offering that is needed for food, while the Berakhot treats of a heave offering when the space it occupies is needed. What impels our Hista to explain the Mishnah in that manner? Said Rabbah, from the latter part of the Mishnah it seems to be in the sense explained by him, for that part of the Mishnah says, that if money lie on a bolster, the bolster may be turned so that the money shall fall down. And Rabbah bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan explained, that such is the case only if the bolster itself be needed, but if the space occupied by the bolster is required, one may lift the bolster, with the money, and deposit it elsewhere. Now, if this part of the Mishnah refers to the demand for the object itself, the first part does likewise. Arkik Jehuda saith, one may take the Roma from mixed grain in proportion of 1 to the 100. How can this be done? In doing it, one would make a useless thing useful, and that is not permitted. Arkik Jehuda holds with our Simeon ben Eliezer, who declares, that one may look upon one side of a mixed grain pile and consider it theroma, and eat from the other. How can it be said, however, that Arkik Jehuda holds with our Simeon ben Eliezer, for have we not learned in a Berakhot, that they differ on this question, the former holding that one may take a measure of grain from the pile, of 1 to the 100, set it aside as theroma, and use the remainder. While the other says, that one should look upon one side of it and eat from the other. Arkik Jehuda is even more lenient, for he permits all of it to be used after a measure had been set aside, while our Simeon permits only part of it to be used. Mishnah, if a stone lie at the opening of a barrel, the barrel may be bent over, so that the stone fall down. If the barrel stand amongst other barrels, it may be lifted and then bent over, in order that the stone fall down. If money lie on a bolster, the bolster may be turned, so that the money fall down. If dirt be found on the bolster, it may be cleaned off with a rag, and if the bolster be of leather, water may be poured on it until the dirt is removed. Gemara, said our Huna in the name of Rab, the Mishnah refers to a case where the stone lying at the opening of the barrel was left there by accident. If it was placed there purposely, the barrel becomes a basis to a prohibited thing and must not be handled. If the barrels stand amongst other barrels, etc. Who is the Tana who holds, that where there are both a permissible and a prohibited thing we must engage ourselves only with the permissible thing and not with the prohibited? Said Rabbah bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, that is our Simeon ben Gamaliel, who said in Tract Betza, that if the waste was in a larger quantity than the eatable portion might be taken, but the waste must not be touched. In the case of the barrel, the useful portion is certainly in a larger quantity than the useless, why, then, should he not remove the stone? If a man should wish to remove the wine, it would necessitate his lifting the barrel at all events. With the barrel the stone would also be lifted, and in that case the useless would surpass in quantity the useful. We have learned in a Berakhot, R. Jose said, if a barrel stood in a cellar amongst other barrels, or among glassware, and there is danger that if the barrel is lifted and bent over the stone covering it will fall upon another barrel, or upon some of the glassware and break it. It may be lifted, carried to another place, bent over so that the stone roll off, its contents removed to the quantity required, and returned to its former place. If money lie on a bolster, etc. Said our Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the Mishnah here refers to a case where the money was accidentally left on the bolster. But if it is laid there on purpose, the bolster becomes a basis to a prohibited thing and must not be handled. Haya the son of Rab of Difti taught the same as Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, viz. Page 323, that if the space occupied by the bolster is required, the bolster together with the money may be moved. R. O'Shea said, if a purse of money was accidentally left in private ground, one may put a loaf of bread or a child on it and take it back to the house. R. Itzhak said, this rule applies not only to a purse of money, but also to a brick that is needed for any purpose. Said our Jehuda bar Sheila in the name of our Yasi, that a box of money was once forgotten in the market and our Johanan was asked what was to be done. He ordered them to place a loaf of bread or a child on it, and take it in. Said Mar Zutra, all these rules are laid down in the case of where the things referred to were left by accident. But R. Ashi said, that such is not the case, and that a child or a loaf of bread can be used to move a corpse only. When Abai had to bring in stalks of grain, he would put on them some article of food, or some vessel, and bring it into the house. And when Rabbah had to bring in an uncooked dove, he would put a knife on it and bring it into the house. When our Joseph heard of this, he said, how sagacious are the minds of these young scholars. When did the rabbis permit this to be done? When the things to be brought were forgotten on the outside, but they did not permit their being moved to commence with. Abai answered, I have done right. For were I not a trustworthy man, I would not have used those means to bring in the grain at all. Stalks of grain are a useful thing to sit on, and may be handled. And Rabbah said, I have also done right. For were I not a trustworthy man, I would not have placed a knife on the dove at all, as there are some people who eat it raw, hence it may be handled on the Sabbath. Shall we say, that Rabbah holds that the raw dove may be handled only because it is eaten, raw, by some people, and were it not so it could not be handled, on Sabbath, hence beholds as our Jehuda in Tract Betza? Did not Rabbah say to his servant on a festival, fry a duck for me and throw the entrails to the cat, and we see thence that he permitted his servant to handle the entrails because they were food for a cat? The entrails would have spoiled if left over for the next day, and we must assume therefore that they were designed as food for the cat from the day preceding. Mishnah, the school of Shammai teaches, bones and husks may be removed from the table. The school of Hillel, however, teaches, one may only lift the whole table board, or cloth, and shake off what is left over. All crumbs smaller than an olive may be removed from the table. Also the hulls of beans and lentils, because they may serve for fodder. It is allowed to use a sponge for wiping, providing it has a handle made of leather, otherwise, it is not allowed. At all events, one may handle a sponge on the Sabbath, and it is not subject to defilement. Gemara, said our Naaman, we know that the school of Shammai holds to the opinion of our Jehuda, who accepts the theory of Muksa, and that the school of Hillel holds to the opinion of our Simeon, who disregards the law of Muksa. Hence the order of the Mishnah should be reversed. The dictum of the school of Shammai should be credited to the school of Hillel, and vice versa. Hulls of beans, etc. The permission to remove the hulls of beans, etc., is certainly in accordance with our Simeon, who disregards the law of Muksa. And the latter clause of the Mishnah referring to a sponge, which must not be used for wiping off the table unless it have a handle, because without the handle it would be wrung and that is prohibited. Although the intention to wring it did not exist, is in accordance with the opinion of R. Jehuda, who holds that one must not perform an act even unintentionally. In this case R. Simeon also agrees with R. Jehuda, because it again presents a parallel case to the beheading of a creature where no intention to kill it exists. The pits of dates, Armiasa, to which some of the meat adheres may be handled, and those of Parsiasa 173 must not be handled. Samuel used to handle the latter with bread, holding to his opinion that anything at all may be done with bread, while others hold that bread should not be put to any uses except for food. Rabbah would hold them with a pitcher of water. R. Shesheth would throw them out by means of his tongue, and R. Papa would throw them underneath the bed. It was told of R. Zacharias ben Abkulos, that he would turn his face towards the back of the bed and throw them out with his tongue. 22. Regulations concerning preparation of food and beverages. Mishnah, should a cask break open, sufficient may be saved for 3 meals. The owner may also call to others, come and save for yourselves, whatever you can. No portion of the leakage, however, may be sponged up, soaked up with a sponge. One must not press fruit in order to extract the juice, and if it ooze out by itself, it must not be used. R. Jehuda said, if the fruit is for eating, the juice which oozes out may be used, but if it is for beverage, it must not be used. If honeycombs be broken on the eve of Sabbath and the honey ooze out, the honey must not be used. R. Eliezer, however, permits this. Gemara, we have learned, that wine must not be soaked up with a sponge, and oil must not be dipped with a spoon, in the same manner as it is done on weekdays, there must be a slight change. The rabbis taught, if fruit becomes scattered in a courtyard, private ground, it may be gathered up and eaten, but this must not be done as on a weekday, i.e., gathered in a basket. One must not press fruit, etc. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, R. Jehuda, of the Mishnah, agrees with the sages in the case of olives and grapes. Why so? Because this class of fruit is intended only for pressing, and the juice which must of a necessity ooze out might be calculated upon by the owner for a beverage. Ula said, that R. Jehuda differed with the sages even in the case of olives and grapes. R. Johanan said, that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda as far as other fruit is concerned, but not as regards olives and grapes. Said R. Aba in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, R. Jehuda subsequently agreed with the sages as regards olives and grapes, and the sages also agreed with him later concerning other fruit. Said R. Jeremiah to R. Aba, wherein do they differ, and R. Aba answered, go and seek, and thou wilt find it. Said R. Naaman bar Itzhak, it seems to me that they differ concerning berries and pomegranates, for we have learned in a Beratha, the juice of olives or grapes, which after having been pressed and brought into the house had oozed out by itself, must not be used, whether the fruit had been brought in for eating or beverage. If a man squeezed out the juice of berries and pomegranates and brought the pressed fruit into the house to eat, if any more juice oozed out, he might drink it. But if he brought the fruit expressly for eating purposes or for beverage, or without any express design, he must not drink the juice that had oozed out, so said R. Jehuda. The sages, however, prohibit the use of the juice under any circumstances. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, a man may squeeze out a bunch of grapes directly into a pot, but not into a bowl. Why not? Because if he squeezed it into the pot it is proof positive that it will be used for food, but if squeezed into the bowl it might be used as a beverage. Said R. Hista, from the decree of our master we can learn, that a man may milk a goat right into the pot, but not into a bowl. Thus we see that Samuel holds, that beverages when mixed with eatables are also regarded as eatables. Said R. Zerah in the name of R. Haya bar Ashi, quoting Rab, a bunch of grapes must be squeezed directly into the pot, but not into a bowl, but the oil of fish may be pressed out even into a bowl. R. Demai repeated this decree. Said Abai to him, ye teach this in the name of Rab, hence ye have no objection, but we learn this in the name of Samuel, Hence we have the following objection: can Samuel say that the oil of a fish may be squeezed out even in a bowl? Were we not taught, that if a man squeezed out herbs which were soaked in wine and vinegar, it is, according to Rab, permitted to commence with, if the herbs were to be eaten? But if the juice only was to be used, the man would not be liable for a sin offering, but he should not do it to start with. If the herbs, however, were cooked, whether the man wished to eat them or only use the juice, he might squeeze them out into a bowl. Samuel, however, decreed, that be the herbs cooked or raw, one may do this only if he intends to eat the herbs, but not if he only intends to use the juice. If he does, however, he is not liable for a sin offering. Demai answered, By the Lord. My eyes have seen it, and not as a stranger, that I heard this decree from Jeremiah, he from Ezra, he again from Hiah bar Ashi, and the latter from Rabbah's mouth. In regard to the quoted Berakhot concerning the herbs that one had squeezed out, we have heard the opinion of Rab and Samuel. Johanan said, Be they cooked or raw herbs, he may do so to commence with, if he intends to eat the herbs. But if he only desires the juice he must not do so, and if he does he is liable for a sin offering. All this, however, is opposed by the following Berakhot: one may squeeze out herbs which were soaked in wine and vinegar on the Sabbath for use on the same day, but not for later use. But one must not press olives or grapes, and if he does, he is liable for a sin offering. Now, this is in opposition to all three, Rab, Samuel, and Johanan. Rab could explain this in accordance with his teaching, viz. The herbs may be pressed on the Sabbath, for use on that day and not later, providing he uses the herbs for eating, but if he wishes to use the juice he must not do so, but if he does he is not liable for a sin offering. And cooked herbs he may squeeze out, whether he requires the herbs or the juice. Olives and grapes he should not press, if he does, he is liable for a sin offering. Samuel could explain it according to his own opinion: a man may squeeze out herbs on Sabbath for that same day, but not for later use. And the same law applies to cooked herbs, provided they are used for eating, but if the juice is wanted they must not be pressed, etc. Johanan could explain the Berakhot in accordance with his teaching, as follows: Be the herbs cooked or soaked, they may be squeezed out if intended for eating. But if the juice is required he must not, and if he did so it is equal to pressing olives or grapes, and he is liable for a sin offering. Said Hiah bar Ashi in the name of Rab, according to biblical law one cannot be culpable except for pressing olives and grapes. So have taught the disciples of Manasseh. Also according to biblical law, a witness that testifies from hearsay must not be accredited, with the exception of a case where he testifies to having heard that a woman's husband had died. If honeycombs be broken on the eve of Sabbath. When Hosea came from Nehardai he brought a new Berakhot, viz., if olives and grapes were crushed before the Sabbath, and the juice oozed out, it must not be drunk, but Eliezer and Simeon both permit it. Said Joseph, he just tells us of another man in addition to Eliezer. Said Abai to him, he taught us a great deal, for from our Mishnah I would say, that honeycombs were eatables before being crushed and also afterwards, therefore Eliezer permits the use of the honey, but in the case of olives and grapes which were previously eatables and subsequently became beverages, it might be presumed that even Eliezer would not permit their use. Hence we were instructed by Hosea to the contrary. Mishnah, whatever has been dressed with hot water on the eve of Sabbath, may be soaked in hot water on the Sabbath. And whatever has not been dressed with hot water on the eve of Sabbath, must only be passed through hot water on the Sabbath, excepting only stale salt fish and Spanish calais, a kind of fish which was generally cured to make it eatable. For passing these through hot water is all the dressing required for them. Gemara, what does the Mishnah refer to? For instance, the hen of Abba. He would cook a hen, then soak it in water, and when it would fall to pieces he would eat it. Said Safra, I was there at one time and Abba served me with some of that dish, and had he not given 3-year-old wine immediately after it, I would have been forced to vomit. Johanan would spit every time B was reminded of Babylonian kutak, a dish made of small salt fish boiled in milk. Said Joseph, yeah, and let us spit when we think of our Aba's hen. And Gaza said, I was in Palestine at one time, and made that same dish, kutak, so they begged me to give them some for all the sick in Palestine. And whatever has not been dressed with hot water, etc. What is the law concerning one who had passed colias or stale salt fish through hot water? Said Joseph, he is liable for a sin offering. Said Mar the son of Rabina, we have understood it so from the Mishnah, because the last clause is, for passing these through hot water is all the dressing required for them, and the finishing of a certain kind of labor is equivalent to hammering. Haya bar Aba and Asi once sat in the presence of Johanan, and Johanan dozed off. So Haya bar Aba asked Asi why the fowls of Babylon were so fat. Asi answered, go to the desert of Azza in Palestine, and I will show thee fatter ones. Why are the Babylonians so merry during the festivals? Asked Haya again. Because they are poor, and during the entire year they have no pleasures, so they take advantage of the festivals, was the answer. Why are the scholars of Babylon so well dressed? Queried Haya. Because they are ignorami, and must wear good clothes in order to command respect, answered Asi. At that moment Johanan awoke, and said to them, youngsters. Did I not tell you, that it is written, Proverbs 7. For, say unto wisdom, thou art my sister, which means, if a thing is as certain to thee as the fact that thou canst not marry thy own sister, then say it. Otherwise, thou shalt not say it. Then why speak such foolishness? Then said they, let master tell some things, which would benefit us. Said Johanan, the fowls of Babylon are fat because they were never driven away from home, as it is written, Jeremiah 48. 11. Moab was ever at ease from his youth, and he was resting on his lees, and was not emptied from vessel to vessel, and had not gone into exile, therefore had his taste remained in him and his scent was not changed. Whence do we know that the fowls of Palestine were driven from home? It is written, Ibid 9. 9. Both the fowls of the heavens and the beasts are fled, they are gone away, Jacob said in the name of Johanan, that the fowls and the beasts and all else came back to Palestine with the exception of the Spanish colias, the reason will be explained in Tract Berakhot. Why are the Babylonians merry during the festivals? Because they were not included in the curse of Hosea 2. 13. And I will cause to cease all her mirth, her festival, her new moon, and her Sabbath, and all her appointed feasts. Said Itzhak, indeed it was so. There was not a single feast in Palestine, that the military did not come to Sepphoris, and Hanina said, there was not a single feast in Palestine, that captains, guards, and supervisors did not come to Tiberias. Why are the scholars of Babylon so well dressed? Because they are all strangers. As the saying goes, in a city where a man is known, he may wear whatever he chooses, but where he is not sufficiently known he should dress well. Joseph taught, it is written, Isaiah 27. 6. In the future shall Jacob yet take root, Israel shall bud and blossom, and shall fill the face of the world with fruit. What is meant by bud and blossom? The scholars of Babylon, who wind blossoms and wreaths around the Torah. Mishnah, a man may break open a cask, to eat dry figs therefrom, provided, he does not intend using the cask afterwards as a vessel. He must not pierce the bunghole of a cask, such is the decree of Jehudah, or Hosea, the sages permit this to be done. And one must not bore a hole in the side of it. But if it was already perforated, he must not fill it up with wax, because he would smoothen the wax thereby. Said Jehudah, such a case was brought before Johanan ben Sakhai, at Arab, and he observed, I doubt whether that act does not involve liability to bring a sin offering. Gemara, said O'Shea, when may a man hold a dirk to open a cask of figs? If the figs are very tightly packed, for then he would have to use a knife or a dirk to get the figs out, but if they were packed loose he must not use a knife to open the cask. An objection was raised, we have learned, that R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, a man may bring in a cask of wine, cut off the bung head with a knife, and serve it to the guests with impunity. This Berakhot is in accordance with the opinion of the sages, while our Mishnah is in accordance with the decree of our Nehemiah, who holds that no vessel may be used for any other purpose but that for which it was originally intended. What impelled our O'Shea to make the entire Mishnah conform with the dictum of our Nehemiah? Let him say, that the cask may be opened with a knife even if the figs are loose, and thus be in accord with the sages? Answered Rabbah, the reason is, that our O'Shea could not quite comprehend why the Mishnah specified figs, it could have said fruit, and on that account he reasoned as stated. In one Berakhot we have learned, palm leaf baskets containing dried figs and dates may be untied, taken apart, or cut, and in another Berakhot we were taught, that they may be untied, but not taken apart or tied. This presents no difficulty. For one Berakhot is in accordance with the opinion of the sages, and the other is in accord with our Nehemiah. A question was asked of our Shesheth, may a cask be bored with an auger on the Sabbath? Shall we assume, that one intended to make an opening in the cask and hence it is prohibited, or that he intended merely to make a larger space for the flow of the wine and it is therefore permitted? The answer was, the intention was to make an opening, and it is prohibited. An objection based upon the teaching of R. Simeon ben Gamaliel previously mentioned was raised, and the answer was, there the intention certainly was to make the space larger, while here it is obvious that the intention was to make an opening. Otherwise, he would have broken open the cask with a knife. One must not pierce the bunghole of a cask. Said our Huna, they differ only in reference to the top of a bunghole of a cask. But as for the side, all agree that it is not allowed, and this is carried out by the later clause in the Mishnah, viz., and he must not bore a hole in the side of it. R. Hista, however, said, they differ only as far as boring a hole in the side of the bunghole is concerned, but as for the top, all agree that it is permitted. And the later clause of the Mishnah means to state that one must not bore a hole in the side of the cask itself. The rabbis taught, one must not bore a new hole on Sabbath, but if it was already made he may enlarge it. And others say, that he must not enlarge it, but all agree, that if the hole was merely stopped it may be reopened. The first Tana prohibits the boring of a new hole, because thereby an opening is made. Does not enlarging a hole improve the opening? Said Rabbah, according to biblical law, an opening through which one cannot enter or go out is not considered a door, but the rabbis made this a precaution on account of chicken coops, the holes of which are made for the purpose of admitting fresh air and emitting the fowl. Therefore making a hole in a coop is equivalent to making a whole coop, for without holes it is of no value. Enlarging a hole, however, is permitted, because one would enlarge a hole in a chicken coop, lest an ichneumon should enter and kill a chicken. Why do some say, then, that holes should not even be enlarged? Because it might be that one did not make the hole in a chicken coop large enough, and would enlarge it. Our Naaman taught in the name of our Johanan, that the halakha remains according to the last dictum. All agree that a hole which had been stopped up may be reopened. Said our Jehudah in the name of Samuel, this was said only in the case of where a hole had been stopped to preserve the aroma of the wine. If, however, the hole was stopped up in order to strengthen the cask, it must not be reopened. What is meant by preserving the aroma and by strengthening the cask? Said R. Hista, if the hole was on top of the cask and was stopped up, it was for the purpose of preserving the aroma, but if at the bottom, it was for the purpose of strengthening the cask. Rabbah said, if it was at the bottom, it was also only for the purpose of preserving the aroma, and only if the hole was stopped up right underneath the lees of the wine, it was for the purpose of strengthening the cask. Rab prohibits the inserting of a faucet into a cask, and Samuel permits it. All agree, that cutting a hole in the cask for the purpose of inserting a faucet is prohibited, and that replacing the faucet, if once removed, is permitted. They differ, however, only when a hole had already been made in the cask before the Sabbath, but it was not quite fit for the faucet. Those who say that it is prohibited, do so as a precaution lest one cut a fresh hole, while those that permit this to be done say no precautionary measure is necessary. This is like the following difference between Tanaim. We have learned that a screw must not be fitted on a festival, much less on a Sabbath, but if it fall out it may be replaced on Sabbath, and so much more on a festival, and our Yashia makes the ordinance more lenient. What does our Yashia make more lenient? Shall we assume that he refers to the first part and permits a screw to be cut? In that event, he would be improving a vessel, and that is certainly not allowed. Shall we assume, on the other hand, that he refers to the second part, the first Tana alone permits this? We must say, therefore, that the screw was already cut, but did not quite fit, and he permits the fitting of it. Hence the same difference exists here as between the previous Tanaim. Our Sheshet the son of our Gedi in the name of our Johanan said, the halakha prevails according to our Yashia. But if it was already perforated, etc. To fill it up with oil is, according to Rab, prohibited, as a precaution lest he fill it with wax, and according to Samuel it is permitted, as the latter does not deem a precautionary measure necessary. Said our Samuel bar Hannah to our Joseph, thou hast said distinctly in the name of Rab, that oil is permitted. Answered our Joseph, thou hast caught me in a trap. 174. Said Samuel, the leaf of myrtle must not be put in the bunghole of a cask, so that the wine flow over it. Why so? Our Yamar of Difti said, as a precaution lest a groove, channel, be made. Our Ashi said, as a precaution lest the leaf be broken off, from its stem. What difference is there? The difference is in the case of a leaf that had already been broken off, from its stem. The precautionary measure of our Yamar remains, while that of our Ashi falls to the ground of itself. Is it permitted to wrap oneself in a bolster in public ground and bring it into private ground? Rab prohibits this and Samuel permits it. If the bolster were soft and could be folded, they do not differ, all agreeing that it is permitted. If it were hard and could not be folded, all agree that it is prohibited. They differ only concerning a bolster that was neither soft nor hard, but a medium between the two. One says that it appears like a burden and should not be carried, while the other holds that it is not a burden and may be carried. And the opinion just ascribed to Rab was not stated by him expressly, but was merely inferred from the following incident. Rab came to a certain place and found that he lacked room. So he went out into a lane, unclaimed ground, and when a bolster was brought to him he would not sit down on it. Those who saw this inferred therefore that he did not hold it to be permissible. As a matter of fact, this was not so. Rab had it proclaimed that a bolster was allowed to be used, but in honor of the masters who were with him he would not sit down on that bolster. Who were those masters? Our Kahana and our Asi. Mishnah, one may put cooked victuals into a cave, or cellar, for the purpose of preserving them, also put clean water, contained in a vessel, into water that is not drinkable, in order to keep it, the former, cool. Likewise cold water, in a vessel, into hot water, in order to warm the former. One whose clothes have dropped into the water while on the road, may unhesitatingly go on with them. As soon as he arrives at the outmost court, of the city or village, he may spread his clothes in the sun to dry, but he must not do this publicly. Gemara, is this not self-evident? One might say, that there should be a precaution against grading, smoothing, any incavations that might be in the cave, hence we are told that such is not the case. Clean water into water that is not drinkable, etc. Is this not self-evident? Yeah, but this is taught on account of the later clause in the Mishnah, i.e., putting cold water into hot. Is this also not self-evident? One might say, that this should be prohibited, as a precaution lest one also put a vessel containing cold water into glowing cinders to warm, so we are told, that such a precaution is not necessary. One whose clothes have dropped into the water, etc. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, all things which were forbidden on account of causing suspicion among the people, that one is committing a wrongful act, should not be done, not only publicly, but even in the innermost recesses of one's rooms. Is this not contradictory to our Mishnah, which says, that one may spread his clothes in the sun, but not publicly? This is a difference between Tanaim, for in reference to this Mishnah we have learned in a Berakhot, that both are Eliezer and R. Simeon hold, that it is prohibited even when not done publicly. Said R. Huna, he who dusts his clothes on a Sabbath is liable for a sin offering. This refers only, however, to a new garment, but not to an old one, and the new garment only when it is black, but garments of other colors may be dusted. Referring to a black garment, it is only then prohibited to be dusted if its possessor is particular about it, to such a degree, that he never puts it on without dusting it. Ulla once came to Pumbeditha and he saw the rabbis dusting their clothes on a Sabbath, so he said, the rabbis are violating the Sabbath. So our Jehuda said to his disciples, dust your clothes right before his eyes, we are not particular. Abai stood before our Joseph. Our Joseph said to him, give me my hat. And seeing that the hat was very dusty, Abai hesitated to give it to him. So our Joseph said, take hold of it and dust it, we are not particular. We have learned in a Berakhot, those who deal in clothes, and carry them folded on their shoulders on Sabbath, are liable for a sin offering. This refers not only to clothes dealers, but also to others. Clothes dealers, however, are mentioned, because that is their usual custom. The same is the case with a merchant who carries out a bag of money. He is liable for a sin offering, and not only a merchant, but also others. But merchants are mentioned because it is their wont to carry money in that manner. Said our Jehuda, it once happened that Hyrcanos the son of R. Eliezer ben Hyrcanos went out on Sabbath with a kerchief folded on his shoulder and tied to one of his fingers with a piece of twine, in order that it might not fall down. And when the sages heard this, they said that the twine was unnecessary, for he could have carried the kerchief without it. It happened that Ulla came to the house of a sea Barhim, and he was asked whether it was allowed to make a groove of the clothes on Sabbath. The Babylonians wore long garments, and by turning them up at the bottom a quasi-groove was made. Ulla answered, so said our Eli, it is prohibited to make a groove on Sabbath. What is a groove? Said our Zerah, a groove made of the clothes of the Babylonians. Said our Papa, bear this rule in mind, if the clothes are turned up for the purpose of preventing their becoming soiled, it is prohibited, but if they are turned up to improve their appearance, it is allowed, as are Shisha the son of R. Edi would always arrange his cloak, toga, tastefully, on a weekday, hence it is customary and may also be done on Sabbath. When R. Demai came from Palestine, he related, it once happened that Rabbi went out into the field, and both ends of his toga hung on his shoulders. Said Jehoshua the son of Ziras, the son of R. Meir's father-in-law before Rabbi, did not R. Meir say, that in a case of this kind one is liable for a sin offering? Said Rabbi, was R. Meir so particular, that he determined just how far down the ends of one's toga should reach? Still he, Rabbi, let down his toga. And when Rabbin came from Palestine he said, that it was not Jehoshua ben Ziras who made that remark, but Jehoshua ben Bepuzai the son-in-law of our Akiba, and not that our Meir said what has just been cited, but that our Akiba had said that. Also, that Rabbi had inquired whether our Akiba was so particular, and lastly, that Rabbi let down his toga. When our Samuel ben R. Jehuda came from Palestine he said, that Rabbi was only asked concerning such a case, but not that he himself was the party referred to. Mishnah, one who bathes in the water of a cavern or in the hot springs of Tiberias, though he wipe himself with 10 towels, must not carry them off in his hand. But if 10 persons wipe themselves, their faces, their hands, and their feet, with 1 towel, they might carry it off in their hands. One may anoint and rub the stomach with the bands, but not so as to cause fatigue. One must not brush the body with a flesh brush or descend into a curtuma. 1751 must not take an emetic, or stretch the limbs of an infant, or put back a rupture. One who has strained his hand or foot must not pour cold water on it, but he may wash it in the usual way, if he thereby becomes cured, it is well. Gemara, the Mishnah teaches, the water of a cavern, in connection with the hot springs of Tiberias. Hence it must be, that the water of a cavern is also hot. And again it says, one who bathes, and not, one may bathe, from which we see, that to commence with, bathing in those waters is not allowed. But merely to rinse oneself is permitted, even to commence with. This is according to the opinion of our Simeon. Though he wipe himself with 10 towels, etc. The first part of this clause in the Mishnah imparts something new and unexpected in that it teaches, that, although if one man wipe himself with 10 towels, there will be very little water contained in the towels. Still he might through thoughtlessness wring them. And the latter part of the clause also imparts something new and unexpected, stating, as it does, that if 10 men wipe themselves with one towel, although the towel will contain a great deal of water, they will mutually remind each other that it must not be wrung. The rabbis taught, a man may wipe himself with a towel and leave it at the window of a house that is nearest to the wall of the bathhouse. But he must not give it to the bathhouse employees, because they are suspected of wringing it on the Sabbath. Our Simeon, however, says, a man may wipe himself with one towel and carry it in his hand to his house. Said Abai to our Joseph, how is the law? And he answered, did not our Haya bar Aba in the name of our Johanan say, that the law prevails according to our Simeon? Did our Johanan say this indeed? Did he not say elsewhere, that the halakha prevails according to the anonymous teachers in the Mishnah, and the Mishnah teaches, that even if one man wiped himself with 10 towels he must not carry them off in his hand? R. Johanan teaches, that the Mishnah concludes with, so said the son of Hakanai. Hence it is the teaching of one individual. Our Haya bar Aba in the name of our Johanan said, the bathhouse employees may carry the sheets with which the women wipe themselves in the bathhouse on the street by wrapping them around their bodies, provided they wrap them over their heads and the greater part of their body. R. Haya bar Aba said in the name of our Johanan, a large veil which is worn by women should have the 2 ends that hang down in the back tied. And he said again, that they should be tied underneath the shoulders. Rabbah said to the inhabitants of Mahutza, if ye must carry clothes for the military on Sabbath, wrap them around you underneath the shoulders. One may anoint and rub his stomach. The rabbis taught, the stomach may be rubbed and anointed on the Sabbath, provided it is not done the same as on weekdays. How should it be done? Our Hama bar Hanina said, he should first anoint it and then rub it, but our Johanan said, that he might do both at the same time. But so as not to cause fatigue, etc. Said our Haya bar Aba in the name of our Johanan, it is not allowed to stand on the bed of Lake Dumseth, because the loam at the bottom is saline and immersion in the lake causes fatigue. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, the days on which a cure in that lake, for bodily ills, may be effected are only 21, and Pentecost occurs during those 21 days. The schoolmen asked, does Pentecost fall at the beginning of the 21 days or at the end? Come and hear, Samuel said, that all waters taken for a cure are effective only from Passover to Pentecost. As for waters taken internally, Samuel may be right, because during cool weather one takes more exercise and thus the waters are effective, but for bathing it would seem that Pentecost should be the commencement. Said our Helbo, the wine of the land of Pergatha and the waters of the lake Dumseth robbed Israel of 10 tribes, because indulgence in these pleasures are detrimental to spiritual welfare. R. Eliezer ben Arak happened to be there, and indulged in those luxuries to such an extent that he forgot his learning, and afterwards the sages had to pray for his return unto the law. This is as we have learned elsewhere, Abath R. Nehurai said, go into exile only in a place of learning and think not that the law will follow thee, or that thy comrades will preserve it in thy hands, and do not depend upon thy acquired knowledge. This R. Nehurai is, according to some, the same Eliezer ben Arak, and he was called Nehurai, because this signifies, in Hebrew, light of the eyes, for he enlightened the eyes of many scholars with his interpretations. One must not brush the body, etc. The rabbis taught, one must not brush the body with a flesh brush on Sabbath. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if one's feet were soiled, he might brush them the same as on weekdays unhesitatingly. The mother of Samuel the son of Jehudah made her son a silver brush. Or descend into a curtuma. Why so? Because the bottom of a curtuma is slippery, and one might fall and wet his clothes, and thus be tempted to wring them. One must not take an emetic. Said Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, one must not take a medicament as an emetic, but may thrust his finger down his throat and thus cause vomiting. Or stretch the limbs of an infant. Said Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, to sway the child on Sabbath is allowed. Or put back a rupture. Said our Hannah of Baghdad in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails, that it may be done. Samuel learns in the Mishnah, instead of, it is not allowed, it is allowed. Rabba bar Hannah once came to Pumbeditha, but did not go into the college of our Jehudah. So our Jehudah sent for Ada, the officer of the college, and said to him, go and take a pledge of Rabba bar Hannah. The officer went and did so. Afterwards Rabba bar Hannah came to the college. When he came he heard our Jehudah teach, that a rupture must not be put back on the Sabbath. Said he to him, so said our Hannah of Baghdad in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails permitting this to be done. Answered our Jehudah, it is our Hannah and our Samuel. Yet we never heard of this before. Now thou canst see that I was right in demanding a pledge for thy appearance. Hadst thou not come, we would never have heard this. One who has strained his hand or foot, etc. Our Ivia sat in the presence of our Joseph, and he dislocated his hand. Said he to our Joseph, making a motion to replace it, may I replace it thus? Nay, said our Joseph. And thus may I? Asked our Ivia, making another motion. Nay, was the answer again. Thus questioning, he finally succeeded in replacing his hand. Said our Joseph to him, what didst thou ask me for? It is expressly stated in our Mishnah, that if one strained his hand or his foot, he must not pour cold water on it, but he may bathe it in the usual way. If he thereby becomes cured, it is well. Did we not learn in the same Mishnah that a rupture must not be put back, and still Samuel permitted it to be done? Asked Arphivia. Answered our Joseph, canst thou weave everything into one garment? What we have learned, we may follow. But what we have not learned, we cannot. 23. Regulations concerning borrowing, casting lots, waiting for the close of the Sabbath, and attending to a corpse. Mishnah, a man may borrow of an acquaintance jugs of wine or oil, on Sabbath, provided he does not say to him, lend them to me. A woman may also borrow bread from her acquaintance. If the man is refused, by his acquaintance, he may leave his upper garment, as a pledge, with the lender, and settle his account after Sabbath. Thus, also, in Jerusalem, the custom was, if the eve of Passover fell on a Sabbath, a man might leave his upper garment with the vendor, take his paschal lamb, and settle his account after the holiday. Gemara, Rabba bar Hanan said to Abai, what is the difference between saying, I want to borrow, and lend me? Answered Abai, the difference is, if a man says, I want to borrow, he usually returns what he has borrowed and the lender will not be compelled to write it down. But if he says, lend, trust me, the lender generally writes down what he has lent. Said Rabbah again, during the week it makes no difference, the lender is not particular whether one says, I want to borrow, or lend me. He writes it down just the same dash, then why should a distinction be made on Sabbath? And Abai answered, the saying of, I want to borrow, on Sabbath, is a reminder to the lender that the sages said, that one must not say, lend me, and thus prevents him from writing it down. The same said again to Abai, let us see. The sages said, that everything done on a festival which can be done in a different manner from that on a weekday should so be done. Now, why do we not see women, who go for water with jugs, perform that work differently from their manner on a weekday? He answered, because that would be impossible. For how should they do? Shall we say, that one who carries a large jug should carry a small one? That would necessitate her going twice. Or that one who carries a small jug should carry a larger one? Then she would have a heavier burden to carry. Should she cover it with a cloth? Then she might wring it. Should she cover it with a lid? Then she might have to untie it. Hence it is impossible. 176. A woman may also borrow bread from an acquaintance, etc. From the Mishnah we see, that only on Sabbath a woman must not say, lend me, when borrowing bread, and on weekdays that would be permitted. Would this not be against the decree of Hillel, who prohibits this on account of possible usury, as explained in Tract Baba Metzia? Nay. We can say that the Mishnah is in accordance with Hillel's decree, but here it refers to such places where bread has a fixed value, while Hillel refers to places where bread has not a fixed value. If the man be refused, etc. It was taught, a loan on a festival is, according to our Joseph, uncollectible by law, and Rabbah say it is collectible. Our Joseph says, that it is uncollectible, because otherwise the lender will write it down. And Rabbah says, if we say that it is uncollectible, the lender will not trust the borrower and the latter will not have the means of celebrating the festival. Is this not a contradiction to our Mishnah, which teaches, that if the man be refused trust, he may pledge his garment, etc. If the loan be uncollectible, the pledging is quite right. But if it be collectible by law, why should the borrower pledge his garment? The lender can sue him by law. The lender might say, that he does not care to be troubled by lawsuits and judges. R. Ivia would take pledges, and Rabba Bar Ula would trick the borrower, by in turn borrowing something from him after the holiday and holding that for a pledge. Mishnah, a man may count the number of his guests and also of his extra dishes verbally, but not from a written list. He may let his children and household draw lots at table, as to who is to have one dish, and who is to have another, provided he does not intentionally stake a larger portion against a smaller one. They may also draw lots for the holy sacrifices on a festival, as to which priest is to have one sacrifice and which is to have another, but not for the eatable portions of the sacrifices, to whom one piece belongs. And to whom another piece belongs. Gemara, why should a man not read from a written list Seder, Bibhai, lest he might strike out a guest's name or an extra dish from the list? Abayi said, this is a precautionary measure against reading of business papers on Sabbath. What is the point of difference between them? If the list is engraved on the wall, in that case there is no fear of striking out a name, but the precaution against reading business papers still remains, and the Amoraim differ in this case with the Tanaim in the following Tosefta. As we have learned, a man must not look into a mirror on Sabbath, lest he trim his hair with scissors, but R. Meir permits looking into a mirror which is attached to a wall. Now, why may a man look into a stationary mirror? Because by the time he goes to fetch scissors, he will be reminded that it is Sabbath. Why not say, that the same is the case with another mirror, which he holds in his hand? By the time he lays down the mirror and goes for scissors, he will also be reminded that it is Sabbath. The mirror prohibited to be used by the first Tana of the Tosefta is one that is attached to an instrument which can be used to trim hair, and that is in accordance with the dictum of R. Naaman as stated by Rabba Bar Abuha in his name. Why did the sages prohibit the use of an iron mirror? Because a man might use it to trim his superfluous hair. The rabbis taught, an inscription at the foot of pictures of beasts or men must not be read on the Sabbath, and gazing on the picture of a man is prohibited even on weekdays, because it is written, Leviticus 19. 4, Ye shall not turn unto the idols. With what tradition do you supplement this verse, that you may infer therefrom the prohibition to gaze at a picture? Said our Hanin, Ye shall not turn to the idols which your imagination alone hath created. He may let his children and household draw lots, etc. It says, his children and household. We must assume, that strangers are not to be included. If not, why not? As R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, a party of men eating on a festival, where the portions distributed to each are exactly alike in size and quantity, are guilty of the following prohibited acts, viz. Measuring, weighing, counting, borrowing and lending 177, all of which acts are prohibited on a festival. According to Hillel's opinion, they are guilty of usury also. If that is so, why should it be allowed for his children and household? Here the reason is as related by our Jehudah in the name of Rab, who said, it is allowed to borrow or lend from and to one's children and household and charge interest, in order to exemplify the evils of usury. If that is so, why is it not allowed, according to the Mishnah, to stake a larger portion against a smaller? As a matter of fact, it is allowed. But the Mishnah is defective and should read, he may let his children and household draw lots at table, and even stake a larger portion against a smaller. Why so? As R. Jehudah said in the name of Rab above, he may let his children and household draw lots, but not strangers. Why so? As R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel above, a larger portion must not be staked against a smaller one even on weekdays for strangers. Why so? On account of Kabiah. 178. They may also draw lots for the holy sacrifices, etc. What is meant by, but not for the eatable portions? Why should that not be done? The eatable portions of the sacrifices must be eaten on a festival. Said R. Jacob the son of the daughter of Jacob, that prohibition is only applicable to the eatable portions of the sacrifices left over from the preceding day. Is this not self-evident? I would say, that because it is written, Hosea 4. 4, and thy people are contentious equally with the priests, that the priests are contentious, and hence they should be permitted to cast lots for the eatable portions of the sacrifices, for the sake of peace. Therefore we are taught, that the sacrifices of the day may be drawn for, but not those of the preceding day. The same are. Jacob said, a man on whose account another man has been punished, either through divine or human judgment, is not admitted into the abode of the Holy One, blessed be he. Whence is this adduced? Shall we assume that it is, from the verses, 1 Kings 22. 20-22, and the Lord said, who will persuade Achab, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? And one said, in this manner, and another said, in that manner. And there came forth a spirit, and placed himself before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, Thou wilt persuade him, and also prevail, go forth and do so. And it was asked who the spirit was, and Johanan said, it was the spirit of Naboth. And Rab said that by saying, Go forth, the Lord meant to expel the spirit from within his abode. Perhaps the reason for expelling the spirit was because it is written, Psalm ci. 7, He that speaketh falsehoods shall not succeed before my eyes. Therefore we must say that the basis for our Jacob is the following. It is written, Proverbs 17. 26, to punish the just with a fine even is not good. This is explained to signify, that even punishment through a just man is not good. What is not good is certainly evil, and it is written, Psalms v. 5, For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, evil cannot abide with thee, and this means, that, because thou, God, art righteous, evil cannot remain in thy abode. They may draw lots, etc. How do we know that the word, Kolashim 179 means lots? It is written, Isaiah 14. 12, How art thou fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn? How art thou hewn down to the ground, crusher of nations? Crusher, is expressed by the word, Kalesh, and the inference is made from the supposition that lots were cast which nation was to be crushed first. It is written, Daniel 4. 33, And additional greatness was added unto me. What was that additional greatness? Said Jehudah in the name of Jeremiah bar Aba, from this we can infer, that he, Nebuchadnezzar, rode a male lion and twisted a snake round the lion's head, to verify what is written, Jeremiah 27. 6. And also the beasts of the field have I given him to serve him. Mishnah, one must not hire laborers on the Sabbath, nor may he commission another man to hire them for him. One must not stand at the extreme limit of the Tekum 180 and wait for dusk, the end of Sabbath, in order to hire laborers, beyond the Tekum, or gather fruit beyond it. But if watching fruit beyond the Tekum, he may await the dusk at its extreme limit, and in that case bring the fruit back with him. Abba Saul laid down the rule, whatever I am permitted to prepare for the day following the Sabbath, on the Sabbath, I may get ready for at dusk. Gemara, what is the difference between a man and his neighbor? The Mishnah teaches he should not hire laborers on Sabbath nor commission another man to hire them for him. Is this not self-evident? His neighbor is also a Jew. Sedar, Papa, that refers to a Gentile neighbor. R. Ashi opposed this, and said, the prohibition to commission a Gentile to do something on a Sabbath is merely rabbinical, for the sake of the Sabbath rest, Shputh, 181, and to hire laborers on the Sabbath is also prohibited only by rabbinical law. How then can one rabbinical law be supplemented by another of the same character? Hence I may say, that the Mishnah refers to a Jewish neighbor and should be explained thus, a man must not commission him to hire laborers on Sabbath, but he may say to him, come to me after dusk and we will do something together. The Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of our Jehoshua ben Karha, as we have learned elsewhere, a man must not say to his neighbor, I would like to see thee after dusk for the purpose of talking business, and our Jehoshua ben Karha says he may do so, and Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan taught, that the halakha prevails according to our Jehoshua ben Karha. Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan said again, what reason did our Jehoshua ben Karha have for saying so? Because it is written, Isaiah 58. 13, by not following thy own business, and speaking vain words. It is not allowed to speak, but surely thinking is permitted. Ha bar R. Huna asked Rabba concerning the following contradiction, how can we say, our Johanan states, that though it is not allowed to speak it is allowed to think, did not Rabba bar Hannah say in the name of our Johanan, that everywhere it is allowed to think, excepting in a bathhouse and a toilet room, for where it is not allowed to speak of the law it is also not allowed to think of it? In that case it is different, for it is written, Deuteronomy 23. 15, therefore shall thy camp be holy, and a bathhouse and a toilet room cannot be holy, hence thinking of the law in those places is not allowed. Speaking of other things except the law is not permitted, on Sabbath. Did not our Hista and our Hamnuna both say, that it is allowed to count up charitable disbursements on Sabbath, and our Eliezer say, that one may figure out amounts to be distributed among the poor, on Sabbath, and our Jacob bar Edi say in the name of our Johanan, that all things pertaining to the saving of human beings or the affairs of the community may be discussed on Sabbath, and that it is allowed to go to the schoolhouses and call meetings for deliberation upon the community's business, and our Samuel bar Namani say in the name of our Johanan, that even halls may be visited for the purpose of calling business meetings together. And the disciples of Manasseh say, that betrothal of daughters may be discussed and the advisability of choosing a profession for a child may be deliberated upon, on the Sabbath. The passage cited in the law states, that, following thy business, is prohibited, but affairs sanctioned by heaven may be discussed, and all the above affairs are pleasing to the Lord. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, accounts concerning which advice is requested by others and which have no bearing upon one's own business may be figured on the Sabbath. The following Beratha is cited in support of this, accounts of disbursements in the past and of future expenditures must not be calculated on the Sabbath, but such as are of no importance, and concerning which advice was asked, may be calculated. Is the following Beratha not contradictory to the one cited? Accounts which are of no importance at all may be calculated on Sabbath, but not such as are of importance. How so? A man may say to his neighbor, I have hired so much labor to cultivate a certain field, or I have expended so many dinars on such a dwelling, but B must not say, I have expended so much and must expend so much more. The contradiction arises from the fact that in the previous Berakhot it is prohibited to calculate disbursements made in the past, while in the last Berakhot it is permitted. But according to your opinion, why not cite the contradiction occurring in the previous Berakhot itself, viz., firstly, it is said that disbursements of the past must not be calculated, and then, that accounts of no value may be figured. This presents no contradiction at all, neither in the previous Berakhot itself, nor from one to the other. If the disbursements of the past have already been made and nothing is owing, then the accounts of same are of no value and may be spoken of on the Sabbath. But if any amount of such expenditures is still due, then it becomes an important account and must not be discussed. One must not stand at the extreme limit of the tekum, etc. The rabbis taught, it once happened that the fence of the field belonging to a pious man was broken, and noticing it on a Sabbath, he was about to mend it, when he recollected that it was Sabbath, so he left it. A miracle occurred, and kaffir corn began to sprout in the place of the broken fence and furnished him and his family with their sustenance. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, a man may say to his neighbor, tomorrow I intend to go to a certain town. Why may he say this? Because, if there are huts on the road to that town at distances of 70 ells apart, he may even go on Sabbath. Hence, though there be no huts on the road, he may say that he intends going on the morrow. An objection was made, based upon our Mishnah, viz. One must not stand at the extreme limit of the tekum and wait for dusk in order to hire laborers or gather fruit. It would be quite right, if the hiring of laborers only was concerned. For a thing which must not be done on Sabbath must not be waited for at the tekum, but as for gathering fruit, if there were walls around the town, that would be permitted? Why, then, should it be prohibited to wait at the tekum until dusk? This may refer to fruit which was still attached to the ground, and could not be gathered on Sabbath even if the town had walls. How can this be said? Have we not learned that R. O'Shea taught, one must not wait at the tekum to bring straw and chaff? It would be correct concerning straw which is still attached to the ground, but how can this apply to chaff? This may refer to chaff which is used to mix with loam, and hence was designated for building purposes. Another objection was made. Come and hear, we have learned in the succeeding Mishnah, that nightfall may be awaited at the tekum in the case of a bride and corpse, hence for other purposes one must not await nightfall at the tekum. It would be quite right if it said, in the case of things pertaining to a bride, for instance to cut off a myrtle branch, but what things can be done pertaining to a corpse? Only the bringing of the coffin and the shroud? Why, then, should a man not be allowed to bring things which are the equivalent of the necessaries pertaining to a corpse? For if there were walls surrounding the town, he would be allowed to bring them. Why, then, should he not be permitted to wait at the tekum for the purpose of bringing them? Because the case may be, that things, as shrouds, pertaining to the corpse were not already prepared, but must be cut. But if watching fruit beyond the tekum, he may await the dusk, etc. May he do this even if he had not yet recited the Havdalah prayer? Why? R. Eliezer ben Antigonus said in the name of R. Eliezer ben Jacob, that a man must not transact his business at the close of Sabbath, before reciting the Havdalah prayer. And if it be that he said the Havdalah prayer while reciting the evening prayer, did not R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel say, that even if a man included the Havdalah prayer in the evening prayer, he must say it again over the goblet of wine? Should it then be said, that he said the prayer over the goblet also? How could he have done that in a field? This case refers to the time of wine pressing, when it is possible to obtain a goblet of wine even in the field, such is the explanation of R. Nathan bar Ami to Rab. Said R. Aba to R. Ashi, in the West, Palestine, we simply say the benediction, blessed be he, etc., who distinguishes between holy and ordinary days, and go right to work. And R. Ashi said, when we were in the house of R. Kahana, he would pronounce the same benediction, and we would go and chop wood. Abba Saul laid down the rule, etc. Concerning what clause of the Mishnah does Abba Saul lay down this rule? Shall we assume that he refers to the first clause of the Mishnah, which decrees that one must not stand at the extreme limit of the tekum and wait for dusk, and thus applies his rule? Then, instead of saying, whatever I am permitted to prepare, etc., he should have said in the negative, whatever I am not permitted to say to another man he should do for me, I must not wait at the tekum to do myself. If we assume, however, that the rule refers to the latter clause of the Mishnah, namely, but if watching fruit, he may await the dusk, etc., then Abba should have applied his rule to the contrary, viz. Whatever I am permitted to wait for at the tekum, I may tell another man to do for me. Abba Saul applies his rule to the latter clause of the Mishnah, and he refers to the following dictum of our Jehudah in the name of Samuel, viz. A man may say, to his neighbor, watch my fruit which is in your vicinity, and I will watch such of yours as is in my vicinity. This is commented upon by Abba Saul, addressing the first Tana as follows: You certainly admit that a man may say to his neighbor, watch my fruit in thy vicinity and I will watch thine in my vicinity. Now, say, whatever I am permitted to tell my neighbor to do, I am also permitted to wait for at the tekum to do it myself. What does Abba Saul intend to supplement by laying down a rule? He means to add what was taught by the rabbis, as follows. One must not wait at the tekum to bring home a stray animal, but if it is seen from the limits of the tekum, it may be called, so that it will come to within the tekum by itself. To this Abba Saul applied the rule, that if one may call to the animal, he may also wait at the tekum limits until dusk and bring it in himself. A man may also wait at the tekum limits to forward what is necessary for a bride. And also what is necessary for a corpse, to bring a coffin and shrouds for him, and we may say to him, go to a certain place and take it, and if thou dost not find it in that place, go to another place. And if thou canst not buy it for 100 zuz, buy it for 200. Hosea the son of R. Jehudah said, one must not specify the amount the necessaries are to be bought for, but merely say, if thou canst not get it for little money, get it for more. Mishnah, one may await the dusk at the limits of the tekum, to furnish what is necessary for a bride and for a corpse, and to bring a coffin and shrouds for the latter. If a Gentile brought mourning fifes on the Sabbath, an Israelite must not mourn, on them, unless they be brought from the vicinity. If a coffin had been made and a grave dug for him, on the Sabbath, an Israelite may be buried therein. But if it was done on purpose for an Israelite, he must not at any time be buried therein. Gemara, what does the Mishnah mean by saying, unless they be brought from the vicinity? Rab said, by that is meant a place within sight, where one is positive that it was within the limits of the tekum. Samuel said, even if it is not positively known that they came from within the limits of the tekum, but where it is presumed that such is the case, the fifes may be used. Our Mishnah seems to be in accord with Samuel's explanation, because it says in the next clause, if a coffin had been made and a grave dug for him, an Israelite may be buried therein. And it does not say positively that the two things were done for a Gentile. Hence we see, that where an object is doubtful, we may presume that it is allowed. Thus in the case of the fifes, if there is a doubt as to whence they were brought, they may nevertheless be used by an Israelite. We have learned in a Berakhot, however, a support to Rabbah's opinion, viz. A city which contains both Israelites and Gentiles, and there is a bathhouse there which is heated on the Sabbath, if the majority of the inhabitants are Gentiles, an Israelite may go there immediately after sunset on the Sabbath. If there are more Israelites than Gentiles there, the Israelite must wait the length of time required to heat water afresh before going to the bathhouse, and the same is the case in a city where there is an equal number of Jews and Gentiles. This is a support to Rab, because, though it is doubtful whether the bath was heated for a Jew or a Gentile, still, the Israelite must wait. Jehudah said, if the capacity of the bath be limited, so that water be heated quickly, and a notable man be present, the Israelite need not wait. What is meant by a notable man? Said Jehudah in the name of Itzhak the son of Jehudah, if there was a man present who had 10 servants, who could heat 10 jars of water at the same time, an Israelite might go and bathe himself. 182. If a coffin had been made and a grave dug for him, etc. Why should we not wait until the length of time in which a new grave can be dug elapses? Said Ula, this refers to a paved way, where a grave is seldom dug for an Israelite, hence it must have been dug for a Gentile. What can be said in reference to the coffin? Said Arthabuha, if the coffin lie on the same grave. Mishnah, one may do all that is necessary for a corpse, on Sabbath, anoint and wash it, provided he does not dislocate its limbs. The pillow may be moved from under its head, the corpse may be put on sand, in order to keep it from putrefying, the longer, its jaws may be tied, not for the sake of bringing them together more closely, but to prevent them from dropping lower. In like manner, a beam that had been broken may be upheld by a stool or bedstead, not in order to make it erect again, but to keep it from breaking still more. Gemara, did not Jehuda in the name of Samuel say, that it once happened that a disciple of Meir, while entering behind his master into the bathhouse, wished to rinse off a place for his master to sit down, and his master would not permit it. So he wanted to grease the steps with oil, but the master said that the floor must not be oiled. Hence we see, that a thing which must not be handled must not be anointed or washed. How then is it permitted to wash and anoint a corpse? If the floor of a bathhouse be allowed to be washed, there is fear lest another floor will be washed also, and thus smoothen any holes which may be in the floor. But a corpse and a floor cannot be confounded, and it is allowed to wash and anoint a corpse out of respect to the dead. What is meant to be supplemented by all that is necessary for a corpse? They meant to add what was taught by the rabbis, viz. One may bring vessels for cooling the corpse, or iron vessels may be put on the belly of the corpse to keep it from swelling, and one may stop up any holes in the corpse to keep the air from entering. Mishnah, one must not close the eyes of the dead on the Sabbath, nor, even, on the weekday, while he is expiring. Whoever closes the eyes of a dying person the instant he expires, is equal to the man who sheds blood, like a murderer. Gemara, the rabbis taught, who closes the eyes of a dying man is like a murderer, for it is the same as a candle which is about to go out. If a man lays a finger on the flame, it immediately becomes extinguished, but if left alone would still burn for a little time. The same can be applied to the case of an expiring man. If his eyes were not closed, he would live a little longer, and hence it is like murder. We have learned in a Beratha, R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, one who wishes that the eyes of a corpse should close, should inject wine into the nostrils of the corpse and anoint the eyelids with a little oil, and then pull the big toes of the feet. When the eyelids will close of themselves. We have learned in another Beratha, one should violate the Sabbath even for a child of 1 day, if it still have life, but for a corpse, even be it that of David, king of Israel, the Sabbath must not be violated. The reason for this is, for a child of even 1 day, the Sabbath should be violated, saith the Torah, in order that it may keep many Sabbaths in the future, but David, king of Israel, when dead, can keep no more commandments. This is in accord with the saying of our Johanan, viz. It is written, Psalms 88. 6, free among the dead, etc., which means, that when a man is dead, he is free from keeping any commandments. We have also learned in a Beratha, R. Simeon ben Eliezer said, a child of a day need not be guarded from the attacks of cats and dogs, but even when Og the king of Bashan is dead he must be guarded, as it is written, Genesis 9. 2, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, etc. Hence, as long as a man lives, the beasts are in dread of him, but as soon as he is dead, the fear is destroyed. We have learned in another Beratha, R. Simeon ben Eliezer said, as long as thou canst, practice charity, as long as thou hast the opportunity and as long as it is in thy hands. For Solomon said in his wisdom, Ecclesiastes 12. 1, but remember also thy Creator in the days of thy youthful vigor, while the evil days, meaning old age, are not yet come, nor those years draw nigh of which thou wilt say, I have no pleasure in them. By that is meant, the days of the Messiah, because at that time there will be neither rich nor poor, all will be rich, and no opportunity for charity will present itself. This differs with the teaching of Samuel, who says, that there is no difference between the present time and the days of Messiah, only that one is subject to the government at the present time, while then it will not be so, as it is written, Dut. 15:11, for the needy will not cease out of the land. We have learned in a Berakhot, R. Eliezer Hakapar said, a man should always pray for deliverance from poverty, although if he himself will not eventually come to poverty, his children or his grandchildren will, as it is written, Deuteronomy 15:11, for the needy will not cease out of the land, therefore do I command thee, etc. The Hebrew term for therefore is biglal, and the school of Ishmael taught that biglal is the equivalent of galgal, meaning a wheel, thus inferring, from that word, that poverty is like a wheel, always turning from one to the other. R. Joseph said, there is a tradition extant, that a diligent young scholar will never become poor. But we see that he sometimes does become poor. Still, we have never seen one so poor that he had to beg his bread from house to house. Said R. Hiah to his wife, if thou sayest a man about to beg bread from thee, hasten to give it to him, that he might at some other time do likewise for thy children. Said she to him, art thou cursing thy children? Nay. I am simply quoting the verse above, as interpreted by the school of Ishmael, that poverty is a wheel continually turning. We have learned in a Berakhot, Rabban Gamaliel the Great 183 said thus, it is written, Deuteronomy 17:18, and grant thee mercy and have mercy upon thee, and multiply thee, etc. This means to say, that one who hath mercy upon creatures will be granted mercy from above, but one who hath not mercy upon other creatures will not be granted mercy from above. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:2, while the sun, and the light, and the moon, and the stars are not yet darkened. The sun and the light are compared to the brow and the nose, the moon to the soul, the stars to the cheeks. And further, the verse reads, and the clouds return not again after the rain, which means, that after weeping the eyes become dim. The entire verse is, according to this interpretation, not applicable to the end of the world but to a human life. Samuel said, up to 40 years of age, the eyes of a man which have become dim through tears may yet be restored by different remedies, but beyond that age there is no remedy for them, and R. Naaman said, the dye used for the eyes makes them brighter until a man is 40 years of age, after that age, however, it may preserve the eyes, but does not help them, even if the eyes are filled with dye. What are we given to understand by this statement? We are told that, the larger the brush used for applying the dye to the eye, the better it is for the eyes. One of our Hanina's daughters died, and he did not weep over her death. Said his wife to him, was a hen carried out of thy house? Is it not sufficient that our child died, wouldst thou have me lose my eyes through weeping? Replied our Hanina, and he is of the opinion of our Johanan, who said in the name of our Hosea ben Katsartha, there are 6 kinds of tears in the eyes, 3 of which are good for the eyes and 3 bad. Tears generated by smoke, weeping, or disorder of the bowels are bad for the eyes. But those that are caused through laughing, acrid fruits, such as mustard, and medicaments which are applied to produce tears, are good for the eyes. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:3, on the day when the watchman of the house will tremble, this refers to the bowels and the sides which protect the bowels, the men of might will bend themselves, meaning the legs of the man. And those be darkened that look through the windows, refers to the eyes. Caesar asked of our Jehoshua ben Hananiah, why didst thou not come to the debating rooms? And he answered, the mountain is covered with snow, meaning his head was gray, the surrounding paths are icy, meaning his beard was gray, the dogs do not bark any more, meaning his voice was inaudible. And the millstones grind no more, meaning his teeth were decayed. The school of Rab would say of an old man, he hath lost nothing and is constantly seeking, meaning that he was always bowed down. We have learned in a Berakhot, R. Hosea bar Kisma said, 2 are better than 3, referring to 2 legs, instead of 2 legs and a stick. Woe is to the one who goeth away and doth not return, so said he. What does he mean by it? Said Hista, youth. When Demai came from Palestine, he said, Youth is a crown of roses, and old age a crown of thorns. We have learned in the name of our Mayor, be heedful of thy teeth and thou wilt show it in thy step, as it is written, Jeremiah 44:17, when we had plenty of food and fared well and saw no evil. Said Samuel to his disciple Jehudah, Thou sagacious man. When thou goest to eat, untie thy stomacher and bring in thy bread. Before the age of 40, eating is more wholesome. But after that, drinking is better. A eunuch, who was a Sadducee, said to Jehoshua, was bald-headed, with the intent to tease him, How far is it from here to Bald City? And he answered, Just as far as from here to Castrate City. The eunuch said again, I noticed that a bald goat only cost 4 zuz, and Jehoshua said, Yeah. And I noticed that the privates which were cut away from a he-goat cost 8 zuz. The eunuch noticed that Jehoshua did not wear shoes, and said, He who rides a horse is a king, he who rides an ass is a nobleman, he who wears shoes is at least a man, but he who does not even wear shoes is worse off than a corpse in his grave. Said Jehoshua, Thou eunuch. Thou hast told me 3 things, and 3 things thou shalt presently hear from me, the beauty of the face is a beard, the joy of the heart is a wife, and God's inheritance is children. Blessed be the place that has kept thee from all these joys. The eunuch retorted, Thou bald head. Wouldst thou quarrel with me? And Jehoshua replied, Thou eunuch. Thou earnest to tease me. Rabbi said to Simeon the son of Halaftah, Why did we not have the pleasure of thy company on the festivals, as our parents had the pleasure of thy parents' company? And he answered, The hills have become mountains, those who were near have become distant, 2 have become 3, and the peacemaker of the house is gone, meaning, I have become old, can make but short steps, must have a cane to lean on. And my teeth are gone. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:4, And when the 2 doors on the streets will be locked, while the sound of the mill becometh dull, and man riseth up at the voice of the bird. And means, that in old age a man's stomach refuses to digest and he cannot excrementize, and he becomes so weak that the least sound, such as piping of a bird, will awaken him from his slumbers. Even so said Barzillai the Gileadite to King David, 2 Samuel 19:36, I am 80 years old this day, can I discern between good and evil, which proves to us that the mind of an old man changes. And further, it says, Or can thy servant taste what I eat or what I drink? From this we see that an old man's sense of taste is lost, and further, again, Or can I listen yet to the voice of singing men and singing women? Which proves to us that old men become hard of hearing. Said Barzillai the Gileadite was a liar, for the servant who was in the house of Rabbi was 92 years old, and she would taste all the dishes that were being cooked. Said Barzillai was a lascivious man, and a man of that kind ages very rapidly and loses all his senses. We have learned in a Beratha, Ishmael bar Jose said, The older scholars become, the more wisdom comes to them, as it is written, Job 12:12, so is with the ancients wisdom, and with those of length of days understanding. With ignorant men, however, it is different. The older they become, the more ignorant they are, as it is written, Ibid 20, He removeth the speech from trusty speakers and taketh away the intelligence of the aged. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:5, Also when men will be afraid of every elevation. To an aged man, even a little hillock appears as a high mountain, and are terrified on every way, and they are afraid of everything on their way. And the almond tree will refuse its blossom, meaning that the joints of the limbs will refuse to do their duty, and the locust will drag itself slowly along, and the desire will gainsay compliance, means that the desires of old men wane. Said Kahana, what is written, Psalms 33:9, For he spoke, and it came into being, refers to a woman, and he commanded, and it stood fast, refers to children. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:5, because man goeth to his eternal home. Said Itzhak, this proves that every righteous man is given a dwelling in the world to come according to his merit, and this is like a king with his slaves entering a city. They all enter through one gate, but when night comes every man is given a berth in accordance with his rank. Itzhak said again, it is written, Ecclesiastes 11:10, for childhood and the time when the head is black 184 are vanity, and means to say, that the deeds committed in youth blacken the reputation in old age. Itzhak said again, the worms are as disagreeable to a corpse as pricks of needles are to a man, even if an excrescence only is pricked, as it is written, Job 14:22, but his body on him feeleth pain, and his soul will mourn for him. Hista said, the soul of a man mourns for him the first 7 days after his death, and that is based upon an analogy of expression, viz., it is written, Genesis 10, and he made for his father a mourning of 7 days. And the verse in Job previously quoted also contains the word mourn, hence the analogy. Jehudah said, if a corpse has left none to mourn him, 10 men should go to the place where he died and mourn his death. A stranger, who had none to mourn him, died in the neighborhood of Jehudah, so every day Jehudah took 10 men, went to the place where the stranger died, and mourned for him. After 7 days, the spirit of the stranger appeared to Jehudah in a dream, and said to him, may thy heart be as light as thou hast made mine. Said Fabuha, all that is said in the presence of a corpse is known to the latter, until he is buried and the earth is thrown on top of him. Haya and Simeon bar Rabbi differ concerning this, one says, until the corpse is buried, and the other, until the flesh is decomposed. He who says until the flesh is decomposed, bases his assertion on the previously cited verse, but his body on him feeleth pain, and his soul will mourn him. The other, who says, only until he is buried, bases his assertion upon the verse, Ecclesiastes 12:7, when the dust will return to the earth as it was, and the spirit will return unto God who gave it. The rabbis taught, return the soul to the Lord as clean as he gave it to thee. This is illustrated by a parable of a king who once gave to his attendants suits of clothes. The wise among them took care of them, kept them clean and folded, and used them on special occasions only. The fools put them on and performed their work in them. Naturally, the clothes became dirty. All at once, the king demanded the clothes back again. The wise men returned them clean and whole, but the fools returned them in a dirty and dilapidated condition. The king was well pleased with the wise men, and told them to depart in peace, and had their clothes stored, but the clothes of the fools he ordered to be sent to the washers, and the fools were sent to prison. So does also the Holy One, blessed be he. Concerning the bodies of the righteous men, he saith, Isaiah 57:2, he shall come in peace, they shall repose in their resting place, and concerning the souls he saith, 1 Samuel 25:29, yet will the soul of my Lord be bound in the bond of life with the Lord thy God. Concerning the bodies of the wicked, he saith, Isaiah 68:22, there is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked. And concerning the souls of the wicked, he saith, 1 Samuel 25:29, and the soul of thy enemies will he hurl away, as out of the middle of the sling. We have learned, Eliezer said, the souls of righteous men are deposited underneath the throne of honor, as it is written, yet will the soul of my Lord be bound in the bond of life. And the souls of the wicked are crowded together until they are crushed, as it is written, the souls of thy enemies will he hurl away. How is it with the souls of men who are neither righteous nor wicked? Asked Rabbah of Naaman. He answered, if I were dead, ye would not know it. Samuel said, the souls of the righteous, of the ordinary men, and of the wicked are given over to the angel whose name is Doma, who has charge of all souls. The souls of the righteous are given their resting place soon, the others are not given rest until they come before the divine judgment. Said Mari, the bodies of righteous men also decompose, as it is written, when the dust will return to the earth, as it was. Diggers were digging some earth belonging to Naaman. They came to the grave where Achai bar Yashia was buried, and the corpse scolded them. The diggers came to Naaman, and told him that a man who was buried on his ground had scolded them. So Naaman went himself to the grave, and asked, "Who art thou, master?" And the man in the grave answered, "I am called Achai bar Yashia." Said Naaman to him, "Did not Mari say, that the bodies of the righteous shall turn to dust?" And the corpse replied, "Who is this Mari? I know him not." But Naaman persisted, "It is written, when the dust shall return to the earth, as it was." And the corpse retorted, "He who taught thee Ecclesiastes, did not teach thee Proverbs, where it is written, ch 14. 30, Jealousy is the rottenness of the bones. And if thy teacher had explained this to thee, thou wouldst have known, that he who hath jealousy in his heart, his bones shall rot after death, but he who hath no jealousy in his heart, his bones shall not rot. Thereupon Naaman felt the dead man's bones, and truly they were sound. So he said to him, "Let the master arise and go home with me for a while." And the dead man answered, "By this remark thou hast proven to me that thou hast not even studied the prophets, for it is written, Ezekiel 37:13, And ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I open your graves, and when I cause you to come up out of your graves, for this would tell thee, that only the Lord can make me arise, and still thou askest me to go with thee." "Yea," quoth Naaman, but there is another passage, Genesis 3:19, "For dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return." "This will, however, be only 1 hour before the final resurrection," answered the corpse. A certain Sadducee said to Abulha, "Ye say that the souls of the righteous are deposited underneath the throne of honor. How, then, could the woman of the familiar spirit whom King Saul consulted, 185 bring up the soul of Samuel?" Abulha answered, "That happened during the first 12-month after the death of Samuel, as we have learned in Beratha, that during the first 12-month the souls of the deceased come up and down. But after that period the soul ascends to heaven and does not return." Said Jehudah, the son of Samuel bar Shelah, in the name of Rab, from the funeral sermon held over the remains of the deceased, it may be observed whether they will enter the kingdom of heaven or not. If the funeral sermon is in the form of a eulogy and the deceased was much beloved, it can be presumed that he will have a happy time in the beyond. This is not so. For did not Rab say to Samuel bar Shelah, "See that thou makest my funeral oration exceeding touching, for I shall be there." Jehudah meant to say, that when the sermon is touching, and elicits a responsive chord in the breasts of the audience. For some orations may be made ever so touching, but if the deceased was not deserving, it will produce no effect whatever. Said Abai to Rabbah, "Thou, master, who hast not a single friend in Pumbeditha, who will mourn thy death?" "Thou and Rabbah bar Hannah will suffice," answered Rabbah. Asked Rab, "Who is the man that will live in the world to come?" He answered by quoting the verse, Isaiah XXX. 21, "And thy ears shall hear the word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand and when ye turn to the left." 186 Hanina said, "The man who gives satisfaction to our masters." It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:5, "And the mourners go about the streets." The Galilean said, "Do such things as will be spoken of to thy credit in thy funeral sermon." And the Judean said, "Do such things as will be spoken of after thy burial." There is no difference in the two statements, for in Galilee the funeral sermon was held before burial, and in Judea after burial. We have learned, in the Mishnah Abhoth, 1 day before thy death, thou shalt repent of thy sins, said Eliezer, and his disciples asked him, "Can a man know on which day he will die?" And he answered, "For just that reason, he should repent today, lest he die tomorrow. Thus all his days will be spent in repentance." So also hath Solomon said in his wisdom, Ecclesiastes 9:8, "At all times let thy garments be white, and let not oil be wanting on thy head. Commenting upon this, R. Johanan ben Zakkai said, this is illustrated by a parable about a king who invited his retainers to a banquet, but did not state the time. The wise among them dressed and were ready, standing in front of the palace, for they said, in a king's house nothing is wanting. Perhaps the banquet takes place today. The fools, however, went about their business, saying, can a banquet be given without preparation? Suddenly the king called in his retainers to the banquet. The wise went in becomingly attired, while the fools went in their working clothes. The king was well pleased with the wise, and angry with the fools, and said, those that are prepared and attired for the banquet shall sit down, eat, drink, and be merry, but those that are not, shall stand and look on, but shall receive nothing. Said the son-in-law of our mayor, in the latter's name, then it would appear as if those standing were waiting upon those who were sitting, and they would not be ashamed. They were also to sit down, but while the others ate they would be hungry, and while the others drank they would remain thirsty, as it is written, Isaiah LXV. 13 and 14, therefore, thus hath said the Lord Eternal, behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry, behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty, behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be made ashamed. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry out from pain of heart, and from a broken spirit shall ye howl, and on this account it is written, at all times let thy garments be white, etc. 24. Regulations concerning a man who is overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath while traveling. And concerning feeding of cattle. Mishnah, one who, on the eve of Sabbath, is overtaken by the dusk on the road must give his purse to a Gentile, while it is yet day. If there is no Gentile with him, he must put it on the ass. As soon as he arrives at the outmost court, dwelling of the first town or village he reaches, he must take off all such things as may be handled on the Sabbath. And as for the things which must not be handled he must loosen the cords, so that they fall off themselves. Gemara, why was it allowed for a man to give his purse to the Gentile accompanying him, he, the Gentile, acts for him? Because it was known to the rabbis that a man is anxious about his money, and if it were not allowed, he might carry it himself in public ground. Said Rabbah, he may do this with his own purse. But if he found something, he must not have it carried for him. Is this not self-evident? Did we not learn in the Mishnah, his purse? We might assume that the same would apply to something found, and the Mishnah says only, his purse, because that is the usual occurrence, hence Rabbah teaches us as mentioned. Even in the case of something which was found, the prohibition applies only if the man had not yet had it in his hand, but if he had, it is regarded the same as his purse. If there is no Gentile with him, etc. If there is a Gentile with him, he must give his purse to the Gentile. Why not put it on the ass in the first place? Because concerning the ass there is a commandment to let it rest, but no such commandment exists for a Gentile. How is the case if the man had accompanying him an ass, a deaf-mute, 187 an idiot, and a minor? To whom must he give his purse in that event? He must put it on the ass. Why so? Because the deaf-mute and the minor are human beings, and he might by accident give it to an Israelite who was not a deaf-mute or a minor. How is it if he had with him a deaf-mute and an idiot only? He must give it to the idiot, because a deaf-mute has more sense than an idiot. How is it with an idiot and a minor? He must give it to the idiot. All this has been finally decided, but the question that presented itself to the schoolmen was, to whom the purse must be given if the man had with him a deaf-mute and a minor. Some say he should give it to the deaf-mute, and others, to the minor. How is it if the man have nobody along, no Gentile, no ass, no deaf-mute, no idiot, and no minor? What should he do then? Said our Itzhak, there was another mode of procedure, which the sages would not reveal. What was that? He should carry it less than 4 ells at a time, i.e., carry it a little less than 4 ells and stop, then start and carry it on again for less than 4 ells, and so on. Why would the sages not reveal this? Because it is written, Proverbs 25. 2. It is the honor of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. Where is the honor of God concerned in this matter? Perhaps the man will not stop, but go on and carry it over 4 ells. We have learned in a Berakhot, our Eliezer said, on the day when the 18 precautionary measures were instituted in the attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah ben Gerin, this measure concerning the purse of the traveler was also instituted, viz. that he should not carry it but give it to the Gentile, and the measure of laws was made heaping full. Jehoshua, however, says, that the measure was smoothened in too great a degree, 188, and we have learned that our Eliezer meant to say what his simile illustrates, viz., there was a basket filled with cucumbers and beets to the brim, and if a man put in mustard seed, there is an addition, without, however, forcing out anything else. Thus the measure was full, but not overflowing. Jehoshua, however, compares it as follows: there was a tub filled with honey, and nuts were thrown into it, in consequence of which the honey overflowed and some was spilled. This means, that by the institution of those precautionary measures the Mosaic laws were undermined. The Master said, if there was no Gentile with him, he should put it on the ass. How is it that he may do this? If he put it on the ass, he will be compelled to drive the ass, and surely this is also labor, which is prohibited on the Sabbath, as it is written, Exodus XX. 10, on it thou shalt not do any work. Said R. Ada Barabba, the man must put the purse on the ass, while the latter is walking along. In that case, no transfer from one fixed point takes place, because while both are walking it cannot be said that the purse is resting in one particular place. It is, however, impossible that the ass should not rest at some place for a little while. When the ass rests, the man removes the purse, and when it commences to walk again, he puts it back. If that is so, it would be the same if he would transfer his purse to a fellow Israelite while walking, and he would never be guilty of the act of transferring from one fixed place and depositing in another. Said R. Papa, an act which, if committed by one man unassisted, would make him liable for a sin offering, e.g. if he, while running or walking, should pick up something off the ground even without stopping, he would become liable for a sin offering. He must not commit with the assistance of a companion. But if he did so, he is not liable for a sin offering, e.g. if he picked up a thing and placed it on his companion while the latter was walking, in that event neither is culpable, for the one did not deposit it in a fixed place, and the other did not remove it from a fixed place. Such acts, however, as must not be committed with the aid of a companion may be done with the assistance of an ass in the first place. R. Ada Barabba said again, if a man has a bundle on his shoulders before dusk on the Sabbath while on the road, he may run with the burden until he reaches home, but he must not walk his usual gait. Why so? Because, if he walks in the usual manner, he might stop, and by stopping carry out the prohibited transfer from one fixed point and depositing in another. When he reaches home, however, he must stop for some time, and thus he would bring a thing from public ground into private ground. The remedy for this is, to throw the bundle from his shoulders backwards, and not in the usual manner. Rabbah the brother of our Mari bar Rachel taught the following decree in the name of our Johanan: one who drives cattle on the Sabbath, even if they are burdened, is free. Why so? If he did so unintentionally, he cannot be liable for a sin offering, because Sabbath laws are identical with those of idolatry. In like manner, as a man cannot be guilty of idolatry unless he worship with his own body, so it is with the Sabbatical law. If he perform labor through the medium of his cattle, without doing any himself, he cannot be guilty. Even if he did it intentionally, he is also not guilty. Why so? Because we have learned in a Mishnah, Tract Sanhedrin, among those who are subject to capital punishment, by stoning, is he who violates the Sabbath by an act which, if done intentionally, carries with it such punishment, stoning, and which, if done unintentionally, makes one liable for a sin offering. Hence, if the unintentional performance of such an act does not carry with it liability to bring a sin offering, its intentional performance cannot carry with it the punishment of stoning, nor the punishment of stripes. Because, where the penalty for the violation of a negative commandment is death, stripes cannot be inflicted. And even according to the Tana who holds that stripes can be inflicted for such violation, in this case it could not be done, because, were the verse to be read, "Thou shalt not do any labor, nor thy cattle," it would be right. But the verse distinctly says, "Thou shalt not do any labor, neither thou, etc., nor thy cattle." Hence, when the work was not done jointly by the man and his cattle, he cannot be punished in any manner for a violation of the Sabbath. As soon as he arrives at the outmost court, etc. Said R. Huna, if the ass was laden with glassware, he may bring cushions and place them on the ground, so that when he loosens the cords the glassware may fall on the cushions and escape being broken. We have learned, however, that such vessels as may be handled on the Sabbath may be removed from the ass, and why may not the glassware be handled? R. Who now refers to glassware which belongs to a surgeon, and being dirty, bloody, is unfit for use in a household. In that case, then, the man would render the cushions which he places on the ground to receive the falling glassware unfit for their proper use, and this is prohibited on the Sabbath. The cushions are only to be used in order to break the fall of the glassware, and after the glassware rolls off onto the ground, the cushions can be used as before. We have learned in a Beratha, R. Simeon ben Jokai said, if a sheaf of grain, the tithes of which had not yet been separated, is on the back of the ass, the man may push it off with his head, so that it fall to the ground. The ass of R. Gamaliel was once laden with honey, and, the Sabbath having set in, R. Gamaliel would not allow the ass to be unloaded until the Sabbath was over. This proved too much for the animal and it dropped dead. We have learned in the Mishnah, that such things as may be handled on Sabbath may be removed from the animal. Why was not the honey removed? The honey had become spoiled. If the honey was spoiled, why was it brought? It was intended to be used for the bruises on camels. Then the cord should have been loosened and the honey allowed to fall off. The honey was in inflated skins, and would have burst if allowed to fall. Then cushions should have been placed on the ground to receive them. The cushions would have become soiled, and thus rendered unfit for use. Pity should have been taken on the animal, and it should not have been allowed to stand laden all day. Pity for animals is only a rabbinical institution according to our Gamaliel, and thus he could not observe it lest he violate the Sabbath. Abai once saw Rabbah playing with his little son, and setting him on the back of an ass, so he said to him, "Why does master use an animal on Sabbath?" And Rabbah answered, "This cannot be called using an animal in the regular manner, but just incidental use, and that was not prohibited by the rabbis." Abai objected, "Have we not learned that if 2 walls of a booth, to be used on the Feast of Tabernacles, were made by hand, and the 3rd wall was already made by a tree, the booth might be used for ritual purposes? But it is not allowed to ascend to the roof of the booth on a festival, because the tree serves as a support to the roof, and by ascending the roof the tree would be used, which is prohibited. Hence we see that, although that would be incidental and not direct use, still it is prohibited." Rabbah answered, "In the case cited by thee, a tree is referred to, the branches of which were also part of the roof." The Mishnah seems to have this meaning attributed to it by Rabbah, for in a later clause it is stated, that should the tree, which partly supports the booth, be removed, and the booth can stand by itself, one may ascend it. Hence the tree is regarded as an independent wall. Mishnah, one may untie bundles of straw for cattle, also strew stalks for them, but one must not undo tied bundles of zirin. 189 herbs used as fodder, and carob pods, must not be cut up for cattle, large or small. Arkit Jehuda permits the cutting up of carob pods for small cattle. Gemara, said R. Huna, there is no difference between bundles of straw and stalks, except that the former are tied twice while the latter are trebly tied. And by zirin is meant the young branches of a cedar tree, which when young are still tender and are eaten by cattle. And the Mishnah should be explained thus: one may untie bundles of straw for cattle, and also strew them, and the same may be done with stalks, but not with zirin, the latter must neither be untied nor strewn. Said our Hista, what reason has our Huna for explaining the Mishnah in this manner? He means to say, that on account of such things as are already proper fodder for cattle one may trouble himself on Sabbath, but on account of such as must first be prepared as fodder, one should not trouble himself. R. Jehuda, however, says, that bundles of straw and zirin are identical, except that the former were tied twice and the latter trebly, but stalks signify cedar boughs. And he explains the Mishnah thus: we may untie bundles of straw for cattle, but not strew them. Stalks may also be strewn, the zirin, however, may be untied, but not strewn. Said Rabbah, what is the reason for our Jehuda's explanation? He holds, that we may prepare things for the use of cattle, but we must not trouble ourselves on account of such things as are already fit fodder for cattle. An objection was made to the foregoing, based on the latter clause of the Mishnah: herbs used for fodder and carob pods must not be cut up for cattle. As herbs are mentioned in conjunction with carob pods, we must assume, that as the herbs were soft, so were also the carob pods. And, it being prohibited to cut them up, we see that with such things as are already proper fodder we must not trouble ourselves, and this is contrary to the dictum of our Huna. Our Huna might say to the contrary, that as the carob pods are hard, so also are the herbs. Where do we find that herbs should be cut up for cattle? They generally eat them as they are. This refers to young calves and mule colts. Another objection was raised. Come and bear, one may cut up pumpkins for cattle and carrion for dogs. Then we may say, that as carrion is soft, so also are the pumpkins. And hence we see, that we may trouble ourselves even with such articles as are already fit fodder for cattle, and this is contradictory to our Jehuda's opinion. R. Jehuda might say to the contrary, that as the pumpkins were hard, so was also the carrion. How can that be? Supposing it was the carcass of an elephant, or the dogs were young and could not eat carrion without having it cut up for them. Mishnah, a camel must not be crammed, to fatten it, nor may it be forced to eat, but the food may be put into its mouth. Calves must not be crammed, but the food may be put into their mouths. Poultry may be fed and crammed. Water may be poured on bran, but the bran must not be kneaded. One must not put water before bees, or before doves in a dovecot, but one may put it before geese, before poultry, and before house pigeons. Gemara, what is meant by, must not be crammed? Said our Jehuda. By that is meant, that the stomach of the camel should not be turned into a feed bag. Can such a thing be done? Said our Jeremiah of Difti, yeah. I saw with my own eyes, that an itinerant merchant fed his camel a measure of grain, and when it had consumed that, he forced another measure down its throat. Calves must not be crammed, but the food may be put into their mouths, etc. What is the difference between cramming and putting food into the calf's mouth? R. Jehuda said, that cramming is accomplished and the food is stuffed down into the calf's mouth so that it cannot eject it, and putting food into its mouth is merely as is implied by the term, and R. Hista said, that in both cases the food is forced down so far that the calf cannot eject it, but in cramming, some instrument is used, and the other is done by hand. R. Joseph objected, we have learned in a Berakhot, that poultry may be crammed, and so much the more food may be given to the poultry a little at a time. The contrary is the case with doves. Food must not be given them even a little at a time, and much less may they be crammed. Now what is the difference between cramming and forcing them to eat a little at a time? Shall we assume that by cramming is meant, forcing the food down by hand, and by giving them food a little at a time is meant, throwing it to them? If so, why should doves not be fed in that manner? Is it then prohibited to throw them food? We must therefore say, that in both cases the food is given by hand, but in cramming the food is forced down so that it cannot be ejected, while in the other case it can be ejected. If this applies to poultry, then we must certainly assume that, as for calves, cramming is done by forcing the food down with an instrument, and this would be contradictory to our Jehuda. R. Jehuda might say, that by feeding poultry is meant, throwing food to them. And the reason that one must not feed doves is because they do not belong to him, whereas poultry belongs to him and must be fed by him, as we have learned in a Berakhot, that one may give food to a dog but not to a pig. And the reason is, that a man is in duty bound to feed his dog, but a pig that he does not own he need not feed. Said Ashi, this we also learn from our Mishnah, one must not put it before bees, or before doves in a dovecot. But we may put it before geese, poultry, and house pigeons. We must assume the reason of the Mishnah to be because one is not obliged to take care of the bees and doves, but must take care of those which he owns. According to this, then, why is water only spoken of, why not wheat or barley? We must say, that water is easily obtainable, and hence there is no necessity to trouble oneself on that account. R. Jonah taught at the door of Nasi, it is written, Proverbs 29. 7. The righteous considereth the cause of the indigent. The righteous, synonymous with the Holy One, blessed be he, knoweth that a dog hath not much food, and hath thus ordained, that the food in his stomach remains undigested for 3 days. As we have learned in a Mishnah, how long must the food, carrion, remain in the stomach, that it may still be considered unclean? In the stomach of a dog 3 days, but in the stomach of a bird or a fish only as long as it would take it to burn up if thrown into the fire. Said Hamnuna, from what was said above, it may be implied that one may throw food before a dog. How much? Said Mari, a small piece, and the dog should immediately be driven off. This refers to a dog in the field, but within the city a strange dog should not be fed at all, lest he run after the man. However, a dog belonging to him may be fed. Said Papa, there is nothing poorer than a dog, and nothing richer than a pig, meaning that a dog is very fastidious about food, while a pig will eat anything. We have learned in a Berakhot, in support of the dictum of our Jehuda, what is the difference between cramming and putting food into the mouth of a calf. Cramming is accomplished by laying the calf down, forcing open its mouth, and stuffing it with soaked grain, and putting food into its mouth is merely feeding and watering it separately, while the calf is standing. Poultry may be fed and crammed, etc. Said Abai, I asked my master, with whose opinion was the Mishnah in conformity, and he told me with that of our Jose bar Jehuda, as we have learned, water must not be poured on bran, said Rabbi, but our Jose bar Jehuda said that it may be done. The rabbis taught, when water is poured on parched corn the corn must not be kneaded on Sabbath, but others say that it may be kneaded. Who is meant by others? Said our Hista, our Jose bar Jehuda. Such is the case, however, only when it is done differently than on a weekday. How can it be done differently? By kneading a little at a time and not in a lump. All agree, however, that Shtitha 190 may be kneaded on the Sabbath, and that Egyptian beer may be drunk. Was it not said, that kneading was not allowed on Sabbath? This presents no difficulty. Fine corn may be kneaded, but coarse must not. And even then it must be kneaded differently than on a weekday. How can this be done? On weekdays the vinegar is first put in and then the Shtitha, and on Sabbath the latter should be put in first. Levi the son of Ar. Huna bar Haya once found the herder of his father's cattle pouring water on bran and giving it to the cattle. He scolded him. Afterwards Huna met his son, and said to him, Thus said the father of thy mother in the name of Rab, meaning Ar. Jeremiah bar Aba, it is allowed to pour water on bran but not to put the mixed bran into the mouth of the cattle, but young cattle, that cannot eat themselves, may be fed by hand. And this may be done, providing it is done differently than on a weekday. How should that be done? The bran should only be stirred once lengthwise and once crosswise. It will not mix well, however, in this manner. Said R. Jehuda, then it should be poured into another vessel. We found in the diary of Zerah, I asked of my master Haya, whether kneading was permitted on the Sabbath, and he said, No. I asked him whether transferring from one vessel to another was permitted, and he said it was. Said R. Manasseh, it is allowed to give one animal a measure of grain, and 2 measures for 2 animals, but one must not give 3 measures for 2 animals. R. Joseph, however, said that a whole cab, or even 2 cobs, may be given for 1 or 2 or 3 animals, and Ulla said that even a kur or more may be given. It was written in the diary of Levi, I related in the presence of my master, who was Rabbi the Holy, Jehuda Hanassi, that in Babylon they were kneading shtitha on Sabbath and Rabbi protested against it. But no one paid attention to it, and he had no power to prohibit it, because our Jose bar Jehuda once permitted it, as mentioned previously. It was written in the diary of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, one who is born on the first day of the week will be a man, and not one thing will be in him. What does that mean? That there will not be any one good thing in him? Did not R. Asi say that he was born on the first day of the week? Shall we say, that not one bad thing will be in him? R. Asi said, I and Demai bar Kakusta were both born on the first day of the week, and, behold, I am a prince and he is a leader of robbers. What, then, is meant by, not one thing will be in him? This means, that he will be either wholly bad or wholly good. A man who was born on the second day of the week will be a man of violent passion. Why so? Because on the second day the water was separated. A man born on the third day will be rich and lascivious. Why so? Because grass was created on the third day. A man born on the fourth day will be wise and have a good memory. Why so? Because on the fourth clay the lights were created. A man born on the fifth day will be a charitable man. Why so? Because on that day the fishes and fowls were created. A man born on the sixth clay will be a very devout man. R. Naaman bar Itzhak said, he will be zealous in the fulfillment of commandments. A man born on the Sabbath will also die on the Sabbath, because on his account the great day of Sabbath was violated. Said Rabba bar R. Sheila, he will, however, be called a great and pious man. Said R. Hanina to the men who related what was written in the diary above, go and tell the son of Levi, that the fortune of a man does not depend upon the day, but upon the hour he was born in. One who is born in the hour of sunrise will be a bright man. He will eat and drink of his own, but he will not be able to keep secrets and will not be successful in stealing. One who is born under Venus will be a rich man, but will be lascivious, because fire is generated under Venus. One who is born under Mercury will be bright and wise, because that star is the scribe of the sun. One who is born under the moon will be sickly or troubled. He will build and demolish, will not eat and drink his own, but will keep secrets, and will be successful in stealing. One who is born under Saturn will have all his thoughts and aims come to naught. And others say, to the contrary, all aims against him will come to naught. One who is born under Jupiter will be a righteous man, and our Naaman bar Itzhak said he will be very devout. One who is born under Mars will be a man who will shed blood. He will either be a surgeon or a robber, a butcher or a circumciser, said our Ashi. Rabbah said that he was born under Mars. Said Abai to him, thou, master, reprovest men, and whom thou reprovest, he dieth, hence thou, also, sheddest blood. It was taught, our Hanina said, one who is born under a lucky star may be either rich or wise, and the same thing applies to Israelites also. Our Johanan said, an Israelite does not come under this fate, and our Johanan says this in accordance with his dictum elsewhere, viz., whence do we know that the Israelites are not subject to fate? Because it is written, Jeremiah x. 2, thus hath said the Lord, do not habituate yourselves in the way of the nations, and at the of the heavens be ye not dismayed, although the nations should be dismayed at them. So the nations may be dismayed at the signs of the heavens, but not the Israelites, and Rab holds likewise, that the Israelites are not subject to fate. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rab, whence do we know that the Israelites are not subject to fate? Because it is written, Genesis 15. 5, and he brought him forth abroad. Abraham said before the Holy One, Blessed be he, Creator of the universe, Lo, one born in my house will be my heir, and the Lord answered, He that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thy heir. Gen 15. 4. And Abraham said again, Creator of the universe. I have consulted my horoscope, and have found that I am not capable of having a son, so the Lord said to him, Away with thy horoscope. An Israelite hath no fate. Of Samuel it is also known, that he thought the Israelites had no destiny, for Samuel and Ablat were once sitting together, and some men went past a meadow. Ablat, who was an astrologer, said to Samuel, pointing to one of the men, That man will not return. A snake will bite him, and he will die. Said Samuel, If he is an Israelite, he will come back. While they were talking, the man came back. So Ablat arose and examined him, and he found a snake cut in on the man's clothes. Said Samuel to the man, What didst thou do today, that thou hast escaped death? The man answered, It is our custom, when going out with a party of men, that we all contribute our share of victuals, and then have our meal in common. I knew that one of our party had no bread, victuals, and not wishing to make him ashamed, I secured the basket to gather the food, and when coining up to him I pretended to put in his share, but in reality put in mine, and thus he was not ashamed. Then thou hast committed an act of charity, said Samuel. And when he went out he preached that charity may be the cause of saving a man's life, and not only from a violent death, but also from death which otherwise would have overtaken a man naturally. Of R. Akiba it is also known, that he did not believe the Israelites to be subject to fate, for R. Akiba had a daughter, and the soothsayers predicted that on the day on which she should enter the garden a snake would bite her and she would die. He was very much troubled on that account. One day his daughter took off her headdress in the garden, and the needle protruding from it stuck on the side of the fence where a snake happened to be, and piercing the eye of the snake, the latter was killed. When R. Akiba's daughter went back to the house the snake dragged after her. Asked R. Akiba, What didst thou do today, to escape death? And she answered, At dawn a man came to the door begging bread. Everybody, however, was at the table, and no one heard him but myself. I took my own meal, that thou gavest me, and gave it to him. Said R. Akiba, Thou didst an act of charity, and this saved thee from death. He then went forth and preached, that charity may be the cause of saving a man's life, and not only from a violent death, but also from one that was to have come naturally. R. Naaman bar Itzhak is also known to discountenance the theory of the Israelites being subject to fate, for the mother of R. Naaman was told by astrologers that her son would turn out to be a thief, so she would not let him go out bareheaded, saying, Always keep thy head covered, that thou mayest fear the Lord, and pray to him for mercy. And he did not know why she always told him this. One day he sat underneath a tree studying, when his headwear fell off, and looking up, he saw the tree filled with delicious dates. He was very much tempted to take some of the fruit, although the tree did not belong to him, and accordingly climbed the tree, and bit off a branch with his teeth. Mishnah, pumpkins may be cut up for cattle, and carrion for dogs. R. Jehudah saith, If the carrion was not yet carrion, if the beast had not yet died, before the Sabbath, it must not be cut up, because, in that case, it is not part of what had been provided, for consumption on Sabbath. Gemara, it was taught, Bula said, the halakha prevails according to our Jehudah, and of Rab it is also known that he agrees with our Jehudah, as may be seen from his decree concerning covers of a vessel, on page 29. Levi also admits that the halakha prevails according to our Jehudah, for when a carcass was brought to him for decision as to its fitness for use, or unfitness, on a festival, he would not inspect it unless it had lain in the dirt. Because, should he hold it to be fit, it would forthwith become carrion and not even be fit for dogs, by reason of its turning into carrion on the festival, and thus not having been provided on the day before for consumption on the festival. Samuel, however, said, that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, as also does Zerah, because a Mishnah elsewhere, which teaches, that if an animal died, on Sabbath or on a festival, it must not be removed. Was explained by Zerah to refer only to such an animal as was designated for a sacrifice and which must not be made use of at all. But any ordinary carcass may be removed. Our Johanan also said, that the halakha according to our Simeon prevails. Is it possible that our Johanan said this? Have we not learned that our Johanan always holds halakhas to be in accordance with the abstract decrees of the Mishnah, and in another Mishnah we have learned that the wood of a beam that had been broken on a festival must not be used on the festival. R. Johanan claims that the Mishnah above was taught in the name of our Jose bar Jehuda. Come and hear, another objection, it is permitted to commence taking from a heap of straw on a festival for use as fuel, but not from wood designated for another purpose. This is also taught abstractly, and is certainly contrary to the opinion of our Simeon. This above teaching refers to cedar beams intended for building purposes, and being very expensive should not be used as fuel, even according to our Simeon. Come and hear, another objection based upon another abstract Mishnah, it is not permitted to water or to slaughter animals living in their wild natural state, but it is allowed as regards domestic animals. This is also contrary to our Simeon. R. Johanan, however, found an abstract Mishnah that was in accord with our Simeon, viz., that Mishnah concerning bones and husks which may be removed from the table, page 326, and our Johanan holds as our Naaman did later, that all decisions rendered by the school of Shammai are in accordance with the opinion of our Jehuda, while those rendered by the school of Hillel agree with those of our Simeon. It is related of our Aha and Rabina, that one said that all laws pertaining to Sabbath remain as decreed by our Simeon, with the exception of one thing, that had been set aside on account of causing disgust, namely, an old candlestick that had become soiled with the dripping tallow. And the other said, that even in this instance the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, but the one thing that does not remain as decreed by our Simeon is the case of a candlestick which had been used on the same Sabbath. Both admit, however, that as for the theory of designation where expensive articles are concerned, our Simeon accepts it in that case, and declares, that they may not be used on Sabbath, as we have learned in a Mishnah, page 268, concerning the large wood saw and the plowshare, which, according to our Simeon, also must not be handled, because they are expensive, and being used only by mechanics should not be handled by others. Mishnah, a man may annul vows, of his wife or daughter, 191 on the Sabbath, and consult, a sage, as to vows, relating to objects, required for the Sabbath. Window light may be shut out by blinds. A piece of stuff may be measured, and also a mikveh, plunge bath, to ascertain whether it be of legal size. It happened in the days of our Zadok's father, and in the days of Abba Saul ben Botnith, that they closed a window with an earthen jar, and then tied another vessel to a pole with papyrus, in order to ascertain whether, in a covered vessel, there was an opening 1 span high or not. From them we learn, that, in certain cases, it may be permitted to close, to measure, and to tie on the Sabbath. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question, does the term, required for the Sabbath, in connection with vows, apply to both clauses of that sentence? And if it does not, neither may be done on the Sabbath, whence we shall learn, that the time in which a man may annul the vow of his wife or daughter does not expire with the day, but continues for 24 hours. Because, if the vows do not relate to the Sabbath and neither of the above two clauses may be executed, the man can annul the vow at night after the Sabbath. Or shall we say that the term, required for the Sabbath, applies only to the latter clause, that of consulting as to vows, and not to the first clause, that of annulling the vow? Which would establish the fact that the time for annulment expires with the day and does not continue for 24 hours. Come and hear, Arf Zodi, one of the disciples of Arf Papi, taught, that only such vows as relate to the Sabbath may be annulled on the Sabbath, thence we may learn, that the time for annulment of vows does not expire for 24 hours. Said R. Ashi, did we not learn, in a Mishnah of Tract Nedarim, that the time for annulment of vows continues for 1 day only? Concerning this, there is a difference of opinion among the Tanaim, as will be explained in Tract Nedarim. And consult as to vows, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question: does this mean to say, that the man had not time before Sabbath, i.e., that he made the vow on the Sabbath, or even if he had time before Sabbath, but wishes to be released from his vow at once? Come and hear, the rabbis complied with the wish of Zutra the son of Zerah, and released him from his vow on a Sabbath, although he had plenty of time to have this done before Sabbath. 192. Jose wished to state, that, as to vows, a man may consult on Sabbath only a man who is a competent authority, chacham, but he must not consult 3 ordinary men, because that would appear as a judgment on business affairs. Abaye said to him, whereas 3 men may be consulted standing, or even if they are of kin, or even at night, it will not appear as an ordinary judgment. When a man wishes to annul the vow of his wife on the Sabbath, he must not say to her, as on a weekday, thy vow is annulled, or, I release thee from thy vow, but merely, go and eat, or, go and drink, and this releases her from her vow. Said Johanan, the man must, however, think at the time that he is annulling her vow. We have learned in a Beratha, the school of Shammai said, on Sabbath a man must annul the vow in his mind only, but on a weekday he must proclaim it by word of mouth. The school of Hillel said, however, that be it Sabbath or a weekday, it is sufficient if the man annul the vow in his mind without proclaiming it. They closed a window with an earthen jar, etc. Said Jehuda, in the name of Rab, there was a small bridge between 2 houses, and underneath the bridge lay a part of a corpse, and a cracked tub stood on top of the 2 houses. But it was not known whether the crack in the tub was large enough to admit of the penetration of the uncleanness arising from the corpse. So, first of all holes which were in the walls of the 2 houses were stopped up with towels. Then another vessel, a small jar, was tied with papyrus to a pole and laid on the tub, in order to see whether the crack was 1 span deep or not. 193. From them we learn that, in certain cases, one may close, measure, etc. Ulla once came into the house of the exilarch on Sabbath, and saw Rabba bar Huna sitting in a tub of water and measuring it. Said Ulla to him, the rabbis only permitted the measuring of a plunge bath for ritual purposes. But did they permit it to be done for no purpose? Rabba bar Huna answered, I am doing this merely to while away the time, I have nothing else to do, and must not think of the law while bathing, so it makes no difference. End of Tract Sabbath. The prayer at the conclusion of a tract. Abaye said, may it be reckoned to me, for my reward in the world to come, that whenever I noticed a young scholar, of my college, had finished a tract of the Talmud, I gave a feast to all the sages of the day. Pages 250 and 251 of this tract. Bearing the above motto in mind and as a matter of peculiar interest, we shall translate below the laudatory prayer published in every edition of the ancient Talmud at the conclusion of each tract. And in justification of this our digression from the actual text would state the following. With all pious Israelites who were exclusively engaged in the study of the Talmud, and even with those who made it an incidental feature of their lives, it has since time immemorial been the custom to celebrate as a happy event the completion of the study of each tract. So marked was the degree of gratification at this frequent occurrence, that it became customary for the firstborn sons in Israel, who in commemoration of one of the plagues sent by the Lord upon the Egyptians were in the habit of fasting on the eve of Passover, to complete the study of a tract of the Talmud on that day, and, thanks to the feast given in honor of the occasion, escape the rather onerous duty of fasting. And even in the 9 days of penance occurring before the fast of the 9th of Abh, when the temple was destroyed, when meat was not to be eaten and wine was not to be drunk, the same subterfuge would be resorted to, in order that a feast might be given and thus break the fast of the 9 days. Apart from this, the prayer is rich in sentiment, and deserves to be rendered at the end of this volume once for all. We shall return to thee, Tract Sabbath, 194, and mayest thou return to us. We shall bear thee in mind, Tract Sabbath, and mayest thou bear us in mind. May we not be forgotten by thee, Tract Sabbath. And thou shalt not be forgotten by us on this earth nor in the world to come. This is to be repeated 3 times, when the following is to be recited. May it be thy will, O Lord, our God and God of our fathers, that thy law may be our pursuit in this world and in the world to come. May there be together with us, in the world to come, Hanina bar Papa, Rami bar Papa, Naaman bar Papa, Ahai bar Papa, Abba Mari bar Papa, Raphram bar Papa, Raksh bar Papa, Surhab bar Papa, Ada bar Papa, and Doro bar Papa. 195. Make sweet, O Lord, our God, the words of thy law in our mouths, and in the mouth of thy people the house of Israel, and may we, our children, and the children of thy people the house of Israel, all know thy name and learn thy law. Wiser than my enemy doth thy commandment make me, for it is perpetually with me. Let my heart be entire in the statutes, that I may not be put to shame. Never will I forget thy precepts, for with them thou hast kept me alive. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes. Amen, amen, amen. Selah, Ved, forever. We thank thee, O Lord, our God and God of our fathers, that thou hast cast our lot amongst those that dwell in the houses of learning, and not amongst the occupants of the markets. For we arise early, and they arise early. We arise to the words of law, and they arise to words of vanity. We strive, and they strive. We strive and receive our reward, while they strive in vain. We run, and they run. We run towards everlasting life, and they run towards death, as it is written, but thou, O God, thou wilt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Let not the men of blood and deceit live out half their days, but I will indeed trust in thee. May it be thy will, O Lord my God, that as thou hast assisted me in the conclusion of Tract Sabbath, so mayest thou assist me in the commencement of other tracts and books of law, and in their conclusion, that I may live to learn and teach. To observe and to do and to keep all the words of the teachings of thy law with affection. And may the merits of all the Tanaim and Amoraim and other scholars uphold me and my children, in order that the law may not escape from my mouth, from the mouths of my children and children's children forever. And may it be verified in me, all that is written, when thou walkest, it shall lead thee. When thou liest down, it shall watch over thee, and when thou art awake, it shall converse with thee. For through me shall thy days be multiplied and the years of thy life shall be increased unto thee. Length of days are in her right hand, in her left are riches and honor. The Lord shall give strength unto his people, the Lord will bless his people with peace. Revised July 22, 1896, and found all correct. Isaac M. Wise. Appendix. Page 24 of Volume 1. Of this tract contains a Mishnah commencing with the statement, and these are some of the regulations enacted in the attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah ben Geran, and concluding, they enforced 18 regulations on that day. At the same time, the Mishnah fails to enumerate in the place mentioned, or elsewhere, these 18 regulations. The Gemara, however, conjectures upon their character and cites them in a scattered and incoherent manner. As a matter of course, this is not done without the adduction of numerous and varied opinions, but the conclusion is, that the 18 regulations are those which we shall enumerate farther on. In another section of the Gemara it is related that 300 jars of wine and a like number of jars of oil were taken up into that attic in order to afford the sages no opportunity to leave their places until their deliberations concerning the regulations were finally concluded. Among these regulations there are, however, only 2 or 3 concerning Sabbath, the rest being dispersed throughout the Talmud in their proper departments and merely mentioned as regulations enacted during that session. But they are not enumerated in regular order either of sequence or time of enactment. Hence we, in consistency with our method of translation viz. to place everything in its proper department, have omitted in this tract the enumeration of these regulations, together with the diverse opinions concerning the reasons for their institution. Which reasons as cited by the Gemara are very abstruse and for the most part untenable. In the last chapter of this tract, however, mention is again made of the 18 regulations, and it is declared, that their measure was made heaping full, while elsewhere in the Gemara the assertion is made that the day on which they were enacted was as grave in its consequences for Israel as the day on which the golden calf was made. It is these two statements that have impelled us at the last moment to embody these 18 regulations in an appendix at the end of this volume, and state as best we can, after careful study and consideration of the subject, the most potent reasons for their enactment. With this purpose in view, we shall divide the 18 regulations into 5 classes, as follows: those pertaining to theruma, heave offerings, tuma, uncleanness, chithan, mingling with other nations, mikvah, legal bath, and Sabbath. Theruma is rendered useless when brought into contact with any one of the following 10 subjects. First, with a man who eats a thing that had been contaminated by a parent of uncleanness 196 and had thus become unclean in the first degree. Second, with a man who had eaten a thing unclean in the second degree, i.e., had been touched by a thing unclean in the first degree. Third, with a man who had drunk unclean beverages. Fourth, with a man who had bathed his head and the larger portion of his body in water that had been pumped up, drawn or scooped, and not in a legal bath. Fifth, with a clean person, i.e., one who had already taken a legal bath, but was subsequently drenched with 3 lugs of drawn water. Sixth, with the sacred scrolls of the Holy Writ either in part or in its entire form. 197 Seventh, with hands of which one was not quite certain that they had been kept clean the whole day. Eighth, with one who had taken a legal bath, if the theruma was touched before sunset. Ninth, with eatables and utensils which had become unclean through beverages, as will be explained in Tract Yodame. When brought in contact with any one of these 9 subjects, theruma is rendered useless. 10th, the crop raised from theruma, seed, is of the same character as the seed. If the latter was clean when planted the crop is clean, but if the seed was unclean the crop is the same. Nevertheless, it is still considered theruma, and subject to the laws of theruma. Thus we have 10 regulations concerning theruma. Concerning uncleanness, there were 4 regulations enacted. First, all movable things bring uncleanness on a man by means of a tent, not larger even than a span, covering a corpse. Even if the space between the corpse and the tent was but an all's width. For explanation, see Tract Ahaloth. Second, the daughters of the Samaritans are considered unclean, as women suffering from their menstruation, from the day of their birth. Third, a child of a heathen is considered unclean, because it is considered as one afflicted with venereal disease. Fourth, one who presses grapes or olives renders the vessels used to receive the must or the oil susceptible to uncleanness. This is explained in detail in Tract Kalim. Concerning chithan, but one regulation was enacted, covering 4 subjects. It was prohibited to partake of the bread, oil, or wine of other nations in order to prevent intermarriage with their daughters. Concerning mikvah, one regulation only was enacted, viz. If the water running out of a rain gutter flowed directly into a mikvah, the mikvah is not invalidated. But if the water was intercepted by a vessel from which it flowed into the mikvah, the latter becomes invalid, or even if 3 lugs of drawn water were poured into the mikvah, they render it useless, see Tract Mikvath. Concerning Sabbath, 2 regulations were enacted. First, one shall not search for vermin or read before lamplight, on Friday night. 198 Second, one who was overtaken by dusk on the Sabbath eve while on the road must give his purse to a Gentile. The learned reader who is not familiar with the intricate teachings of the Talmud, and even the student of the Talmud who has delved in its labyrinths of lore for the sake of probing into the ordinances and discussions contained in its volumes, will be quite amazed at the seeming unimportance and triviality of the above regulations, unless thoroughly comprehensive of the spirit of the Talmud and the object of the sages in their day. At the time when these regulations were enacted and enforced, there appeared no reasonable grounds for their enactment, and even the reasons advanced by the Gemara itself in a faltering, groping manner are in many instances quite absurd. Entirely contrary to their usual custom, the sages themselves did not base these regulations upon any inference, analogy, passage, or ordinance contained in the Holy Writ, a very remarkable occurrence indeed. Furthermore, at a casual glance, the student will not find in any one of the regulations a motive based even on common sense. Strange to say, it has also occurred that our excellent Hebrew poet L. Gordon, in a poem pungent with deepest sarcasm and pointed ridicule, commented upon these 18 regulations, saying, amongst other things, not for political purposes, not for the improvement of the government moral or material. Did our sages seclude themselves in their attic, but merely to prohibit matters as trivial and absurd as that of reading by lamplight on the eve of Sabbath, etc. Had the poet, however, devoted deeper study and closer research to the environments, influences, and conditions prevailing in the days of these sages, he would readily have discovered that the greatest political import, the gravest questions of government both moral and material, actuated the institution of these apparently ridiculous regulations, all culminating in leaning towards the accomplishment of one great object, viz., that of keeping the small nation of Jews intact and guarding it from the dangers menacing it not only from the exterior world but from its interior vampires and oppressors. It should not be overlooked that when the deliberations anent these regulations were about to be commenced, the hall used for the session was closely guarded by men armed with keen-edged swords, under instructions to permit all who desired to enter to do so, but to instantly thrust their swords through any one endeavoring to retreat. And what was the discussion commenced with? Merely an argument determining the uncleanness of certain vessels, which the priests could not approach, as will be seen farther on. Still, Hillel the prince, the mighty sage, sat before his old-time opponent Shammai, and listened to him with the most profound attention and reverence, just as if he were the least among his disciples. This historical fact was but another item in inducing us to digress from our established method and insert the 18 regulations, together with the explanation of their importance. For had we not done so, it is highly probable that we would have called down the criticism of many scholars who could not overlook such an omission. At no period in the history of the Jewish race do we find so much deliberation, profundity of thought, and depth of calculation in evidence as at the time when the sages secluded themselves in the attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah. There it was, that means were devised to keep the nation of the Jews whose friends were always in the minority, and whose enemies, not only abroad but in their very midst, were as the sands of the sea intact and proof against annihilation. All of the literature current among the masses was carefully scanned and revised. The ethical code was reinforced, and wherever necessary purged of objectionable matter. This censorship was carried to such an extent that it was attempted to reject even Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and Ezekiel as undesirable, and it was only with great difficulty that those in authority were prevailed upon to let them remain. The records of ancestry, however, tracing the descent of every existing family, which were the pride of the people, as well as all works treating of medical science and the art of healing, were buried and hidden beyond recovery. Even the Apocrypha were eliminated from the Holy Writ and declared ordinary literature, and many other writings unknown to us even in this day, as well as all secret scripts, were thoroughly revised and made adaptable to the existing times and circumstances. All this, and more, was done with the sole purpose of preserving the integrity of the Jewish race and preventing its absorption by other nations. Thus it was commenced to accustom the Jew to study and thought, and as an outcome of this period of virtual renaissance the 18 regulations were enacted with two prime objects in view, as follows. Firstly, to diminish as far as possible the constantly growing domination of the priests. For the high priestdom, with which the supreme governing power was identical, could be purchased with money. And more especially because the number of priests in the last century prior to the destruction of the temple had grown to such a vast proportion that those in actual service alone numbered little short of 20,000. Apart from these were those who did not perform actual service, while enjoying all the immunities and privileges of their rank as priests, and they were priests who had the least blemish on their bodies. Those whose descent or even whose wives' descent left the least room for doubt, and the wealthy and influential priests who would not perform the menial duties of priests, but left them to the less fortunate and more insignificant of their number. See Die Priester und der Kultus, by Dr. Adolf Buckler, Vienna, 1895. Of such men was the party in power composed, and they made but too free a rise of their authority. As a matter of course, restrictions had to be provided wherewith to relieve the oppressed. Secondly, the object was to prevent the amalgamation of the Jews with the other nations with whom they were in daily and constant association. Now for the manner in which the first object was about to be accomplished. Quite some time previous to the time of which we are treating, the laymen had, after a hard struggle, succeeded in divesting the priests of their spiritual power, i.e., the right to decide all questions pertaining to religious and ritual matters, whether a thing was allowed or forbidden, clean or unclean, etc., by proving that the priests were far too ignorant to be competent judges. 199 This struggle had been going on since the days of Nehemiah, for prior to his day the priests were the sole judges both in spiritual and in temporal affairs, claiming their privilege in accordance with the passage, Deuteronomy 21:5, and after the priests' decision shall be done at every controversy and every injury. Having wrested the spiritual power from the priests, the supervision of all religious and ritual matters was conferred upon the Pharisees, who henceforth were the recognized authorities in the interpretation of the law. This accomplished, the next step decided upon was to limit as much as possible the temporal power of the priests. It was decided not to do this in too precipitate a manner, but cautiously and unostentatiously, using as a medium regulations seemingly unimportant, but the hidden motives of which were far-reaching in their consequences. The time of Hananiah ben Hizkiah was the more opportune for such a coup d'état, as by that time the Pharisees had obtained the upper hand of all other existing sects, notably the Sadducees. Now, inasmuch as it proved to be an easy matter to enact laws by means of which the Jews would be prevented from amalgamating with other nations, such as the prohibition of partaking the bread, oil, etc., of Gentiles, the proclamation declaring the children of heathens unclean, to prevent the children of Jews from joining them at play and thus forming attachments, and the women of the Samaritans, the deadliest enemies of the Jews, unclean, in order to prevent their employment as servants by Jews. It was but little more difficult to devise laws which would forever break the oppressive domination of the priests in a mild but nevertheless effective manner. The first step necessary for the accomplishment of this desirable end was to completely destroy the system of espionage practiced by the priests, and which was carried on to such an extent that spies were constantly prying into actions and even utterances in the houses of the laymen. This was, however, by no means an easy task, from the very fact that the priests were virtual shareholders in all the possessions of the laymen. 1/50 of all grain raised by the peasants was their share as theruma. 1/10 of such grain comprised the tithe, and 1/10 of the tithe belonged to the priests individually. The first of the dough, the first of shorn wool, the parts of slaughtered cattle, the firstlings of cattle, the firstfruits of trees and produce, all belonged to the priests. And it was but natural that they were to be found in the houses of the laymen at all times, whither they would come not to humbly ask for their donations, but to demand it as the rightful possessors and shareholders. Nor were they at all backward about taking a hand in the management of all other affairs of the laymen, under the plea of guarding their own interests. And thus at times willingly, sometimes unwillingly, they were the spies of the higher authorities of the government. The question then arose how to find a place where the deliberations for the suppression of this constantly growing evil could be held without the presence of the spying priests. And to meet the exigencies of the case, an old decree that had been promulgated in the early days of the existence of the temple was again called into being and made effective. The decree was the one enacted in the time of Hosea ben Joser Ishizrita and Hosea ben Johanan the Jerusalemite, and read, "All the lands outside of Judea are unclean, i.e., all eatables and beverages containing any degree of sanctity whatever are rendered unclean by coming in contact with the soil of those lands outside of Judea, but aside from such eatables and beverages nothing was rendered unclean." Now, the only eatables and beverages containing any sanctity whatever, which could be found outside of Jerusalem, where the sacrifices and other sanctified articles were brought, were the gifts and the theruma set aside for the priests. Thus we see that the declaration of uncleanness, ostensibly directed against all eatables containing any degree of sanctity, was in reality directed against the theruma of the priests. While the priests themselves were flattered by the elevation of the theruma to the degree of highest sanctity, And its object will be apparent from the following argument. The theruma is invested with sanctity only when it is separated from the bulk, but while still a part of the entire crop it is regarded as ordinary grain. If the theruma were separated from the bulk in any land outside of Judea, the moment it comes in contact with the soil it becomes unclean and unfit for use. This fact made it necessary to separate the theruma in Judea. The transportation of the entire crop to Judea for such a purpose involving too much labor and expense, part of the crop was set aside in the field, and from that part a sufficient quantity was separated and sent to the Holy Land. There the quantity of the theruma, which according to biblical ordinance could have been only 1 grain, but according to established custom amounted to 1/50th of the entire crop, was separated from the quantity sent. The consequence of this mode of procedure was, that the presence of the priest at the place where the crop was harvested was no longer required, as he could not demand his share outside of Judea. Thus it was rendered possible to hold a convocation where the presence of the priest was no longer to be dreaded. 200 It seems that up to the time of Hananiah ben Hizkiah this decree had been evidently disregarded or not sufficiently effective. 201 For we see that 80 years prior to the destruction of the temple it was again promulgated. And this time reinforced with the declaration that even the atmosphere of all lands outside of Judea was unclean and all articles containing any degree of sanctity were rendered unclean by contact with such atmosphere. The 80 years before the destruction of the temple correspond with the time of Hananiah ben Hizkiah. And it is quite possible that the sages called by the Talmud the sages of the 80 years, were the same that took part in the deliberations in the attic, and that, in order to secure at least one place where they could hold a convocation undisturbed by the priests, they declared even the atmosphere of the lands outside of Judea unclean. The Talmud relates, also, that in the city of Usha the decree was reinforced for the 3rd time with the declaration that all articles rendered unclean by the atmosphere of such lands were not only to be rendered useless, but were to be immediately burned, as a precaution lest a priest might accidentally make use of them. Still, the decree was not as effective as it should have been, as long as the priest could come and announce that he would use his share of the theruma for seed or dispose of it as seed. And to meet this exigency the sages of the attic first of all decreed that the crops raised from clean or unclean theruma, used as seed, were clean or unclean respectively. Again, means had to be devised to rid the laymen residing in Judea proper from the obnoxious presence of the priests at all times. For at harvest time, or when the grain was brought from the lands outside of Judea, the ever-watchful priest was on band. To this end the subsequent regulations concerning theruma were enacted and gradually reinforced. Thus at first a man who had eaten a thing unclean in the 1st degree rendered theruma useless. Then a man who had eaten a thing of the 2nd degree of uncleanness, until finally even a sacred scroll, or even a hand that had come in contact with a sacred scroll, and last of all a hand that was not known to be positively clean, rendered theruma useless. All this was done with the sole object of keeping the priests out of the houses of the laymen, and rather bring the theruma to them than have them come to demand it. Should they come in spite of this, it was not difficult to find a pretext for calling the theruma unclean. In order, however, not to make the purpose of these regulations too apparent, and thus give offense to the priests, other regulations were enacted in conjunction with these, which, while of no value whatever in themselves, acted as screens for the actual intentions. It is now not difficult to explain the historical sensation caused by the deference shown by Hillel to Shammai at the commencement of these deliberations, and the reasons which prompted the posting of an armed guard at the entrance of the hall. Hillel, in his capacity as a prince of Israel, was somewhat too timid to proceed against the priests in too harsh a manner. But the masses were so much incensed against their oppressors, and so deeply conscious of their grievances, that he could not stem the popular tide against them. In this emergency it was Shammai, under ordinary circumstances of lesser consequence than Hillel, that proved to be the champion of the popular cause. And in order to ensure for him a telling majority when the question came up for a final vote, the doors of the hall were guarded so that none could leave, while all were allowed to enter. Seeing the patriotism and popularity of Shammai, the prince could not help bowing to popular sentiment and showing respect to the favorite of the hour. It would require a volume of many, many pages to demonstrate how each one of the regulations instituted was directed against the priests, how deeply it injured them, and in what measure it curtailed their previous unlimited sphere of action. Also, especially, how the dispute between Hillel and Shammai concerning the susceptibility to uncleanness of vessels used at grape and olive pressing concerned the priests. Even then, a person not thoroughly imbued with the spirit of those times could scarcely understand it. But we would request that the 18 regulations be again carefully perused, and it will readily be observed by even the casual reader, from the hints given, that the 10 ordinances 202 relating to Theruma were directed entirely against the priests, and the 4 concerning uncleanness were in part against the priests and in part against mingling with other nations. As for the regulation against mingling, that goes without saying, while the regulations concerning the mikveh and Sabbath were but incidental and trivial matters intended as a screen for the grave importance of those mentioned. The end.